Chapter 51:51. The terrorists never actually laid a hand on him. The moment they realized Tony Stark still refused to build the armored suit, they simply turned around and left. Drex Valen glanced at the bio-enhanced soldiers standing nearby. For the next few days, switch languages when you talk around him. The room went silent. Several of the soldiers stared at him in disbelief. No way. That kind of thing shouldn't even be possible. Drex had only noticed it because Tony's expression had changed. Earlier, whenever the men spoke Arabic around him, Stark wore the same blank, irritated look of someone trapped in a conversation he couldn't follow. But recently, that look had vanished. Instead, Tony listened carefully, eyes narrowed in thought. So Drex had probed his mind. What he found surprised even him. Tony Stark had already learned most of the language. Ridiculous. Then again, this was Tony Stark. Not long after, Tony realized something was wrong. The terrorists had started speaking in an entirely different language. Tony frowned. Antonio Ruiz hesitated deliberately before answering. Sounds like Hebrew. Outwardly, he kept his composure. Inside, though, alarm bells were ringing. Tony Stark had really done it. The man had actually learned Arabic just by listening. A normal person couldn't even distinguish dialects that quickly, much less pick up an entirely new language inside a cave. Monster. At this rate, they need to switch languages every few days. Drex, meanwhile, wasn't worried in the slightest. The Middle East alone had enough linguistic variety to keep Stark busy for months. And if that failed, there were always regional Chinese dialects brutal enough to sound like encrypted radio chatter to outsiders. If Tony Stark somehow learned those too, well, there were plenty more waiting in line. At first, Tony stayed stubborn. Then the food stopped coming. That was when panic finally set in. Because he knew this trick. The previous terrorist group had done the exact same thing. Back then, he complained about their food, demanded wine, steak, cheeseburgers, anything except the disgusting paste they kept feeding him. They hadn't argued. They'd simply stopped feeding him entirely. By the fourth day, Tony had licked the plate clean enough to shame a starving dog. Hunger stripped people down to their animal core. Even strong-willed men eventually broke. People ate dirt, paper, cloth, anything they could force into their stomachs just to silence the pain for a few minutes longer. Compared to torture, starvation was cleaner, more efficient. Drex wasn't interested in beating Tony bloody. Stark's body wasn't built for that kind of abuse. Break him too hard and he'd end up permanently damaged, sickly, useless. Hunger, though? Hunger worked on everyone. Like waterboarding, except slower and crueler. Honestly, Drex considered it the superior method. Besides, a few missed meals wouldn't kill Tony. If anything, it might help him lose the slight curve forming around his waistline. The billionaire lived on rich food and alcohol. Wine wasn't the problem. The fact that he drank like a fish was. A temporary detox might do wonders for his liver. Tony originally thought he could hold out longer this time. He was wrong. By the second day, the hunger became unbearable. His stomach twisted so violently, he found himself staring at scraps on the floor and wondering if they were edible. Eventually, Tony surrendered. Drex immediately had the men bring him a high-fiber meal designed to clean out his digestive system. Judging from the look on Tony's face afterward while he spent the better part of an hour in the bathroom, years of chronic constipation had probably just been cured. Satisfied, Drex withdrew his attention from Stark. It wasn't necessary to watch him constantly anyway. The Black Queen monitored Tony around the clock. If anything unusual happened, Drex would know immediately. Meanwhile, under Drex's orders, Emil Blonsky had successfully returned to Britain and gone dark, waiting for the day General Ross inevitably came looking for him. No telling how long that would take. This was clearly a long-term assignment. Blonsky hated sitting idle, but he could only suppress the impatience simmering under his skin. As for the Hulk, Drex had no intention of letting that go. If the Ancient One wouldn't allow him to acquire the Hulk serum directly, then he'd simply take a different route. Indirect acquisition was still acquisition. Sure, the Ancient One would remain alive until the Chitauri invasion of New York years later, but Drex doubted she'd intervene a second time just to stop him from obtaining Banner's blood. Recently, People had begun disappearing throughout New York. No one paid much attention to it. Most of the victims came from Hell's Kitchen, in a place that rotten bodies vanished all the time. Drug dealers, junkies, gang runners, drifters. Human debris swallowed by a city too exhausted to care. Still, with the Black Queen watching the city surveillance networks nonstop, Drex noticed patterns others missed. The missing people all operated at the street level of Hell's Kitchen's narcotics trade, and the cameras occasionally captured something else. Fast-moving shadows. Drex narrowed his eyes. There were plenty of monsters lurking around Hell's Kitchen. The Hands creatures, psychotic vigilantes, serial killers dressed like urban legends. But considering the timeline, the most likely answer was the vampire mutation strain. The Reapers. That made things interesting. Their mutated viral biology held enormous research value, especially the virus inside them. So Drex decided to investigate personally. Hell's Kitchen, New York. Night. Deep beneath the city, abandoned subway tunnels stretched like rotting veins beneath the streets. Groups of homeless people wandered through the darkness without purpose. In New York, scenes like this were almost ordinary. The brighter the city looked from the outside, the uglier the decay beneath it. Most drifters gathered in parks, alleys, or forgotten underground tunnels like these whenever they needed shelter. New York's subway system was ancient. Over the decades, entire sections have been abandoned and sealed away. Places like this became natural refuges, or feeding grounds. Tonight, more than a dozen homeless people loitered inside one of the tunnels. Not aimlessly, they stood in a loose line. At the far end, several well-dressed men examined people one by one before guiding them deeper into the tunnel. Nobody seemed alarmed. The men who returned looked pale, but otherwise unharmed. And each of them carried cash. One gaunt homeless man sat cross-legged near the line, nervously rubbing his hands together. Eventually, he leaned forward and tapped the large figure seated ahead of him. The man in front of him wore a tattered trench coat with the hood pulled low. Slowly, he turned his head. The homeless man froze. The stranger's appearance was deeply unnatural. His skin was corpse pale, like someone who had never seen sunlight in his life. No hair, no eyebrows, no beard, nothing. In the dim tunnel light, his gray-blue eyes looked cold and strangely lifeless. But the most disturbing feature was his jaw. A long split-like scar stretched across it, as though his chin had once been torn apart and crudely stitched back together. Something about him didn't feel human. And in the stale underground air, that realization spread like ice water down the spine. Chapter 52:52. The man's grotesque appearance barely earned a second glance from the homeless crowd. People like him weren't unusual down here. The tunnels were filled with the sick, the addicted, the dying, and the forgotten. Men whose bodies had been hollowed out by disease, chemicals, or sheer bad luck. Compared to some of them, the skinny homeless man almost felt healthy. Looking at the sympathy in the drifter's eyes, the tall figure paused slightly. Then he smiled. A dry, rasping cough escaped his throat before he finally spoke, his voice sounding like sandpaper dragged across bone. Yeah. The skinny man immediately brightened once he realized he'd gotten a response. He leaned closer conspiratorially while digging a bottle filled with dark red liquid out of the cloth sack hanging from his waist. No limits either. Sell as much as you want, they'll buy it. Prices are good too. The tall man's expression twitched faintly. A trace of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Still, he said nothing. He only nodded. Chad Norma. A woman in a business suit stepped out and called his name. The tall drifter rose to his feet, gave the skinny man a final nod, then followed her deeper into the tunnel. High above the city, Drex Valen sat casually on the edge of a skyscraper. With his X-ray vision focused downward, the underground massacre unfolding beneath Hell's Kitchen played out before him like a live film screening. Beside him sat an open bag of chips and a bottle of cola. By the time Chad Norma began slaughtering everyone inside the vampire blood bank, Drex had already infiltrated the facility himself. The underground storage chambers held staggering quantities of plasma. The Black Queen had already gathered enough data for Drex to understand the scale of the situation. Human blood reserves across the country had dropped below emergency thresholds. Patients were dying on operating tables because hospitals lacked transfusion supplies. And the missing plasma? Most of it had become vampire food. America constantly encouraged its citizens to donate blood for free. During holidays, donation buses lined the streets with volunteers waiting patiently to help save lives. In another world, maybe that would have been something noble. In the Marvel Universe, it was business. Government didn't pay ordinary citizens a single cent for their donated blood. But every 100-milliliter bag of plasma sold to vampire organizations brought in $400. That was the deal. People weren't dying because vampires consumed too much blood. They were dying because human greed had monetized survival itself. The blood banks weren't empty. The plasma had simply been sold off. The government called for free donations from taxpayers, then turned around and sold the blood to the vampire empire at absurd markups. The profits were astronomical. Nick Fury knew about it too, and he did nothing, not because he approved, but because the interests involved ran too deep. According to Drex's information, vampire-controlled industries and taxes throughout North America contributed nearly $200 billion annually to the United States economy. Their influence was everywhere. The vampire race had existed for far too long to be uprooted cleanly. They had infiltrated governments, aristocracies, corporations, banks, and financial institutions over centuries. Long before modern capitalism existed, they had already embedded themselves within the ruling classes of Europe. Religious institutions once acted as one of the few reliable methods for identifying and suppressing them. Vampires couldn't participate in many sacred rites. That alone had exposed countless infiltrators throughout history. From the Roman Republic to the Imperial era, powerful figures had willingly embraced vampirism in pursuit of immortality. Nero himself had maintained extremely close ties to vampires, though in his case, he'd apparently preferred demonic contracts. Still, many Roman nobles and officials surrounding him had practically turned the imperial court into a vampire. Convention. By the time the Industrial Revolution arrived, vampires had already become some of the earliest major investors in banking, commerce, and industry. Then came the World Wars. Then international finance. Then America. Over centuries, they evolved into something larger than a hidden species. They became part of the machinery of civilization itself. Parasites wrapped around the nervous system of global capitalism. People often called bankers vampires. In many cases, the description was disturbingly literal. Could battle alien invasions. They could fight rogue supervillains, interdimensional entities, even Hydra itself. But vampires? That was different, because vampires weren't outside the system. In many ways, they were the system, at least economically. The voice interrupted Drex's thoughts. But of course, he had sensed the intruder long before the man spoke. Chad Norma stared at him cautiously. He couldn't smell the stench of a vampire on Drex. Human. Behind Chad, groups of Reaper variants prowled restlessly through the blood bank, repeatedly glancing between Drex and the massive stockpile of plasma surrounding them. Homeless blood is filthy, Drex said calmly. With my vision, I can practically see the bacteria and viruses swimming through it. His enhanced vision had already evolved far enough to observe molecular structures directly. To him, the blood looked like a microscopic battlefield. Chad Norma's instinct screamed that the man standing before him was dangerous. Trouble. Real trouble. Then Drex started walking toward him. Immediately, the Reapers behind Chad lost control. The creatures lunged at Drex in a frenzy. Drex sighed faintly. Chapter 53-53. Drex Valen barely lifted a finger. He simply let the energy inside his body convert into ultraviolet light and flash outward. The Reapers charging him screamed as the burst hit them full on, their bodies collapsing into ash before they could even reach him. Chad Norma took several cautious steps backward. Drex's tone was almost bored. I just want the air virus in your body. He reached out with his mind before Chad could respond. The telepathic pressure slammed down hard, seizing Chad and the Reapers behind him at once. Drex looked faintly amused. Easier than I expected. He made Chad and the Reapers perform absurd little motions under his psychic grip, rolling like dogs, then writhing like worms across the floor. It was oddly entertaining. Drex watched them with interest, wondering for a moment whether Professor X spent his afternoons doing things like this. As far as he was concerned, telepathy was far more useful than invisibility. Men spent their whole lives fantasizing about being unseen, but the ability to take someone over completely, to bend them with a thought and make them dance however you wanted, was far more satisfying. Hypnosis was crude by comparison. Telepathy was cleaner, sharper, more practical, and, with the right imagination, much more fun. He exhaled softly, still only useful for controlling enemies, though. He sounded genuinely disappointed. After that, Drex brought Chad and Norma back to the Blade Tech Industries base and completed the sampling process there. Once he had what he wanted, he sent Chad and his Reaper minions crawling down into the sewers. Before letting them go, he planted a powerful mental suggestion in Chad's mind. From now on, Chad, Norma, and the Reapers under him would only attack vampires and scum. No one else. By that point, a full night had passed since Chad's attack. All that remained was the security footage. The recordings moved up the chain, from one vampire authority to another, until they finally reached the hands of New York's highest-ranking vampire ruler, the Great Duke of the Vampires, Elidar Marquinos. When the Great Duke watched the footage, he summoned his most elite vampire warriors and began assembling a plan of his own. Elidar Marquinos was the oldest known vampire in all of the Americas, a figure of immense authority and the unquestioned ruler of New York's vampire society. That kind of status usually came with the classic image: elegant, brooding, aristocratic, almost beautiful in a cold, immortal way. Not Elidar. He was ugly. Worse than ugly. His body had decayed into a sickly, bluish corruption, a warped shell in which hair could no longer grow. Veins rose beneath the skin like exposed river channels, and oily fluid leaked from the surface of his flesh in a way that made people's skin crawl. He looked less like a noble immortal and more like a corpse that had refused to lie down and rot properly. Standing beside his daughter, Nissa Marquinos, that ugliness became even more pronounced. For a vampire of his age, Elidar should not have looked like this. Other pure-blood vampires of his generation, even older ones, still retained their beauty and refinement. Elidar had become grotesque because he had chosen power over rest. He refused to sleep, refused to enter hibernation. He was willing to let his strength weaken and his body decay, so long as he could remain on the throne and keep his eyes on every move made by his empire. To preserve his supremacy, he built the Blood Guard and recruited elite warriors to massacre any vampires who dared oppose him. He even cooperated with human power brokers to maintain his position. Everything was for control. Everything was for power. If there was one phrase that defined Elidar Marquinos, it was that he would sacrifice anything to keep what he ruled. And yet, no matter how twisted his body had become, there was no denying the truth. He was still the ruler of the vampire empire, still the master of every vampire in New York. Chad Norma's appearance made Elidar realize his son was planning to come back with revenge. And because he understood exactly how dangerous the Reaper variants were, he knew he would need help. The final piece of his plan would also be handled at the same time. Drex, for his part, had no interest in the politics of vampire nobility. The newly acquired R-Virus, a mutated strain of vampire biology, was far more interesting to a researcher like him. During his investigation, he discovered something unexpected. The R-Virus was not actually immune to silver. It simply had such a violent metabolic rate that it could burn through the damage using raw energy. The same mechanism also let it neutralize and expel anticoagulants that were deadly to ordinary vampires. It was an ugly little survival trick, but an effective one. Unfortunately, Extremis was another story. Even a trace amount of Extremis slaughtered the R-Virus without effort. That was disappointing. Drex had been hoping for more. Still, the virus did have one remarkable quality. Its infection rate was far greater than the standard vampire virus, by a staggering margin. In fact, a single cell was enough to trigger full-body infection and transformation. Drex leaned back slightly, studying the data. "Dangerous world," he muttered. Marvel's population really was reckless beyond belief. The air virus was basically an upgraded T-virus with teeth. The only mercy was that it could not survive in the air. If it could spread through the atmosphere, then one scratch, one burst of body fluid from Chad Norma or one of his Reapers, and the whole city would have turned into a Marvel-style bioweapon nightmare. After finishing his research, Drex headed to New York's underground fight circuit. After screening a batch of B soldiers, he had not stopped supporting the event. Only the incentive had changed. Instead of war machines, he paid him money now. The 100 war machines originally promised to the champion had already been taken back to Hydra by Bucky Barnes, which exposed several of Hydra's hidden bases to Drex in the process. At the moment, he was preparing a snake-swallowing snake operation of his own, and the underground fighting scene continued to thrive. Kingpin had managed it with real care. The KOF tournament was likely the hottest underground fighting event in the world right now. Nobody knew yet that Blade Tech Industries was backing it, but people did know the funding was absurdly deep. That alone attracted all kinds of desperate killers and ambitious monsters. Drex had always believed that if the world of King of Fighters could produce so many lunatics, there was no reason the Marvel Universe should have been empty of superhumans and supervillains in its early years. And he was right. The KOF tournament produced plenty of extraordinary fighters. Some tore through the bracket with overwhelming ease, crushing every opponent in their path. The Black Queen recorded every match and analyzed the combat data in detail. Even better, the physical examinations conducted before the tournament proved extremely useful. They gave Drex easy access to samples from promising subjects. When he found someone strong enough to matter, World Serpent would send an invitation. If they refused, then the real approach began. A quieter one, a more permanent one. Using that method, World Serpent recruited quite a few capable people. There were disappointments too, of course. Most of the fighters were not mutants at all. They were just humans who had trained themselves into dangerous shape. Still, that was useful in its own way. Drex's people even captured a future third-rate villain, Master of Mimicry. And among the few who did possess mutations, most were only a few times stronger than an ordinary person. That was enough for some, not nearly enough for him. Chapter 5454. Drex Valen had not sponsored the KOF tournament just to recruit talent. He wanted the technique, the refined body mechanics, the brutal efficiency of combat honed to the edge of human possibility. With the Black Queen organizing the data and his own superhuman brain processing it all, he only needed one glance to absorb every muscle activation pattern, every footwork transition, every strike sequence. In other words, he learned the fighting system in a single pass. Drex studied the material for a while, then shook his head. No good. These are all killing arts for humans. In the Marvel world, his enemies were not limited to humans or humanoids. They were monsters. A Kryptonian did not need martial arts to flatten ordinary people. Superman could end a fight with one punch and be done with it. But against opponents like Hyperion, Sentinel, Blue Marvel, Captain Marvel, Gladiator, or other similar powerhouses, technique mattered. And against actual monsters, it mattered even more. After finishing his study, Drex returned to the Blade Tech Industries Tower. The Los Angeles branch was already under construction. Ord had reported that it would probably take about a year to complete, largely because the site was massive, roughly the size of 2 football fields, including the seating area. When Drex sat down in his office, a woman with fiery red hair stepped in wearing a sharply tailored office outfit that left almost nothing to the imagination. Drex looked up. He already knew exactly who she was, of course, but there was no reason to say it. "I'm Natali." Natasha Romanoff set the stack of files on the desk. When she bent over, the buttons she had left deliberately undone drew the eye without apology. Nothing explicit, just enough to make a point. She was testing him. Drex's expression did not change. He gave her a casual glance, then focused on the paperwork as though nothing else in the room existed. That response made Natasha pause. Most men reacted. Most pretended not to. Drex did neither. Was this an act? A calculated retreat? Some kind of game? No. Natasha had been in the field long enough to read micro-expressions the way other people read headlines. She could tell Drex genuinely was not interested. He lifted one of the files and used it as a shield between them, giving himself a convenient excuse not to meet her eyes directly while still taking the full measure of the view she was offering. She stayed where she was, waiting for orders, though part of her was clearly looking for another opening. The file she had brought over was not especially important. It did, however, contain several developments worth noting. One of them was the new AIDS cure developed by Blade Tech Industries. That single breakthrough had detonated half the biotech world. Years of research and hundreds of billions of dollars had vanished into smoke. Private labs and government-backed institutes alike had poured money into the problem, only for Drex Valen to solve it outright. Investors were furious. Some were terrified. A few were already trying to figure out whom to blame for the disaster. How had all that funding produced nothing? How had Blade Tech Industries succeeded so cleanly, so quickly? The people who had dedicated their lives to AIDS research were hit even harder. They had spent years, money, and youth chasing a result they could now watch someone else deliver in a fraction of the time. Some tried to hold out hope. Then the investors pulled out. And without funding, hope became a luxury. A few of the researchers considered smearing the cure, claiming the tests were flawed or the drug had dangerous side effects. It did not matter. The cure worked. It had already reached the market and healed hundreds, maybe thousands of AIDS patients. People infected through childbirth, transfusions, inherited transmission, cases that had felt like a death sentence, were now looking at Blade Tech Industries as if it had dragged them back from the grave. In the process, Drex himself had become a target. D had received word that a bounty had been posted in the underworld. $200 billion. A number so absurd that it made every assassin and mercenary in the world start salivating. They did not care about human progress. They cared about money. What happened if they killed the genius of the century? What did that matter to them? For now, large numbers of unidentified people had entered the United States. Their target was obvious. Drex Valen. Drex only laughed when he heard it. The Black Queen did a deeper search and found the truth. Most of the bounty money had been raised by researchers whose own funding had been cut off by Drex's success. The rest came from people in the same industry who had also lost their path forward. They were not really hunting him out of hatred. Mostly, they were bitter that they had been born into the wrong era and reduced to background noise in someone else's spotlight. Drex had the Black Queen contact them anyway. Those were the kind of people he wanted. Serious researchers. People with actual scientific discipline. Blade Tech Industries was growing fast, and it had more than enough money to support them. Their previous work would not go to waste either. There was still more to study. Drex had no intention of letting the world become dependent on vampire viruses, biotechnology accidents, or one-off miracles for every cure. Science had to be broad, systemic. A field could not call itself science if it could not be reproduced. The next matter was the attempt to acquire YouTube and Twitter. As expected, both offers had been rejected. Drex considered that for a moment, then decided to build his own platform instead. He also turned his attention to the Daily Bugle, where Peter Parker worked. A news organization had real value in America. The problem was that the owner refused to sell. That surprised Drex a little. Given the man's reputation for being miserly, Drex had assumed he would leap at the chance to unload it for a good price. Strange. He would deal with that later. For the moment, there was another problem. Outside the Blade Tech Industries tower, a convoy had just rolled to a stop and smiled like wolves that had found a fence worth biting through. At the front entrance, the security guard was still staring down at an adult magazine and enjoying the view of some young model when one of the vehicle doors suddenly swung open. A man in a black bulletproof vest and a balaclava stepped out, carrying an RPG. The guard's eyes bulged. Chapter 55. The rocket slammed into the gate and blew it apart. The security guard was thrown backward, badly wounded, skidding across the floor in a heap as the mercenaries from the other vehicles piled out and stormed straight into Blade Tech Industries. Natasha Romanoff flinched at the blast. See, the middle of the city. Did these people have a death wish? Drex Valen calmly pulled up the surveillance feed and watched the attackers in tactical gear, rifles up and moving with ugly purpose. So that was it. He had half expected a package delivery, a bomb hidden inside it. This was almost disappointingly direct. Natasha immediately contacted her superior. Nick Fury picked up at once, and even he sounded caught off guard by how reckless the assault was. These mercenaries were really willing to gamble their lives for money. Natalie, keep Drex Valen safe. The company's got 50 war machines inside. That should hold until the police and military arrive. The order came fast. Whatever Fury thought of Drex Valen, whatever suspicions still lingered about Tony Stark, that all changed after the AIDS cure. The man had become too valuable to lose. A genius like that did not come along once in a generation. He came along once in a century, maybe once in human history. Someone like Drex might uncover the secret of aging. He might cure cancer. He might solve every disease that had ever haunted mankind. In practical terms, his value is almost impossible to measure. Anyone who moved against him would be moving against human interests themselves. The military response was swift. Helicopters roared in almost immediately. And the war machines Drex had transferred to the United States were already on the move too. Every unit not currently deployed elsewhere rushed back to the tower. The B soldiers in security suits climbed into the war machines, and the first wave of mercenaries was shredded before they even got their bearings. The war machines inside Blade Tech Industries were effectively upgraded versions of the original design. Mounted on the right shoulder was an automatic machine gun, linked to an assist system that locked onto targets and fired rounds capable of punching through 20 millimeters of standard steel. On the back sat an enlarged ammunition pack. The left shoulder carried a missile pod loaded with silver-coated warheads. Those rockets used a new chemical payload. One missile, about the size of a finger, could blow apart a tank. The chemical reaction inside it produced intense fire in seconds, hot enough to melt titanium alloy. Then there was the chest. 2 armor plates split open, revealing more missiles inside. These ones had gold-painted tips, even more powerful, built specifically for demolishing hardened structures. The war machine's firepower was brutal, and the mercenaries were quickly pinned down. Then came a blast. One war machine's head suddenly exploded, the impact rocking the heavy frame backward. A mercenary with an anti-material sniper rifle smirked. War machines were tough. Most weapons bounced off them, but that was an armor-piercing explosive round fired from an anti-material platform. One shot, one kill. That was how it was supposed to work. Except the machine he'd just dropped began to rise again. Its left shoulder pod lifted open. A silver missile shot out with a shriek. The mercenary dove and rolled with his rifle clutched tight, expecting the missile to smash into the wall. It did not. The warhead curved beautifully through the air, guided with savage precision, and slammed straight into him. By the time the blast faded, there was nothing left of the mercenary worth finding. The beast soldier muttered a curse under his breath. Good thing the company's war machines had subkryptonite coating. If they had been using standard armor, that sniper shot would have taken a head clean off. Ordinary war machines were made of steel alloy. Drex's version was not ordinary. Every surface had been treated with a secondary kryptonite coating, pushing the defense higher by several brutal degrees. A Barrett, round with armor-piercing explosive payload, might leave a 10-millimeter dent in the armor. That was all. A hit anywhere else could be ignored. But the head was different. The head was a weakness. That was why the B soldier had answered with a silver missile, just to make a point. By then, the American helicopters and the military war machines had arrived. They pushed in immediately, but the mercenaries at the front gate opened fire and dropped several soldiers before they could advance. After that, the war machines took the lead. The troops fell in behind them and used the armored frames as cover, popping out only long enough to return fire. The war machines had no such problem. 7mm M2 HB heavy machine gun, a vehicle-mounted monster. The thunder of sustained fire shook the building. More than a dozen war machines opened up while advancing. Blade Tech Industries had excellent construction materials, or the structure would have been shredded outright. Even the M2HB rounds barely left any visible damage. Without that reinforcement, the barricades would have been punched through and everyone behind them would already be dead. Then another blast echoed through the corridor. One war machine's head detonated, a massive hole blown clean through the armor. The machine toppled backward and hit the floor hard. Fall back. The other war machines reacted instantly, scattering to avoid becoming easy targets. Fortunately, they were not slow, clumsy tanks. Not with enough power. With sufficient energy, war machines were more agile than people and much faster on their feet. Their weaknesses had already been studied. Normal heavy weapons could not do much to the steel alloy shell, but humans were experts at killing each other, and there was no shortage of anti-armor solutions. Armor-piercing explosive rounds were the usual answer. Some lunatics even used depleted uranium. Once their lives were on the line, the war machines grew meaner. One unit grabbed a weapons crate from a logistics team and ripped it open. Inside were specially modified rocket launchers. Outside, a mercenary chewed on gum and waited. Nothing was happening. He smirked. Va machines. In a narrow corridor like this, set up a sniper rifle, and they would be too scared to show their heads. Then movement flashed outside. A war machine peeked out. The mercenary's eyes widened when he saw what it was holding. He tried to raise his rifle and stop it. Too slow. The war machine fired first, launching 2 rockets in quick succession. With laser guidance assisting the trajectory, there was no chance of missing. The warheads also carried an enlarged blast radius. The mercenary abandoned his rifle and tried to run. He made it only a few steps. The explosions hit behind him and hurled him forward like a rag doll. His organs were crushed by the shockwave before he even finished flying through the air. By the time he hit the ground, he was already dead. The fireball and heat that followed were just insult layered on top of corpse duty. From her office, Natasha Romanoff watched the surveillance feed Drex had opened. She had now seen enough to understand the full combat power of Blade Tech Industries. What she did not know was that Drex had not even deployed his automated mechanical troops yet. Chapter 5656. If the automated combat drones joined the fight, the whole assault would end in an instant. But the mercenaries had given Drex Valen something better, a chance to show his own hand. He had been thinking about the same thing for a while now. When exactly should he make a proper entrance in powered armor? Now, apparently, Drex led her toward a metal corridor. Natalie's pulse ticked up immediately. A new hire like her, and he was bringing her this far into company facilities already? That had to mean she was being trusted with major secrets. Or maybe Drex Valen was simply worried about her safety and wanted to get her behind the reinforced door. That metal barrier looked more than secure enough for that kind of thing. Then she saw him stop in front of it. The door shifted open to reveal a biometric lock system. A scan. Mouth scan. No wonder she had not been able to find a visible keypad or access panel. This thing was far more advanced than it looked. Drex walked through first. Natalie followed quickly behind him. Inside was a massive chamber, broad and clean, and lined with war machines arranged in rows. It looked like a warehouse full of armored suits. A deliberate decoy, clearly meant to mislead anyone who managed to get this far. And for a second, it worked on her too. Drex crossed the room and stepped onto a black platform. At his call, the platform lit up. From its surface, a liquid like metal flowed upward around his feet, then climbed his legs, his torso, his arms, sealing over him piece by piece until it covered his entire body. When the transformation was complete, the metal hardened into a full suit of armor. Natalie stared. The reaction made sense. For someone whose life had already included enough strange things to make most people's heads spin, this still pushed the boundary of what felt possible in a single breath. The armor's silhouette was sleek and streamlined, almost minimalist, but the reinforced joints and layered plating gave it a brutal sense of force. The overlapping metal segments were not just protective. They were beautiful in a sharp, predatory way. Then the helmet formed. Two external earpieces extended backward and connected into the nanometal frame, giving the entire design an unmistakably futuristic edge. The strange-looking helm joined into the neck guard, then tapered down into a reinforced jawline and chin piece. The outer color of the armor began to shift. The primary plating darkened into pure black. That change came from the nanometal altering its molecular color properties. A moment later, gold tracery surfaced across the heavy shoulder armor, lines of metallic brilliance cutting through the darkness like veins of fire. In seconds, the entire suit had transformed. What had looked like a highly mechanical nanotechnology shell now felt something else entirely. Dark, commanding, like a weapon that had stepped out of the shadows and decided to stay there. The armor was built from nanomachines. After acquiring several hundred tons of vibranium, Drex had the resources to indulge in serious research. With the Black Queen's assistance, he had completed the development of nanotech and manufactured the machines himself. They were all under the Black Queen's control and possessed both adaptive transformation and formidable defensive capability. Using vibranium data, along with global alloy and metal composition records, the Black Queen had run enough calculations to produce a material stronger than secondary kryptonite and stronger than A-grade kryptonite as well. That alloy became the primary structure of the nanomachines. It was a shame the Solar God armor and the War God armor could no longer be deconstructed for parts. If they had been, and if their original kryptonite had been fused into the process, the result might have been even stronger. The Black Queen's cold voice filled the chamber. That was when Natalie learned the name of the suit. And, honestly, it looked nothing like a mass-produced war machine. Drex guided Natalie out of the chamber. Whatever little devices she had, secretly dropped along the way, were already being recovered and destroyed by nanomachines sent out under the Black Queen's control. The moment Drex Valen emerged in the Dark Knight armor, he ran straight into a mercenary squad. One of them shouted and opened fire at once. The bullets slammed into the armor. It made no difference. The alloy strength of the Dark Knight suit was so high that even vibranium was outclassed by it. The rounds left no visible mark, not even on the black surface that looked almost painted on. Drex raised one hand and fired a blue energy beam. The beam was not truly light. It was condensed energy particles traveling in a focused stream, which made it look like a laser to the naked eye, even if it moved a little slower than actual light. The result was still devastating. No blood, no dramatic spray, just instant vaporization. The beam passed through the heads of the first two mercenaries, converting them into the most basic molecular remnants. A stray edge of the blast swept onward and evaporated the left hand of the man behind them. The two headless bodies stood for half a second longer before their necks charged shut under the heat. Blood never got the chance to spurt. From a distance, they looked like mannequins with their heads removed. Natalie, still following behind him, frowned when she saw the weapon's power. The energy cannon built into Drex Valen's palm was far more destructive than the one on a standard war machine. Then she saw him extend one finger. A red glow ignited at the fingertip. A series of crimson laser beams fired out at terrifying speed, punching through the mercenaries and slicing straight through their body armor, as though it were paper. The holes they left were large enough to fit a ping-pong ball through. Every finger on the Dark Knight suit could fire these high-penetration lasers. With the output boosted, the same beams could even cut. The Dark Knight moved down the corridor like a rolling execution. The mercenaries fought back with everything they had. Rifles, heavy weapons, even RPGs, which in a sealed corridor like this was basically suicide with extra steps. One mercenary spotted the black armor striding toward them. It resembled a war machine at first glance, but the details were wrong. Too refined, too dangerous. Then the suit raised its hand. Drex's voice came through the armor. The forearm plating shifted immediately, nanomachines reassembling into a pre-designed shape. A spiraling stream of flame burst out a second later, blasting forward for more than 100 meters. The mercenaries caught in it screamed as they turned to ash. The corridor's sprinkler system activated at once. dousing the hall with heavy spray in an attempt to kill the fire. Drex watched the steam rise and nodded once. He sounded satisfied. So far, most of the weapons he had designed had already been tested. Now it was time to switch to kill mode. Nanomachines surged across his forearm again and reassembled into a proper long blade. High-frequency vibration ran through the edge, making it lethal enough to cut through anything in its path. Even vibranium would be severed cleanly. Then Natalie saw the back of the suit open. A line of thrusters emerged. They ignited with blue fire, flaring out like brilliant wings of light behind him. The acceleration was immediate. The dark night blurred forward in a single violent burst, closing the distance to the mercenaries before they could even react. Blade flashes followed. Steel, armor, flesh, all of it split apart in a shower of motion and ruin. It was less a fight than a slaughter. Chapter 57:57. The mercenaries' rifles split apart along with their bodies. Clean cuts, smooth enough to look machine-made. Once the Dark Knight armor entered the battlefield, the fight ended quickly. Cleaning up afterward was the difficult part. War machines sealed off the scene while reporters flooded the surrounding streets, only to be stopped outside the perimeter. No one in the military or police wanted the media getting unrestricted footage of what had happened inside Blade Tech Industries. Surprisingly, the reporters behaved themselves, mostly because the authorities were acting very differently than usual. Nick Fury received Natasha Romanoff's footage and intelligence report on Drex Valen's new armor almost immediately. After watching the recording, Fury fell into silence. The machine called the Dark Knight was vastly more advanced than the standard war machines. In pure combat capability, it could probably overwhelm hundreds of soldiers by itself. That part did not surprise Fury. Drex Valen inventing terrifying military technology was practically expected at this point. What concerned him was why Drex had developed it. That question bothered Fury more than the armor itself. Suspicion lingered in the back of his mind. For now, though, protecting Drex remained the top priority. The mercenary assault had infuriated the American government. They already knew about the underworld bounty placed on Drex Valen, but the scale of the attack raised far uglier questions. How had heavily armed mercenaries entered the country so easily? How were they carrying American-made weapons in that quantity? Someone on the inside had clearly helped them. The investigation moved fast. Military officers connected to the attack were identified almost immediately. Then things got strange. Every single one of them died. Some committed suicide. The others died in accidents. One man was electrocuted after a leak supposedly reached the bathroom floor while he was using the toilet. Another slipped down a staircase and broke his neck. Individually, the incidents sounded ordinary. Together? Not even remotely. The Black Queen intercepted the classified reports and forwarded them directly to Drex. The moment he saw the pattern, he already knew who was behind the attack. Hydra. The only strange part was that the North American branch had not sent any warning signs beforehand. After all, the 100 war machines Drex had distributed to champion Bucky Barnes through the underground fighting circuit had already been activated by Hydra's cells that had exposed several of Hydra's hidden bases throughout North America. Blade Tech Industries had quietly tracked those locations and abducted the exposed Hydra operatives one by one for Drex's own brand of mental conditioning. So if Hydra was attacking now, then it probably was not the North American faction. Hydra had many heads. Madame Viper in Japan, Barons in Britain, Alexander Pierce in North America. If another branch had set its sights on Drex Valen, that made perfect sense. At this point, his influence was impossible to ignore. Blade Tech Industries did not attempt to suppress news of the assault. Instead, Drex held a press conference himself. "I'm deeply concerned about America's security situation," Drex said coldly before a wall of cameras. See, a heavily armed group walked into the city carrying Barrett rifles, automatic weapons, and RPGs, then opened fire in broad daylight. He paused, letting the silence sharpen. The statement hit hard. The government did not particularly care about public opinion, but corporations did. And when a man like Drex Valen started openly questioning whether tax money was producing competent protection, plenty of wealthy people suddenly became interested in the conversation. The government quickly organized its own press conference in response. Officials expressed deep regret over the terrorist attack and promised compensation for all damages suffered by Blade Tech Industries. They also vowed to strengthen security measures, more patrols in wealthy districts, expanded controlled zones, tighter screening policies, the usual things. Once the compensation package arrived, Drex lost interest in pushing the matter further. Dragging it out served no purpose. The government had effectively paid him an enormous amount of reassurance money to calm his dissatisfaction. They also promised to establish a dedicated task force to investigate the bounty placed on him and identify whoever issued it. At the same time, interest in the Dark Knight armor exploded. Nick Fury himself attempted to approach Drex quietly to ask questions about it. He did not even make it inside. The Beast soldiers had fully taken over Blade Tech Industries' security operations. They did not care about badges, or identities, or federal agencies. Fury could have walked in wearing an FBI jacket and still gotten stopped at the door. As for the Dark Knight itself, Drex's answer was simple. According to him, it was a personal modification project based on the War Machine platform. Maybe he would sell it someday, after replacing it with something better. Maybe. The military offered astronomical prices anyway. Drex refused all of them. At this point, he already had more money than he could reasonably spend. He could do the same thing Tony Stark used to do, buy entire buildings just to demolish them for fun. News of the assassination attempt spread rapidly across the globe. Before long, multiple countries reached out with invitations and promises. Their nations were safe. Their security was reliable. Drex Valen would never need to fear another attack under their protection. Drex ignored all of them. He was busy with something much more interesting. From samples taken from several underground fighters, he had discovered a strange genetic sequence. It resembled the X gene found in mutants, but it was different. And in Marvel's Earth, strange genetics almost never appeared by accident. Humanity had been experimented on constantly throughout history. The Kree had conducted biological research on Earth long before modern civilization existed, attempting to engineer powerful living weapons. Then there were the Celestials, and countless other ancient forces running their own bizarre projects, which led Drex to one conclusion. The gene sequence might belong to the Inhumans. Millions of years ago, during the war between the Kree and the Skrulls, the Kree established research stations throughout the solar system. At some point, they became fascinated by the genetic potential of early humanity. So they experimented on primitive humans. The purpose was twofold. First, to study methods of overcoming the stagnation of Kree evolution. Second, to create powerful mutant soldiers for war. Eventually, they succeeded. They created a race of humanoids with extraordinary latent abilities. Then, for reasons still unclear, the Kree abandoned the project entirely. That abandoned race became the Inhumans. Over time, they developed their own isolated civilization and advanced technology far beyond ordinary human society. Through exposure to Terrigen Mist, they awakened unique superpowers. But the process also damaged and distorted their genetics in unpredictable ways. Drex studied the genetic data in silence. A slow smile appeared beneath the glow of his monitors. Now this was interesting. Chapter 5858. After further research, Drex Valen quickly confirmed his suspicion. The genetic sequence really did belong to the Inhumans. The genes themselves were dormant, locked in an inactive state due to the absence of a critical catalyst. Terrigen Mist. Drex leaned back thoughtfully. Compared to mutants, whose powers were chaotic and difficult to predict, Inhumans were far easier to control as a superhuman population, and their upper limits were terrifying. Black Bolt alone proved that. Still not enough. After a moment of thought, Drex called Ord. Not long afterward, Blade Tech Industries purchased and constructed 20 private hospitals across the United States. Officially, it was presented as a public service initiative, a contribution to improving America's medical system. Drex also announced that all 20 hospitals would provide completely free physical examinations for 1 full year. The hospitals were spread across New York, Los Angeles, Boston, and several other major cities. And they were not small facilities either. These were large-scale medical centers. The announcement exploded in popularity almost immediately. Given Drex Valen's reputation in medicine, many Americans believe his hospitals might genuinely offer better health care than existing institutions. 2 months later, Drex had harvested an enormous amount of biological data. From nearly 19 million collected samples, he identified over 1,000 distinct mutant genes and close to 20,000 varieties of inhuman genetic markers. Even after removing duplicate gene types, the number was staggering. The mutant genes all remained dormant. They resembled ancient fragments buried deep inside human DNA, sleeping quietly beneath the surface. But Drex had a feeling. If he intervened properly, he could activate them. He could force mutants into existence. Still, after considering the risks, he temporarily shelved the mutant gene project. Inhuman genes were safer. With the Black Queen assisting in mathematical modeling and running simulations against standardized human biological templates, the projected failure rate fell to around 10%. That remaining 10% came from reality itself. Real human bodies were not perfect equations. Unexpected mutations could happen at any time. Then the Black Queen halted the simulations entirely. A critical component was still missing. Without it, the experiments could not proceed. Every inhuman gene remained lifeless and inert. A dead ocean. Drex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If the Inhumans truly depended completely on Terrigen Mist, then what happened if the Terrigen source disappeared one day? Would the species eventually go extinct? In the films, Quake had detonated Terrigen crystals above New York, awakening dormant inhuman genes hidden among ordinary humans. But with Drex around, that scenario was never happening. "Give me some Terrigen crystals," he said calmly. He remembered that Terrigen Mist was lethally toxic to mutants. If mutants ever emerged in large numbers, that interaction would become extremely useful. Preparation mattered. Like Batman, never fight a battle without a contingency plan. Maybe I should also send people to Egypt and see if they can dig up Apocalypse. Drex considered the idea carefully. If they failed to find Apocalypse, that was fine. If they succeeded, even better. A sleeping Apocalypse sounded wonderfully manageable. World Serpent's forces were growing larger by the day, but their upper combat limits still disappointed him. Even the strongest Hyper-B soldier, Bucky Barnes in his Ashura Rhino Beetle form, could only exchange blows with the Hulk for a short time before getting crushed once Banner's rage escalated far enough. Mutant genes. Drex looked over the 1,000+ unique mutant sequences they had collected. Tempting. Very tempting. The question was whether he was opening Pandora's box or reaching for a golden apple. Unfortunately, Drex had never possessed anything resembling restraint when it came to scientific curiosity. The Mutant Gene Project began. Immediately, the results came quickly and predictably. Unlike the inhuman genes, mutant genes reacted aggressively during simulation. After only 2 rounds of Black Queen analysis, huge portions of the catalog were discarded outright. Many mutations were useless. Some caused scales to grow across the body. Others altered height randomly. One transformed hands into fishtails. The Black Queen logged every failed sequence, so similar genes could be rejected instantly in the future. The truth was that the number of mutants in Marvel's world was absurdly high. The Genosha Massacre alone had claimed 16 million mutant lives. But most people only ever saw the top fraction of percent. The elites. The truly powerful mutants. Most mutant abilities were weak, inconvenient, or outright harmful. The X-Men and Magneto's Brotherhood represented the absolute best among them. The rest? Many could barely survive ordinary life. So while 1,000 mutant genes sounded impressive, the number of genuinely useful ones was actually very small. Once the simulations were complete, Drex moved to live testing. human experimentation began. The test subjects were easy to acquire. Beast soldiers simply abducted people from places no one cared about. The Golden Triangle, black market districts in Brooklyn, Middle Eastern war zones. Human trash disappeared all the time. To avoid accidents, Drex implanted his own psychic wave into every test subject's brain. If anything went wrong, he could detonate the mental imprint instantly. Even a mutant on Professor X's level would not survive that kind of attack, once it was already embedded directly inside the brain itself. Resistance would become meaningless. The experimental results were poor. Even after filtering out the obviously defective genes during simulation, most live mutations still failed catastrophically. The test subjects twisted into malformed creatures and screamed endlessly from hospital beds. But there were successes. One subject transformed into something very similar to Colossus. Through detailed examination, Drex discovered the subject's entire body had converted into a metallic biological structure resembling steel, though far stronger and more resilient. When transformed, the subject's internal organs effectively disappeared, replaced entirely by the living metal. His body mass jumped from 80 kilograms to nearly 200. Under Drex's psychic control, the mutant obediently cooperated with every test. His physical strength was enormous. He could lift roughly 50 tons, enough to wrestle Loki head-on. And despite Loki's appearance as a fragile spellcaster, the Asgardian god was monstrously strong in direct combat, capable of lifting around 50 tons himself, far beyond Spider-Man. The biological metal's durability surprised even Drex. It tolerated temperatures up to 9,000 degrees Celsius. 7mm weapon could not damage it at all. A very successful mutation. Drex immediately injected the same mutant gene into one of his larger beast soldiers. The result was even better, but the beast soldier became a true colossus. His strength increased further, reaching roughly 70 tons. Aside from thermal resistance remaining unchanged, his defensive power climbed to absurd levels. Even tank shells could no longer harm him. Drex stared at the data with growing interest. Now this was progress. Chapter 59:59. Unfortunately, only one beast soldier successfully adapted to the Colossus-style mutant gene. Every other member of World Serpent either suffered catastrophic rejection or showed no reaction at all. Drex Valen refused to believe there could only ever be one Colossus. The more likely explanation was compatibility. Genetic matching rates were simply too low, which meant another layer of biological screening would need to be added. Still, even this single success was remarkable. The beast soldier version of Colossus was likely much stronger than the original mutant himself. Drex had already extracted samples of the biological metal from his body and begun researching ways to reproduce it artificially. Then there was Emil Blonsky. Drex fully intended to turn him into Abomination eventually. A hyper-beast soldier enhanced further with Abomination-level power. That combination should become terrifying, though there was one variable. Blonsky's transformation in the films had been influenced by the excessive amount of super soldier serum already in his system. This version of Blonsky looked roughly the same as the movie incarnation, just older and harder around the edges after spending most of his life crawling through battlefields. So Drex suspected the hyper-beast soldier modifications might alter the final result, possibly dramatically. After instructing Ur to expand the free medical examination campaign into even more countries, she immediately began contacting foreign governments. Meanwhile, Drex's superhuman project discovered another pair of targets. The first major target in the project archives had been Jessica Campbell. Now the Black Queen had identified two more. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. In universes without mutants, Wanda and Pietro's powers were generally treated as abilities awakened by the Mind Stone. At least, that was how the cinematic version worked. That was why Drex had placed them on the target list in the first place. The archive also included other enhanced individuals like Quake. Luke Cage still had not been located, though Drex suspected he might not even have left prison yet. At the moment, Wanda and Pietro were still in Sokovia. They had not yet volunteered for Baron Strucker's experiments. Once Drex gave approval, the Black Queen immediately dispatched Beast soldiers to retrieve them. Using supersonic aircraft secretly developed by Drex, the operatives completed the round trip with absurd speed. National Air Defense Systems never even noticed them. The Beast soldiers took immense pride in the organization's technological superiority. Some of them privately wondered why their boss had not simply conquered the world already. Wanda and Pietro had very little say in the matter. One moment they were in Sokovia. The next, they were standing inside Blade Tech Industries, staring at an absurdly handsome man. His status as the world's largest weapons manufacturer somehow became secondary the instant they saw his face. "Relax," Drex said with a faint smile. Wanda, mentally mature far beyond her age, immediately blushed. Pietro had no such reaction. "You had us kidnapped," Pietro said flatly. "Pietro," Wanda whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Partly out of worry, partly because she did not want him sounding so aggressive. "It's fine," Drex said casually. "I just want you two to join my company." After that, he let Ord handle the conversation. Ironically, Pietro became much easier to deal with once she entered the room. Ord herself was deeply confused. Why exactly had Drex brought back two underage Sokovian teenagers? Was this some type of personal preference? To be fair, Wanda was already strikingly beautiful, even younger than the version most people would later know. Still, she noticed something strange. Drex's gaze never lingered on her for very long. Apparently, she simply was not his type. Drex clearly preferred mature women, elegant older women, dangerous women with curves sharp enough to start wars. Wanda, at the moment, was still too young. Probably underfed, too. After talking for a while, the twins realized Drex did not seem openly hostile. The abduction was still deeply suspicious, but after a full medical examination, he simply handed them over to Ord to arrange American citizenship paperwork and school enrollment. The whole thing felt unreal. Did people like this actually exist? And if they did, why help them specifically? Drex, meanwhile, had already rushed into the laboratory with their genetic samples. Dr. Connors assisted him from the side. At this point, the scientist was honestly horrified by Drex's growth speed. When they first met, Drex had barely qualified as a laboratory assistant, not even a frontline one. A few days later, Connors found himself struggling just to keep up while assisting Drex instead. And every single time, Drex somehow produced biological samples that completely shattered his understanding of genetics. Even the bee soldiers were beginning to drift far outside the limits of earthly biology. After analyzing Wanda and Pietro's DNA, Drex discovered something unexpected. They did not possess mutant genes. Instead, they carried yet another entirely unfamiliar genetic structure. Drex muttered. At this point, Earth probably also had Skrulls and Asgardians walking around somewhere. Maybe he could collect samples from them too eventually. At the same time, Drex had already begun researching cloning technology. Progress was coming quickly. The initial blueprints were already complete and handed over to the Black Queen for construction. The field reporter shouted into the camera while crouching behind a vehicle. Bank robbers are in an active firefight with the police. Their firepower is insane. The reporter from New York Daily News was risking his life for the live broadcast, mostly because his editor had promised him 3 extra months of salary if he landed this exclusive. And the Daily Bugle had sent reporters too. Apparently, if those lunatics working under J. Jonah Jameson could risk getting shot for a headline, everyone else felt obligated to compete. Police officers hid behind patrol cars while automatic rifle fire tore chunks out of the street around them. The robbers were absurdly well-armed. 62mm assault rifles. One giant of a man wielded an AA-12 automatic shotgun, blasting away so violently that even hiding behind police vehicles no longer felt safe. Several officers were already dead. Others were bleeding on the pavement. The gang had come from South Africa. Their goal was simple: steal $50 million from the bank and disappear forever. At the height of the chaos, someone suddenly noticed a streak of fire descending from the sky. At first, it looked like a missile. Then people realized it was a man. A black armored figure dropped toward the battlefield, trailing rocket-like exhaust behind him. The armor was smooth and dark as polished obsidian. A war machine. No, something else. Across the chest, engraved into the armor itself, were 2 words. Dark Knight. The robbers did not waste time analyzing details. The moment they saw armored military hardware approaching, they immediately aimed their weapons at it. Drex Valen landed heavily on the street. A black cape extended from the armor's shoulders, billowing behind him in the wind. Then he started walking toward the gunman. Chapter 6060. The bullets hit Drex Valen and ricocheted harmlessly away. One of the return rounds spun back and punched straight through a robber's skull. Drex drove his fist into another gunman. The impact was so absolute that the man died before he even finished reacting. His internal organs were crushed in an instant, his spine shattered into useless fragments, and his body stopped obeying him before he hit the ground. For a first public appearance as the Dark Knight, Drex decided he ought to avoid anything too gruesome. He had already studied enough footage from the underground KOF tournament to know how to kill fast and clean. A blur of motion carried him behind 2 of the gunmen. He lifted 2 fingers and tapped the back of their heads near the cerebellum. Both men immediately collapsed, convulsing like puppets with their strings cut, their bodies trembling hard enough to look almost pathetic before they hit the pavement. The surrounding civilians, who had been panicking a moment ago, began to calm down. The police found their courage too, pushing out from cover to return fire. By then, Drex had already cleared the rest of the robbers with ruthless efficiency. The officers were unsure how to approach someone like this. They had never really dealt with a vigilante or a superhero before, and the armor itself looked far too advanced to be a normal war machine. "I'm Drex Valen," Drex said. "This is my war machine, the Dark Knight." He revealed his identity, then opened the faceplate of the helmet. The handsome face beneath it was instantly recognizable across the United States. By now, Drex Valen was already considered one of the most attractive men in America. A moment later, he took off into the sky. The reporters from the Daily News and the Daily Bugle stared after him with open frustration, wishing they had been faster, wishing they had gotten the shot, wishing they had been the ones to capture the story instead of watching it vanish overhead. Drex had staged the whole thing on purpose. A public image mattered. Ord had already followed his instructions and established a newspaper for him. Drex had given it the deliberately grandiose name Planet Daily, complete with the massive orbital logo, a stylized iron sphere framed like a planet. If he managed his reputation properly, he would be standing on solid ground no matter what happened next. Just as importantly, he wanted his enemies to believe his strength came entirely from the Dark Knight armor, from a machine powerful enough to fly and cut through anything. That was useful too, but the real goal was bigger than image control. Drex wanted to start an era, the age of superheroes. As the owner's paper, Planet Daily naturally received the first high-resolution photos of the Dark Knight. The Black Queen had captured every angle perfectly, in a way no ordinary photographer ever could. Beneath the sleek, close-fitting armor, Drex's powerful frame was visible in every contour. Broad shoulders, dense muscle, explosive definition. The suit looked less like a machine and more like a sculpture of force. He made Michelangelo's David look underdressed. Most women in America were instantly swept up by the image. In an absurdly short time, Drex Valen became the man every teenage girl, glamorous older woman, and married housewife in the country secretly wanted to spend a night with. That had basically already been true before. But this was the first time the public had seen him like this, armored, statuesque, and carrying the kind of cold, high-status beauty that made him look like he had stepped out of a different league entirely. With his slicked-back blue-black hair and his faintly aloof expression, calling him the nation's ideal man was almost an understatement. The headlines spread like wildfire. The Dark Knight, the greatest genius in human history, Drex Valen. He put on armor and became a superhero. Genius and hero. Is Drex Valen also exposing the failures of America's security system? The world needed a hero, and he stepped forward. A complete analysis of the differences between the Dark Knight and other war machines. NYPD says New York is fine, America is fine, and we do not need a genius acting like a hero. Planet Daily ran praise after praise, while the other outlets scrambled to keep up. Some follow the same angle. Others try to criticize him for personal heroism, as though that were a bad thing in a country that practically worshipped the concept when it looked good enough on a movie poster. But they had a problem. They had no photos of the Dark Knight, no visual hook, no angle strong enough to compete. Their sales were crushed. Planet Daily dominated the market because the story had hit directly into the sweet spot of American fantasy. Become the hero. Save the world. Fight evil. Restore justice. America needed heroes. Nick Fury and the other power players in the country were all getting headaches. Why couldn't Drex just stay a scientist? Why come out swinging as a superhero? The Dark Knight armor was powerful, yes. That was exactly the problem. It was dangerous. Drex Valen was still a young man who clearly liked the spotlight, and at this point he was proving to be more reckless than Tony Stark ever was. At least Stark did not run around in a suit of steel trying to save the world. That was supposed to be the police's job, the military's job. A move like this undermined the authority of both. Nick Fury had no choice but to contact Natasha Romanoff. Natasha had been buried under work when a message came through. For a second, she almost forgot that her actual mission was to get close to Drex Valen and gather intelligence, not to function as his perfect executive assistant. The problem was that Drex's mind worked like a storm. He kept changing direction. Everyone assumed he would focus on cancer research next. Instead, he suddenly bought up private hospitals. That alone had been exhausting. Natasha and Ord had run back and forth handling paperwork and logistics until they were nearly dead on their feet. Then Drex decided he wanted to launch a news company. Fine. They managed that too, only for him to immediately pivot again and order them to recruit IT talent because he wanted to build a platform like YouTube or Twitter. At this point, Natasha's entire life had become paperwork, phone calls, and constant movement with no time to breathe. It's bad, she said with a tired exhale. He has absolutely no interest in me. Fury frowned. That did not make sense. Natasha Romanoff usually had men wrapped around her finger. If Drex was not interested in women and cared more about research, then what was Ord supposed to be? The woman at his side was beautiful, sharply dressed, and very much not subtle. He might just not like my type, Natasha added. You should probably send someone like Ord instead. She sounded exhausted more than offended. Blade Tech Industries paid her better than any government job ever had. Drex Valen also handed out raises whenever he felt like it, and if someone performed well, he increased their salary immediately. He was, by all practical standards, one of the most generous employers alive. Still, the workload was brutal. Natasha Romanoff was starting to feel it in her bones. Chapter 61. Boss, congratulations. Ord placed a stack of documents onto Drex Valen's desk. Drex looked up. Her fitted black office skirt hugged her curves tightly, the sharp line of her long legs almost glaring beneath the office lights. Despite her professional expression, he caught the edge hidden beneath her words. He shrugged. Ord crossed her arms. There was obvious concern behind her tone. She didn't approve of what he'd done yesterday. Not even a little. Drex leaned back in his chair. Relax, Ord. Her lips parted slightly, like she wanted to argue back. In the end, though, she swallowed it. That was all she said. More than 5 months later, Blade Technology Industries officially completed construction on its Los Angeles branch. Drex relocated there almost immediately and turned it into the company's new headquarters. See, office wasn't abandoned, though. It simply became a secondary branch office. Not that Blade Technology Industries had many employees to begin with. Still, there was good news. Tony Stark had been missing for far too long, and the public had essentially accepted him as dead. Stark Industries' stock price had been spiraling downward for weeks. Obadiah Stane had exhausted every method available to stabilize the situation, but nothing worked. Confidence in Stark Industries kept collapsing, and employees in the weapons division were beginning to fear for their future. Blade Technology Industries stepped in at exactly the right moment. With aggressive recruitment offers and significantly better compensation packages, they poached a massive portion of Stark Industries' weapons department. A few veterans stayed behind after Obadiah raised salaries and benefits. Many of them had spent decades at Stark Industries and still held emotional loyalty to the company. Besides, even without Tony Stark, Stark Industries could continue profiting from its massive catalog of weapons patents. But the talent Blade Technology Industries acquired was more than enough. Combined with the durable, brutally practical weapon systems designed by Ivan Vanko and his father, Blade Technology Industries expanded into the conventional arms market with terrifying momentum. For Hammer Industries, it was disastrous. Both Stark Industries and Blade Technology Industries had begun aggressively competing for contracts involving standard military weapons and heavy ordnance. Hammer Industries had always survived by scavenging leftovers from Stark Industries. Now there were no leftovers. Anyone with half a brain knew which company's weapons they'd rather buy. Drex had zero interest in Hammer Industries engineers. Its production lines, though, those were valuable. Unfortunately, Justin Hammer hadn't been pushed far enough into desperation yet, which meant he probably wouldn't sell. Not yet. Drex could wait. Wanda and Pietro could barely believe the life they were living now. C felt infinitely more prosperous than Sokovia, and Drex had enrolled them in elite private schools. Public education in America operated on a philosophy of freedom. Students could study if they wanted to, or waste their time if they didn't. Even motivated students often received mediocre education at best. Private schools were different. Those institutions train elites. Smaller classes, better teachers, ruthless standards. They existed to maintain the gap between the wealthy and everyone else. Wanda understood how rare this opportunity was, even if she couldn't fully explain why. She was mature enough to know that nothing in the world came free. Every gift carried a price attached somewhere beneath the surface. She just didn't know what her price would be yet. Pietro adapted much faster. A little too fast. The excitement of a major American city swallowed him whole. See, traffic for fun. He embraced all of it. That morning at school, Wanda overheard her classmates talking excitedly about the Dark Knight and Drex Valen. Curious, she asked a few questions. Only then did she learn that Drex had become some kind of public hero overnight. According to the news, he had helped Brooklyn police stop a violent bank robbery the previous day. Most of the wealthy and middle-class kids at school admired him openly. Very few didn't. That steel armor capable of flying through the sky had burned itself into people's memories. Compared to the superhero comics dominating the shelves, Batman, Superman, the Justice League, all of it suddenly felt less fantastical. Because Drex Valen was real. A real superhuman standing in the middle of reality. After school, Wanda bought a copy of the Daily Planet. Drex's face dominated the front page in full color. The genius billionaire of a new era. The Dark Knight protecting the shadows. The headline was dramatic enough to make her blink twice. Still, the Daily Planet sales were exploding. Public fascination with superheroes had detonated overnight, and Drex sat at the center of it. At that moment, he might have been the hottest figure in global news media. Unfortunately for reporters everywhere, he refused all interviews. Or it had also been intercepting a flood of aspiring models and socialites trying to get close to him. Wanda stared silently at the photograph. Then she reached out and lightly touched the image of Drex's face. Something stirred deep inside her chest. A quiet, dangerous certainty. And in that moment, she made her decision. Inside the newly constructed Los Angeles laboratory, Drex had abandoned most of the elaborate security traps from his earlier facilities. Instead, the entrance featured a far simpler mechanism. A strength tester. Anyone capable of exerting 100 tons of force could open the alloy blast door. Behind it stood his newest creation, the Dark Knight armor. The black cape flowing behind the armor gave it a sharp, intimidating silhouette. Drex had no intention of actually using a cape in combat. It existed purely because it looked cool. Still, the design sparked another idea. Something even better. Funnels. More specifically, the remote weapon systems used by the Strike Freedom Gundam. After extensive redesign work, the Dark Knight's cape transformed into 8 blade-shaped floating cannons mounted across the armor's back. Under normal conditions, they remained attached to the suit and functioned as auxiliary thrusters. Once deployed, however, Drex could control them directly through psionic synchronization. Each drone possessed 2 firing modes. The first was a high-energy laser cannon powerful enough to punch through heavy armor with terrifying force. The second was a rapid-fire plasma barrage mode designed for sustained suppression. Together, the floating cannons could operate independently for up to 10 continuous hours before returning to the armor for recharging. But that wasn't all. Each drone also possessed a melee configuration. Once activated, the floating cannons transformed into high-frequency, vibrating blades. Under Drex's telekinetic control, the system effectively became an 8-sword combat style. And if he personally wielded 2 additional blades, 10 swords, a style that bordered on insanity. Of course, nobody except Drex could realistically operate something like that. Controlling 8 or even 10 weapons simultaneously demanded a brain powerful enough to divide focus into multiple streams at once. For anyone else, it would be impossible. Chapter 62-62. Just because Drex Valen had become the Dark Knight didn't mean he planned to spend every night flying around saving the world. He wasn't that bored. Most of the time, he only appeared for publicity or when law enforcement hit a situation they genuinely couldn't handle. With the Daily Planet aggressively promoting him and the Black Queen quietly controlling public opinion online, criticism against the Dark Knight barely existed anymore. Negative comments vanished seconds after appearing. Smear campaigns across YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram were systematically dismantled. At the same time, the Black Queen staged fake cyber attacks against those platform servers, creating opportunities for her own network to grow. Its name was Spiderweb, a single platform that combined the functions of Twitter, WhatsApp, Discord, TikTok, and YouTube into one ecosystem. Social media, messaging, video sharing, streaming, Fulham, everything. And because it came from Blade Technology Industries, public trust arrived surprisingly fast. Most people who used it loved it. As a result, genuine criticism of the Dark Knight had become almost impossible to find online. The only major outlet still attacking Drex regularly was the Daily Bugle. Drex knew exactly what kind of man ran that paper, so he didn't pay much attention to it. What interested him more was DC Comics. Out of curiosity, he personally visited the company and discovered something strange. Batman comics already existed, but Superman, Flash, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, Green Lantern, Green Arrow, none of them had appeared yet. Drex wasn't sure whether that was a good sign or a very bad one. Still, the Black Queen soon uncovered something far more important. The Life Foundation's spacecraft crash resulted in only one confirmed survivor. The Foundation's next rocket launch has already been prepared. The moment Drex heard the name Life Foundation, his expression changed. Venom. That entire storyline revolved around alien symbiotes carried back to Earth aboard a spacecraft. What made it even funnier was John Jameson himself. His father was the owner of the Daily Bugle, meaning the astronaut who survived the crash was also the man who, at one point, stole Peter Parker's girlfriend. Drex frowned. Still, symbiotes were involved now. There was no chance he'd ignore that. Those things were priceless research material. San Francisco was one of America's major technology hubs, and the Life Foundation stood at the top of that ecosystem. Massive funding, massive facilities, massive public attention, which also meant their secrecy wasn't nearly as airtight as they thought. In the original Venom incident, four symbiotes arrived on Earth. Venom, Riot, Lasher, and Agony. Breaking into the facility turned out to be absurdly easy. As the Dark Knight, Drex simply walked through the front entrance. The security guards were so enthusiastic it almost felt uncomfortable. He barely had time to say anything before they opened the doors themselves and practically invited him inside. Even the guards in the surveillance room came out to shake his hand. "Feel free to look around, Mr. Valen." Drex smiled politely the entire time. Meanwhile, he casually walked straight into one of the facility's highest security laboratories. Inside the sealed research chamber were 2 human test subjects, homeless men taken off the streets by the Life Foundation. One hosted Venom, the other hosted Lasher. The third symbiote, Agony, had already died. The moment Drex approached, both surviving symbiotes became visibly agitated, excited, hungry. Drex felt the same way. From a biological standpoint, symbiotes were practically perfect organisms. Adaptive, resilient, endlessly mutable. They reminded him of xenomorphs. If he could fully understand them, creating something like a super-biological weaponized soldier might become possible. The Black Queen remotely unlocked the containment systems. The instant the restraints disengaged, Venom and Lasher abandoned their human hosts and lunged toward Drex. He had absolutely no intention of letting those things touch him. Cold erupted from his body. A wave of ultra-low temperature energy exploded outward, flooding the chamber with freezing blue mist. The surrounding temperature crashed instantly. Venom and Lasher froze solid midair. Drex caught one in each hand, then walked out with them. 3 alien symbiotes had entered the facility. One was dead. The remaining 2 had just been stolen. By morning, the Life Foundation would descend into complete chaos. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Drex. He was just a passerby. The security guards knew nothing. They'd simply fallen asleep during their shifts. As for the surveillance system, apparently a rat had chewed through the electrical wiring the previous night. The rat itself had unfortunately been electrocuted into charcoal. A tragique accident. Back in his laboratory, Drex sealed both symbiotes inside reinforced transparent containers. The glass had been fused with vibranium. Even the Hulk wouldn't be tearing through it. Black Queen. He hadn't forgotten about Riot. Within days, the Life Foundation would launch another rocket. Without Venom interfering, Riot would eventually return to the symbiote homeworld and bring an entire species back to Earth. Honestly, Drex almost wanted it to happen. The Ancient One was still alive. If the sky fell, she could deal with it. And while she normally only interfered with dimensional threats rather than alien invasions, Drex figured Earth becoming a planet covered in symbiotes probably qualified as everyone's problem. Then he turned around and saw the Ancient One standing directly behind him. She smiled calmly and gave him a small nod. Then she vanished. Along with Venom, Lasher remained behind. Drex shook his head. There was no need to guess what had happened. The Ancient One had probably delivered Venom directly to Eddie Brock, following whatever future she had already seen. Honestly, she was working way too hard. Doing everything personally like that was a fast track to burnout. Lasher, meanwhile, officially became Drex's newest research subject. He already knew the symbiote's primary weaknesses were extreme heat and high-frequency sound waves. But weaknesses could evolve away. Given enough time, symbiotes adapted to almost anything, as long as they survived long enough to evolve in the first place. More importantly, symbiotes possessed absurd resistance against magical and exotic energy interference. In that sense, they were incredibly compatible with Kryptonians. The only problem was the texture. Drex had no desire to spend his life covered in sentient alien sludge. Just as Drex predicted, the Ancient One handed Venom over to Eddie Brock exactly according to the future she had foreseen. Unfortunately for Eddie, Drex had already cleaned every trace of his own involvement from the Life Foundation facility the night before. But Eddie and Dr. Skirth had both been captured by nearby traffic cameras and civilian witnesses during their escape. That instantly made them targets. After a night filled with high-speed chases, destroyed vehicles, and catastrophic property damage, Eddie finally managed to shake the Life Foundation's pursuit. Venom coated his body like a living superhero costume as Eddie dragged himself in the water and collapsed beneath a utility pole, drenched and gasping for breath. His heart was still pounding violently. In a single day, his entire world had detonated into chaos. And somewhere deep inside him, Venom laughed. Chapter 63. A mass of black, viscous sludge burst from Eddie Brock's shoulder blades. It twisted upward, forming a monstrous face with jagged teeth and enormous white eyes, grinning inches away from him. Eddie nearly stopped breathing. The creature's mouth stretched wider. "My name is Venom." Eddie stared at it in horror, his stomach turning violently. "You." He pointed shakily at the creature. "I needed nutrients," Venom replied casually. Then its grin widened even further. "And honestly," Eddie doubled over immediately, retching so hard his throat burned. He jammed 2 fingers down his mouth, trying to force himself to vomit, but nothing came out. Venom had already digested everything. The realization nearly broke him. He'd eaten a human being. Venom's voice dropped lower, sharper. The symbiote's massive maw hovered over him like a living nightmare. Eddie folded instantly. His voice trembled. If this thing expected him to start eating people regularly, there was absolutely no way he was agreeing to that. Venom narrowed his eyes. If Riot escapes back into space, he'll return with an entire symbiote invasion force. Eddie blinked, then blinked again. The entire situation sounded insane. Venom looked offended. In truth, the symbiote's motivations were far less noble. On his homeworld, Venom was considered a loser. Weak, unimportant, disposable. Compared to Riot, who held genuine status and authority among the symbiotes, Venom was practically nobody. But on Earth was comfortable. Food was plentiful. Life was exciting. And strangely enough, Venom had started to like Eddie. He didn't want Riot arriving with an army and ruining everything. Unfortunately, Eddie remained unconvinced. After several failed attempts to explain things, Venom lost patience entirely and forcibly dragged Eddie toward the Life Foundation to stop Riot personally. As for Lasher and Agony, well, one had already died. The other had vanished. Meanwhile, Drex Valen had already finished his preliminary analysis of Lasher. The results were disappointing. Lasher simply wasn't very impressive compared to Riot or Venom. After thinking briefly about the symbiote the Ancient One had taken away, Drex put on the Dark Knight armor and headed straight for the Life Foundation. Carlton Drake, the Foundation's owner, was one of the youngest self-made billionaires in America. Brilliant, charismatic, ruthlessly ambitious. He had founded the Life Foundation at 24 and transformed it into a technological empire spanning multiple industries. As a child, he'd been the kind of prodigy parents compared their kids to. As an adult, he became academia's golden genius before transitioning seamlessly into high-level corporate power. Today, however, his luck had officially run out. His laboratories had been infiltrated. Illegal human experimentation had leaked to the public. His entire empire was starting to crack apart. The moment Drex arrived at the facility, his X-ray vision immediately locked onto Riot. Then he watched the symbiote bond itself to Carlton Drake. Only after the fusion completed did Drex finally enter. Drake's expression changed instantly, but Riot's influence had already begun affecting his mind. Confidence surged through him, swelling into outright arrogance. Drex Valen was a genius admired across the world, which naturally meant countless people envied him too. Carlton Drake was one of them, and now, with this new power inside him, he suddenly felt unstoppable. Then Drex casually whistled. The sound transformed into a concentrated ultrasonic burst. Riot shrieked instantly and tore itself away from Drake's body. Drake froze. A gray blur shot toward Drex. Riot lunged at him like a starving predator. The symbiote could sense it immediately. This host was perfect. If it bonded with someone this powerful, it would become unstoppable. Then Drex raised one hand. Fire exploded across his palm. Riot slammed to a halt mid-charge so violently it nearly flipped itself backward before desperately retreating into Drake's body again. Drex smiled. Behind the helmet. Interesting. Riot's reactions were significantly faster than Venom's. Stronger too. That matched the original timeline. Venom had spent most of their fight getting brutalized and only barely managed to survive. If Riot hadn't insisted on reaching the launch shuttle, Venom never would have beaten him. Riot's body could morph into virtually any weapon imaginable. Blades, spears, axes, combined with superhuman speed, strength, and reflexes, it was a terrifying combat organism. The moment Drex extinguished the flames, Riot attacked again. Both arms transformed into massive bladed weapons and slashed directly toward him. Drex caught them one-handed. Effortlessly. Pointless, he said calmly. Drake quickly began explaining Drex's background to Riot. The armor's technological level was absurd. Global scientists still couldn't reverse engineer even a fraction of it. The gap between Drex and the rest of the world felt closer to a century than a few years. Riot listened carefully, then reached a conclusion. Drex Valen was a far superior host compared to Carlton Drake. If the armor could somehow be neutralized, the possibilities became endless. I just realized something, Drex said suddenly. Riot stiffened. The next instant, high-powered sonic waves flooded the room. Riot convulsed violently. Its weakness had been exposed almost immediately. Even while writhing in agony, the symbiote couldn't help recognizing Drex's intelligence. This human was terrifying. Completely helpless against the sonic assault, Riot was eventually frozen solid by Drex's cryogenic breath and sealed away. As for Carlton Drake, before leaving, Drex used a subtle psychic suggestion on him. Sell the Life Foundation's assets. Transfer the proceeds to Blade Technology Industries. Then turn himself into authorities. There was already more than enough evidence to destroy him anyway. Back in the laboratory, Riot floated in the center of a specially designed zero-gravity chamber. Repulsion generators lined the reinforced vibranium-reinforced glass walls, preventing the symbiote from making physical contact with anything. The Black Queen monitored the containment room 24 hours a day. Drex reviewed the completed biological analyses for both Lasher and Riot. Then he carefully extracted tissue samples from each. His real interest wasn't just studying symbiotes. It was creating one. A symbiote combattu. Not for style. For insurance. If he ever faced a serious magical threat, having a living symbiote layer capable of absorbing the first wave of damage could become incredibly useful. Chapter 64-64. After getting casually outplayed by the Ancient One yet again, Drex Valen was forced to confront an unpleasant truth. He was still too weak. If he were stronger, maybe things would be different. Actually, no. He'd probably still lose. This version of the Ancient One possessed the Time Stone. If she decided to throw him into a time loop, he'd be trapped reliving the same nightmare until he went insane. Still, the frustration pushed Drex toward a breakthrough. Electromagnetism. His energy absorption abilities allowed him to convert internal energy into electromagnetic force itself. And in the hands of someone who understood quantum physics and advanced mathematics as deeply as Drex did, that power bordered on absurd. Electromagnetic force could manipulate cells, rewrite DNA, control atoms, rearrange subatomic particles. At the highest level, it could even allow consciousness to merge with electromagnetic fields themselves, abandoning flesh entirely and becoming a quantum life form. A scientific god. Electromagnetism was a universal lever capable of moving matter, energy, time, and space. Immortality. Regeneration from a single drop of blood. Walking through nuclear explosions unharmed. Those were just surface-level applications. The true potential lay deeper. Warping space-time. Reversing localized time flow. Touching unified field theory itself. Reconstructing matter from fundamental forces. And unlike ordinary humans, Drex possessed Kryptonian supersenses. His perception naturally extended down to the atomic scale. Invisible magnetic field lines became tangible to him, drifting through the world like glowing threads wrapped around reality itself. Drex reached out and lightly touched one. Far across the laboratory, a vibranium target suddenly ripped free from its mount and flew into his hand. He twisted his fingers. The magnetic field distorted violently. The target screamed apart into several chunks as invisible forces tore it limb from limb, sparks and arcs of electricity erupting from the fractured metal. For the first time, Drex could truly feel the electromagnetic network buried beneath reality. The Earth's magnetic field, countless microscopic currents, invisible interactions hidden inside every object around him. The world transformed into equations, vectors, and flowing numerical structures. He sank deeper. Electromagnetism influenced all matter. It governed atoms, reached inside atomic nuclei, revealed the relationship between mass and energy. At Kamar Taj, the Ancient One quietly sighed. This was one of the worst futures she had ever witnessed. Yet if she hadn't intervened earlier and preserved the timeline involving Venom, the outcome would have become even worse. At least for now, Drex had only discovered electromagnetism. He still hadn't realized the next step, gravity. Then, almost immediately afterward, Drex became a master of gravity as well. Because magnetism and gravity were interconnected in ways deeper than most minds could comprehend. If electromagnetic force could be controlled, there was no logical reason gravity couldn't be manipulated too. The Ancient One's expression shifted slightly. The future had already begun diverging from the one she originally foresaw. Drex's rate of growth was becoming ridiculous. Still, he was young, inexperienced. Even with these powers, he shouldn't yet be capable of fully utilizing them. Then she watched him distort Earth's magnetic and gravitational fields together. Sunlight, bending across the sky, suddenly converged into a concentrated beam, flooding the region around him with amplified solar radiation. Drex stood at the center of it, absorbing energy, growing stronger by the second. The Ancient One fell silent. His ability to extrapolate from a single principle was monstrous. For one dangerous moment, she genuinely considered replacing Stephen Strange with Drex entirely. Drex originally believed stealing Riot had disrupted the future timeline. Apparently not. According to the Black Queen, the Life Foundation had launched another rocket shortly before filing for bankruptcy. Fortunately, Venom and Eddie Brock had intercepted it in time. Drex watched the footage with disbelief. On screen, Carlton Drake battled Eddie across the streets of San Francisco. Except Drake was now bonded to a silver symbiote. The two monsters tore through roads, smashed through vehicles, and hammered each other across entire city blocks while police officers watched helplessly from a distance, too terrified to intervene. Drex frowned. Riot and Lasher are both in my lab. Agony's dead. The Black Queen quickly pieced together the answer using traffic cameras and surveillance feeds. The silver symbiote was Riot's offspring. Somewhere before capture, Riot had reproduced. Carlton Drake became infected during the liquidation of the Life Foundation's remaining assets. Once bonded to the symbiote, the creature's mental resistance allowed him to break free from Drex's psychic suggestion almost immediately. The offspring's name was Ripper, and, judging by the footage, it was even stronger than Riot. Drake moved with terrifying speed and overwhelming power, beating Venom so badly it barely resembled a fight anymore. Venom was furious. Losing to Riot was humiliating enough. Now Riot's son was beating him senseless too. Even Eddie couldn't take it anymore. He shouted while being hurled through another storefront. You couldn't beat Riot, fine. Venom roared back before immediately getting slammed face first into the pavement again. Ripper towered over them, its silver metallic body gleaming beneath the shattered streetlights. Its surface looked radically different from normal symbiotes. Harder, sharper, more refined. You betrayed us, Ripper snarled. Venom, to his credit, fought far harder against Ripper than he ever had against Riot. Then two crimson beams suddenly cut across the battlefield. Ripper froze. A burning line appeared across its waist. The next instant, the silver symbiote split cleanly in half. Venom stared. Ripper screamed. Then everyone looked upward. Hovering above the street in the dark knight armor, Drex Valen descended through the smoke like a black mechanical god. Ripper's face peeled open, exposing Carlton Drake underneath as he roared in fury. Drex ignored him completely. The 8 blade-like drones mounted behind the Dark Knight armor detached one by one and floated into formation around him. Then they opened fire. Rapid plasma bombardment rained down like artillery strikes. Under normal conditions, plasma weaponry dispersed too quickly to maximize destructive output. But Drex now controlled both electromagnetic and gravitational fields. Every plasma shell was magnetically compressed and gravitationally stabilized before impact. The results were catastrophic. The streets of San Francisco vanished beneath a storm of explosions. Police officers and civilians alike stood frozen in horror as the bombardment tore apart entire sections of roadway. It looked less like a superhero battle and more like a full armor battalion unloading into a war zone. Even dozens of tanks would have been reduced to molten scrap under that level of firepower. When the explosions finally stopped, Venom and Ripper were both still alive. Barely. Drex had intentionally avoided killing them. He simply blasted them into near incapacitation to prevent escape or reproduction. Then he raised one hand. High-energy electromagnetic waves flooded the battlefield. Microwave radiation. The water and cellular structures inside both symbiotes began heating instantly from within. Venom and Ripper collapsed into twitching masses, writhing in agony without any ability to resist. Drex walked forward calmly. In the end, he only took Ripper. Venom probably wouldn't start laying eggs like Riot. And even if it did, the Ancient One could deal with it. Chapter 65-65. After gaining control over electromagnetic force, the very first thing Drex Valen did was rewrite his own DNA. Using the Codex as a template, he removed the biological limitations tied to Kryptonian scientific castes and reconstructed himself with the genetic traits of every Kryptonian profession. The soldier class DNA alone produced immediate results. His cells became dramatically more active. His absorption rate under sunlight accelerated even further. But the deeper Drex explored electromagnetism, the more he realized something important. He didn't just have the ability to alter himself. He could alter anyone. Mutant genes, bioweapons, even the idea he'd been refining for months. The Zolords. Drex lacked the creator's original genetic adjustment technology, but with electromagnetic control over cells and DNA itself, he no longer needed it. In some ways, what he possessed now was even more advanced. He muttered thoughtfully, by his standards, every Zolord should possess a unique and overwhelmingly powerful ability. Something on the level of Gio's gravity manipulation. Mutant genetics fit that concept perfectly. The free physical examinations sponsored by Blade Technology Industries had quietly expanded worldwide over the years. The amount of mutant DNA gathered through those programs should have been enormous by now. After all, in some timelines, mutants numbered in the hundreds of millions. One mutant for every 30 humans. A terrifying statistic. Even if this universe's numbers were lower, the population still wouldn't be small. Current database contains over 10,000 non-redundant mutant genetic samples, the Black Queen replied. Drex nodded. Good. This time, he directly applied electromagnetism and gravity manipulation to genetic restructuring itself, testing whether his theories could become reality. Even useless mutant abilities became valuable test material. If weak powers could be evolved into something stronger through modification, the payoff would be enormous. And eventually, he succeeded. One experimental subject originally possessed an utterly pathetic mutation. Its only effect was making the user's eyes glow brightly enough to function as flashlights in darkness. After Drex's modifications, however, the mutation evolved into optic laser projection. A primitive power transformed into something resembling Cyclops' optic blasts. Another mutant gene originally allowed nothing more than arm regeneration. The subject could regrow severed limbs endlessly, but nothing else. Drex reconstructed it into a true regenerative healing factor. Not quite Wolverine-level immortality. The subject would still die of old age eventually. But before that, decapitation wouldn't kill him. A pierced heart wouldn't kill him. As long as some biological structure remained intact, recovery was possible. Of course, Total incineration would still finish the job. Honestly, Drex suspected Wolverine and Sabretooth only survived so long because nobody had bothered cremating them properly. Then he added Colossus mutation. The genetic integration process initially showed severe incompatibility issues, but Drex stabilized the conflict directly through electromagnetic manipulation at the cellular level. In the end, the experiment successfully fused 3 mutant abilities together. That was the limit. Any further additions caused immediate genetic collapse. Drex still hadn't reached the deeper layers of electromagnetic mastery required for more complex restructuring. Not yet. Using psychic abilities, he completely erased the experimental subject's memories. Then he implanted new ones. Not elaborate memories. Just enough. Absolute loyalty. Psychological conditioning engraved deeply into the subject's consciousness, reinforced with telepathic safeguards to eliminate future betrayal risks. Immortality. Steel skin. Optic lasers. When the subject finally awakened, Drex gave him a name. Black Tank. Shame you can't fly, Drex said calmly. Black Tank remained silent. Drex didn't mind. At the moment, the subject's mind was almost childlike. Blank. Pure. Over time, Black Queen would gradually expose him to carefully curated information and guide the development of his worldview. As for the name, the subject himself was a massive, heavily built black man. Combined with the existence of Juggernaut in Marvel lore, Drex figured Black Tank felt appropriate enough. Of course, even this version probably couldn't beat Juggernaut. Not even the movie version. A short while later, Blade arrived unexpectedly. Not because of Nomak. The Reaper leader was already dead, and Blade had failed to save Nyssa. Instead, the vampire hunter had encountered a strange group of allies after everything fell apart. Through them, he learned about a method capable of exterminating every vampire on Earth. But to do that, one being had to die first. Dracula. The original vampire ancestor had already been revived by the vampire clans. Blade had fought him once already. The result was ugly. He hadn't stood a chance. So this time, he came looking for help. Partly because Blade Technology Industries possessed absurdly advanced weaponry, and partly because Drex Valen himself had become one of the world's most famous superheroes. When humanity itself was potentially at stake, Blade couldn't afford pride. Drex directly scanned Blade's memories and reviewed the battle footage through telepathy. Good. Not the absurd comic version. Just a film adaptation that made things easier. Drex tossed him a specialized ammunition case. Forget the Daystar virus. Doesn't matter if it's Dracula or God himself. Blade examined the bullets suspiciously. Inside each round was a glowing liquid compound. Careful with it, Drex replied. That substance reacts violently with any vampiric pathogen. Extremis virus ammunition. Since Dracula could apparently survive sunlight, ultraviolet weapons became unreliable. Fortunately, Drex had alternatives. Blade remained skeptical, but he still pocketed the 100 specialized rounds Drex provided. At least the ammunition supply was generous. When Blade returned, Hannibal King and Abigail Whistler were visibly disappointed that no overwhelming superhuman backup had come with him. Blade ignored them. Whether it actually worked remained to be seen. The assault began soon afterward. The Night Stalkers stormed the vampire stronghold alongside the Albert Squad, carving through waves of vampires on their way toward Dracula. Blade found him quickly. Dracula grinned, exposing his fangs. The ancient vampire prepared to transform. Blade immediately drew a second handgun. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets punched directly into Dracula's chest. Dracula laughed. Bullets? Seriously? Ever since awakening, he'd seen every anti-vampire weapon humanity could invent. Silver rounds, anticoagulants, UV ammunition. None of it mattered. Then his expression changed. Something was wrong. From Blade's perspective, the 3 bullet wounds suddenly began glowing an ominous crimson. Chapter 66-66. Light exploded from Dracula's eyes, ears, and mouth. Cracks spread across his skin as molten red radiance burst through his body, glowing with temperatures so extreme the surrounding air warped around him. He stared at his own hands in disbelief as his body rapidly mutated into the monstrous form from ancient legends. But even after transforming, the virus inside him kept spreading. It didn't slow down. It didn't stop. Dracula realized instantly that he was dying, and before death took him, he intended to drag Blade down with him. Blade himself looked stunned. He glanced from the pistol in his hand back to the screaming vampire lord. That stuff actually worked? What the hell had Drex put inside those rounds? Holy water blessed by the Pope himself? Blade had spent most of his life testing every anti-vampire myth humanity had ever invented. Silver, garlic, holy relics, even high-ranking church sanctified water. Most vampires either ignored it entirely or complained that it smelled awful. But this was different. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing Dracula trying to charge him despite his collapsing body, Blade fired several more shots. Dracula's pupils contracted. Normally, bullets at this speed meant nothing to him. But now his body was failing so catastrophically he couldn't evade properly. One round pierced his heart. Another tore through his skull. Dracula roared in fury. Then his body began melting. Not metaphorically, actually melting. His flesh liquefied into blazing molten matter, and the stone floor around him started softening under the sheer heat pouring out of his body. The extremist virus and the vampire pathogen were annihilating each other inside him like two biological species locked in mutual extermination. The only reason Dracula had survived this long at all was because his vampiric physiology was absurdly powerful. Blade watched silently as Dracula finally collapsed into a burning pool fused with the surrounding rock. He waited several more seconds, just to make sure the bastard wasn't getting back up. After that, Blade carefully holstered the remaining ammunition. Something this effective against vampires needed to be preserved. Who knew when he might need it again against another monster? A vampire king. Cain. Lilith. Whatever nightmare crawled out next. As agreed, Blade delivered the Daystar virus to Drex Valen. Drex never asked what happened to the remaining extremist rounds. Blade wasn't stupid enough to waste them recklessly. At most, he'd probably let Whistler examine one. And honestly, Drex wasn't worried about an old weapons engineer reverse engineering extremist technology. Even if something somehow went catastrophically wrong, well, the Ancient One still existed. Just as Drex prepared to begin researching the Daystar virus, the Black Queen interrupted him with urgent news. His Hulk serum project might be gone. That got his attention immediately. Drex still valued the Hulk serum enormously. Then the Black Queen explained the situation. The problem stemmed from the Dark Knight armor. More specifically, mass production. By modern military standards, war machines like Drex's armor systems were priceless. On the battlefield, they possessed both tactical and strategic dominance. Assassination strikes, rapid response deployment, overwhelming firepower. But their greatest strength wasn't speed, armor, or weapons. It was scalability. Unlike Captain America's serum or the Hulk program, the Dark Knight armor could be manufactured repeatedly. That difference changed everything. Super soldier programs had all collapsed into singular, irreproducible accidents. Drex's technology could create armies. And because of that, General Thunderbolt Ross' Hulk project finally lost all political support. Every year, Ross burned through absurd military budgets trying to capture the Hulk. Every year, he failed. At one point, he had even authorized the deployment of a tactical nuclear warhead against the Hulk. The Hulk survived. The aftermath became a political catastrophe. Ross' division consumed money created disasters and generated endless casualty compensation payouts for dead soldiers. Congress was furious. The military was furious. So once the first 100 Dark Knight war machines entered active production discussions, Ross' entire department was dismantled. Ross had once dreamed of becoming a full Air Force general through the Hulk program. Instead, he was demoted from lieutenant general all the way down to lieutenant colonel. And even that outcome only happened because both his family and his wife's family intervened politically on his behalf. Otherwise, military prison, possibly for life. Now Ross had been reassigned to a miserable little Air Force base that possessed exactly one transport helicopter. These days, he spent most nights drinking himself unconscious. He knew his career was over. No recovery, no redemption, no second chance. The voice came from beside him at the bar. Ross ignored it. At this point, there wasn't much left in his life worth acknowledging. General Ross, the man continued. Actually, Ross turned slowly. Even through the alcohol haze, he recognized Drex Valen instantly. The genius who had indirectly destroyed his entire future. Ross stood up unsteadily and tried to leave. Drex simply caught him before he stumbled. Drex smiled slightly. "Get the hell off me," Ross growled. Drex didn't react. Instead, he calmly asked, "Ross stopped moving. I can make you into a Hulk that keeps his intelligence." Drex continued. It was time for the Red Hulk project to appear early. Honestly, Drex doubted there was much practical difference between a Red Hulk serum and a standard Hulk serum anyway. Ross still didn't answer. He shoved open the bar door and left without looking back. Drex watched him go without concern. Men like Thunderbolt Ross never accepted defeat permanently. Not really. Ross would spend the next several days exhausting every remaining connection and favor he possessed. And when every single door closed in his face, he would come back. D never detected their meeting. Otherwise, they absolutely would have intervened. Exactly as predicted, Ross spent the following days desperately contacting old military allies, political figures, family connections, anyone who might help restore his career. Nothing worked. His reputation was toxic now. Congress and the military had already chosen him as the official scapegoat for the Hulk program's failures. No one intended to give him another opportunity. After several days of complete failure, Ross finally accepted reality. To his credit, he acted decisively once he made up his mind. A soldier's mentality. No hesitation once the target became clear. So he personally came to find Drex. Ross understood something important. Showing up voluntarily now was completely different from forcing Drex to chase him later. Because if Drex lost patience, the opportunity might disappear forever. And no matter how much Ross disliked Drex Valen personally, he trusted one thing absolutely. If Drex said he could create a Hulk, then he could create a Hulk. Chapter 67-67. This was the influence carried by the name Drex Valen. Drex didn't deliberately make Thunderbolt Ross wait or try to play psychological games with him. On the contrary, he welcomed Ross warmly. Ross, however, had no patience left for political theater. The moment he arrived, he got straight to the point. By coming here, he had already surrendered the initiative, so there was no reason to waste time pretending otherwise. Ross asked bluntly. Drex had actually spent the last several days thinking carefully about where Ross would fit best. The military? Impossible. Ross' path there was finished. Drex had already confirmed through various channels that the armed forces had zero intention of restoring Ross' position unless Drex himself donated several Dark Knight war machines. Which was ridiculous. Those armors were worth fortunes. Drex would rather hand over cash than give away even one of them. Then he remembered Ross' eventual position in the original timeline. Secretary of State. Strangely enough, after the Hulk and Abomination tore Harlem apart, Ross somehow avoided punishment entirely and eventually climbed even higher politically. Drex still wasn't sure how that happened, but it was useful inspiration. As for turning Ross into Red Hulk and placing him inside Deathwing, waste of talent. Far better to help Ross become Secretary of State instead. That would be far more valuable to Drex in the long run. Ross lay down on the experimental platform. Drex put on multiple layers of protective gear. Gamma radiation itself couldn't really harm him, but he had no interest in exposing his Kryptonian cells to unnecessary mutation risks either. Better safe than mutated into something bizarre. Then the gamma bombardment began. Ross screamed immediately. The pain was indescribable. His immune system collapsed almost instantly under the radiation assault. Cells died by the millions. Cancerous growth spread throughout his body at horrifying speed. Large portions of his flesh began partially liquefying beneath the overwhelming gamma exposure. The sight was nauseating. Drex watched carefully. Honestly, he suspected Emil Blonsky's abomination had turned out comparatively weak because Blonsky only received the serum itself rather than proper gamma saturation afterward. At the same time, this process demanded extreme willpower. If the subject lost consciousness, the transformation would fail completely. Ross clenched his teeth hard enough to crack them. Even as his body deteriorated into something barely recognizable, he refused to give up, because Drex Valen was still standing beside him calmly, which meant the situation remained under control. And Drex truly did have control over it. Under his enhanced vision, Ross' destroyed immune system and cellular structures began rebuilding themselves at impossible speed. Not merely recovering, evolving. Every regenerated cell became vastly stronger than before while simultaneously storing terrifying concentrations of gamma radiation. An ordinary human touching even a trace amount of that energy would probably suffer the equivalent of walking through Chernobyl during the meltdown. Then Ross' skin turned red. His body rapidly expanded. Muscles swelled. Bones thickened. Thunderbolt Ross became the Red Hulk. Unlike the Green Hulk, Red Hulk didn't grow infinitely stronger through rage. Instead, anger increased his thermal output. The angrier he became, the hotter his body grew. At the same time, Red Hulk could absorb radiation and other forms of energy directly to increase his own power. Gamma radiation, cosmic radiation, potentially far more. The more energy he absorbed, the stronger he became. Drex reinforced Ross' psyche with telepathy during the transformation process, preventing the birth of a separate whole personality while quietly embedding psychic safeguards deep within his consciousness. Ross barely noticed. He was too overwhelmed by the sheer force flooding through his body. Power. Endless power. He flexed instinctively. The restraints around his wrists and ankles should have snapped. Instantly. Instead, nothing happened. Red Hulk paused, then pulled harder. Still nothing. His expression shifted. Impossible. He was the Red Hulk. Ross strained with everything he had, muscles bulging violently as the entire laboratory trembled. The metal platform didn't move even a millimeter. Pointless, Drex said calmly. This is a new alloy I developed. Ever since mastering electromagnetism and gravity manipulation, metallurgy had become absurdly simple for him. To Drex, metal wasn't solid matter anymore. It was visible molecular architecture. He could fuse, restructure, and rearrange metallic compounds at will. Even vibranium could now be artificially synthesized. Adamantium? No longer indestructible. Drex could simply rewrite its molecular structure directly. Even the original Kryptonian alloy he brought from the DC universe was no longer impossible to reproduce. He had already reconstructed the missing molecular components through electromagnetic analysis. This experimental platform itself was forged from vibranium, an original Kryptonian metal. Most members of the Hulk family would remain trapped permanently once restrained on it. Ross slowly calmed down. Should he really expect anything less from Drex Valen? The man had developed alloys capable of restraining the Hulk itself. For the first time, Ross wondered if gamma monsters were already becoming obsolete. At Drex's command, the experimental platform suddenly dissolved into billions of nanomachines. Ross regained his freedom instantly. The nanomachines then reassembled nearby into a towering machine, crackling with arcs of electricity. Red Hulk narrowed his eyes. An electromagnetic generator, Drex answered casually. Of course, Drex wasn't about to solve problems by physically punching Ross unconscious himself. The fewer people who understood how terrifying his personal combat ability truly was, the better. Electromagnetism and gravity manipulation were already more than enough. Ross asked, eager to test himself. Then he smiled faintly. At the same time, he theatrically equipped a pair of nanomachine gloves. Completely unnecessary, of course. But deceiving non-scientists was easy. If Ross believed Drex required equipment to manipulate electromagnetic force, all the better. Ross' challenge wasn't stupidity. He simply wanted to prove something. To prove to this arrogant super genius that Hulk-level power exceeded even his expectations. Red Hulk lunged forward with one massive hand. Then he saw Drex smile. Blinding white light erupted instantly. Wild arcs of electricity burst outward, whipping through the laboratory like living serpents while violent winds spiraled through the air. Ripples spread across space itself. Moments later, the electrical storm compressed inward, condensing into a dense sphere of destructive plasma floating above Drex's palm. The energy inside, it was terrifying. Residual shockwaves alone shredded the surrounding air and distorted space into twisting black lines. Red Hulk frowned. He didn't fully understand what he was seeing. Still, instinct screamed that something around him had changed. At the last second, Ross abandoned the idea of catching the plasma sphere and stepped aside instead. The glowing mass drifted downward slowly before touching the floor. Beezy! A deafening hum exploded across the laboratory. The plasma spread into the ground beneath them. Drex's fingers traced a strange arc through the air. Then he clenched his fist. Instantly, the vibrations stopped, but the entire area had changed. This section of space no longer belonged to the outside world. It belonged to Drex, his personal domain. Chapter 6868. The glowing plasma sphere carried an active electromagnetic field. Red Hulk stared blankly for half a second. It missed? Drex took one look at Ross' confused expression and decided there was no point explaining solar electromagnetic radiation, charged particle confinement, or gravitational escape physics. Ross definitely wouldn't understand any of it. This time, Red Hulk stopped hesitating and threw a punch. The blow detonated the air itself. A violent shockwave tore across the laboratory. Drex remained completely calm. His fingers moved slightly, almost like a puppeteer controlling invisible strings. Then he pressed downward. Instantly, Red Hulk felt an overwhelming force crash onto his body. It was like an entire mountain had fallen on him. His bones groaned violently. His ears rang. And before he could react, he slammed face first into the floor. Even speaking became difficult. The crushing pressure slowed his blood flow. His heartbeat weakened. Every movement felt impossibly heavy. Drex grinned slightly. He lifted two fingers casually. Red Hulk's massive body immediately stiffened before rocketing upward toward the ceiling. Before Ross could even shout, Drex flipped his hand downward. Boom! Red Hulk smashed back into the ground hard enough to spit blood. Then it happened again, and again, and again. More than a dozen times, his gigantic body slammed between floor and ceiling like a toy trapped inside a giant invisible pinball machine. Finally, Drex clenched one hand sideways. Red Hulk's airborne body instantly followed the gesture and crashed violently into the laboratory wall. Boom! Drex moved both hands freely now, conducting the battlefield like an orchestra. Red Hulk shot wildly through the room, accelerating and stopping unpredictably, completely powerless against the invisible forces controlling him. Ross finally snapped. Rage exploded inside him, and with it came another surge of strength. Red Hulk forcibly tore free from the invisible restraints. He had grown stronger again. Then he lunged directly toward Drex. Drex barely reacted. Only an illiterate brute would keep charging blindly after witnessing this much power. He pressed both palms downward. The city's magnetic field shifted. Expanding electromagnetic waves compressed inward and focused entirely onto Red Hulk's body. Invisible field lines flooded the laboratory. Pressure beyond human comprehension descended instantly. Millions of tons. The entire building trembled violently. If the laboratory hadn't been reinforced with vibranium, it would have collapsed into the earth immediately. Even Red Hulk nearly died under the force. Fortunately, Drex adjusted the field before Ross was crushed into paste. After experiencing that pressure firsthand, Ross reverted from his Hulk form almost immediately. For a brief moment, He had felt his body become softer than wet paper beneath Drex's power. That feeling terrified him. Drex Valen had subdued a fully conscious Red Hulk using nothing except a machine and electromagnetic manipulation. Was this really what it meant to be a genius centuries ahead of everyone else? Drex casually waved his hand. The nanomachines composing the electromagnetic generator disassembled instantly and vanished. Ross relaxed visibly afterward. Unlike Black Tank or the others, Ross was intended for a public political position eventually. Psychic conditioning alone might become risky over time. So under the excuse of continued observation, Drex extracted massive amounts of Ross blood for study. Ross didn't care. Even outside Hulk form, his body now felt overwhelmingly powerful. He was old in appearance only. Physically, he felt stronger than ever. Dropping 5 or 6 trained soldiers barehanded wouldn't even elevate his pulse. Drex studied the blood samples carefully. The gamma radiation concentration inside them was absurd, which made him wonder how Samuel Stearns originally managed to research Hulk blood without dying horribly from radiation poisoning. Red Hulk's blood alone was already this dangerous. Green Hulk should be even worse. Of course, Drex himself didn't need to worry about gamma exposure. That was another matter entirely. After witnessing Drex's intelligence and terrifying power firsthand, Ross naturally agreed to cooperate with him. And the suggestion about eventually pursuing the Secretary of State position clearly left a strong impression on him. Ross frowned. Ross' face instantly darkened. What kind of assumption was that? Did Drex seriously think women were still his priority at this stage of life? He'd gotten enough of that decades ago. Still, seeing Drex immediately return to research mode, Ross decided not to argue. You can call Blonsky back now, Drex told the Black Queen. Honestly, Bruce Banner should be thanking him. If the Dark Knight War machines hadn't appeared so suddenly, Ross' Hulk program never would have collapsed this quickly. At this point, the government was practically abandoning active Hulk pursuit operations altogether. And now that Drex possessed the Red Hulk serum, he no longer needed to obsess over Banner's blood anyway. Emil Blonsky himself wasn't disappointed by the mission's outcome. Quite the opposite. He remembered clearly what Drex had told him before he left, which was why he returned full of anticipation instead. Blonsky looked toward Drex with obvious excitement. Drex nodded. Blonsky almost didn't know how to respond. After all, he technically accomplished nothing. He failed to retrieve both the Hulk serum and the Super Soldier serum. Still, he obediently laid down on the nanomachine-formed operating platform. Before anything else, Drex needed to stabilize his body. The hyper-zoonoid modifications inside Blonsky reacted badly with the Red Hulk serum. Drex had already confirmed this through numerous failed experiments involving lesser zoonoids. Once the Red Hulk serum entered Blonsky's bloodstream, his immune system and cells immediately began collapsing, just like Ross. But this time, Drex injected extremist virus simultaneously. Electromagnetic force spread through Blonsky's body, carefully controlling both the Red Hulk serum and the extremist virus. Extremist rapidly rebuilt his immune system while regenerating damaged cells at astonishing speed. This was the optimal balance Drex had discovered after countless experiments. Less pain, higher survival rate, and most importantly, the Red Hulk serum stabilized Extremis itself, preventing the usual overheating and explosive failure. Then Drex flooded Blonsky's body with gamma radiation. Blonsky screamed in agony, but his cells became hyperactive, greedily devouring the gamma energy. When the experiment finally ended, something monstrous stood in the laboratory. Not Green Hulk, not Red Hulk. Blonsky's appearance was far more grotesque. Perhaps remnants of the hyper-zoonoid modifications had altered the transformation. His skin became dark gray-black. Bones burst outward through layers of muscle, forming jagged external spikes across his body. Those protruding bones glowed faintly red while releasing visible heat vapor, as though the skeleton itself had become a furnace. Interesting, Drex murmured. His X-ray vision analyzed every internal change in perfect detail. Massive quantities of thermal energy generated by extremists accumulated throughout Blonsky's body. Near the throat and mouth, a specialized organ structure had formed. A biological weapon. Blonsky could likely fire concentrated thermal beams directly from his mouth, and, judging by the temperatures involved, the destructive potential would be enormous. Blonsky stared at his transformed hands. The power flowing through him surpassed anything he had ever experienced before. Yet despite that strength, he didn't dare challenge Drex in the slightest, partly because of the psychic thought wave buried inside his mind, but mostly because he had now seen firsthand what kind of monster Drex Valen truly was. Chapter 69-69. Drex Valen spent the next several hours running tests on Blonsky's transformed body. The results exceeded expectations. This version of Abomination was vastly stronger than the original timeline's counterpart. First, his skin structure displayed extraordinary resistance to energy attacks. The biological surface possessed an extremely high energy refraction rate, dramatically reducing the effectiveness of directed energy weapons. Then there were the bone spikes. The grotesque protrusions covering Blonsky's body were absurdly durable. Despite being biological material, their hardness actually surpassed secondary Kryptonian alloy. Worse still, the spikes radiated terrifying heat. They were essentially living thermal blades. Even secondary Kryptonian metal couldn't endure the temperatures they generated. And thanks to the extremist virus still active inside Blonsky's body, those temperatures could continue increasing. Heat ray breath. Superheated biological blades. Energy-reflective skin. Extremist regeneration. Red Hulk regeneration. This thing completely eclipsed the original Abomination. Blonsky sounded genuinely stunned. Back when he was merely a hyperzoanoid, he had never reached this level of power. And according to Drex, once transformed, over 90% of humanity's weapon systems were now effectively useless against him short of nuclear strikes. Blonsky could barely contain his excitement. He desperately wanted to test his strength against someone. Of course, Drex Valen himself was absolutely not included in that category. Drex nodded after hearing the request. Then Black Tank entered the laboratory. He wore a vibranium helmet over his head. Blonsky narrowed his eyes. The massive figure stood nearly 7.5 feet tall, his body packed with explosive muscle. Definitely not normal. His name is Black Tank, Drex explained. Immortality? That immediately caught Blonsky's attention. Drex had already told him that he himself possessed a form of practical immortality now. A lifespan theoretically capable of continuing indefinitely. Without another word, Blonsky and Black Tank simultaneously punched each other directly in the face. Boom! The vibranium helmet protected Black Tank completely. Blonsky, meanwhile, split his own cheek open from the impact. The wound regenerated almost instantly. Realizing the helmet wasn't ordinary equipment, Blonsky shifted targets toward Black Tank's body instead. At the same time, Black Tank activated his metallic transformation. Blonsky's fists now carried blazing bone spikes where fingernails should have been. Red-hot biological blades erupted forward with his punch and pierced directly through Black Tank's metallic torso. Black Tank grunted softly, then ignored the damage entirely. His healing factor rendered injuries like that almost meaningless. An uppercut exploded into Blonsky's jaw hard enough to loosen teeth. But Blonsky instantly trapped Black Tank's arm and twisted violently into a joint destruction hold. The raw strength difference was too large. Black Tank's arm snapped apart immediately. Still, due to his metallized physiology, he barely reacted to the pain. Blonsky looked almost disappointed. He'd clearly expected screaming. Then Black Tank suddenly hooked Blonsky's legs from underneath and dragged him down. Ground fighting. A choke-and-lock combination. Blonsky got caught off guard for half a second. Crack! Both his knees twisted violently out of alignment. Blonsky roared and retaliated immediately. A sweep of the burning elbow spike on his arm tore straight across Black Tank's torso, splitting him open from chest to abdomen. But instead of organs, Blonsky saw metal. Nothing but metal beneath the outer layer. His legs regenerated almost instantly. Between Extremis and the Red Hulk serum, his recovery speed probably exceeded Wolverine's at this point. Once fully recovered, Blonsky started overwhelming Black Tank completely. Even though Black Tank had studied enormous quantities of underground combat footage under the Black Queen's guidance and learned countless lethal fighting techniques, the sheer difference in mass and strength was too overwhelming. Eventually, Black Tank began losing ground steadily. He still looked capable of continuing for much longer, but Drex ended the fight before it escalated further. Blonsky returned to human form afterward, and unlike Bruce Banner, his baseline human state remained absurdly powerful. Even without transforming, he possessed roughly 10 tons of strength and complete immunity to small arms fire. Becoming this kind of ultimate life form left Blonsky in an extremely good mood. Following the World Serpent and serving Drex Valen had absolutely been the correct choice. Afterward, Drex extracted large quantities of Blonsky's blood for further experimentation. His goal was obvious: Abomination serum. Unfortunately, both the Red Hulk serum and the Abomination variant seemed extremely selective regarding compatibility. Even with Drex directly stabilizing subjects through electromagnetic manipulation, most later test subjects still died horribly, and the failures made no logical sense. Drex frowned. This didn't feel like simple genetic incompatibility. It felt more like restrictions, limitations imposed by the universe itself. But then why had Black Tank succeeded? Drex rubbed his forehead. At this point, he could only attribute it to Marvel Universe absurdity. Right around then, another major headline exploded across the media. Obadiah Stane officially assumed control of Stark Industries. Since Tony Stark had no children or direct heirs, his shares transferred to Obadiah. Watching the press conference, Drex noticed Obadiah's reddened eyes and grief-stricken expression. He'd clearly rehearsed the performance carefully. Internally, though, the old man was probably ecstatic. At first, Tony Stark's disappearance genuinely terrified Obadiah. But gradually, he began realizing the advantages of Tony being gone. Yes, Stark Industries had suffered enormous losses after losing its greatest genius. Stock values had crashed violently. But Stark Industries was still Stark Industries. Even a crippled Titan remained massive. Tony's accumulated weapons patents alone were enough to sustain the company for years. And because Blade Technology Industries hadn't aggressively entered next-generation weapons innovation yet, Stark Industries' stock decline had finally stabilized. Some signs even suggested recovery. Once Obadiah understood that, he moved quickly. Political favors, internal alliances, profit sharing. By the time everything settled, he had successfully secured complete authority over Stark Industries. At this point, Obadiah desperately hoped Tony Stark was truly dead. After all, nobody had even attempted a ransom demand. That worked out nicely for him, Drex muttered. Still, he didn't consider Obadiah important enough to care deeply about. Compared to what the Black Queen reported next, Obadiah was barely worth attention. Dr. Otto Octavius was finally preparing to begin his tritium reactor experiment. After burning through enormous funding, Otto had completed construction of the machine itself. More importantly, he had also built 6 alloy mechanical arms to assist him during the experiment. Apparently, he considered ordinary human assistants too clumsy and incompetent to trust near his work. Chapter 7070. Drex Valen appeared personally at the tritium reactor demonstration as the project's primary investor. Since he already knew something was likely to go wrong, he deliberately avoided inviting reporters, investors, or outside observers. Not that he'd found any obvious flaws during inspection, but this was still the Marvel Universe. By now, Drex had seen more than enough impossible nonsense to stop trusting logic completely. Dr. Otto Octavius, meanwhile, looked extremely confident. He interpreted Drex's decision not to invite media or scientific peers as simple caution, which, to Otto, was a good thing. A cautious scientist was a competent scientist. So he didn't hesitate to install the mechanical arms ahead of schedule in order to personally demonstrate the experiment for his employer. Nearby, his wife watched him proudly. His voice trembled slightly. After all, he was presenting the culmination of his life's work to a genius centuries ahead of the modern scientific world. Perhaps someday, his name would stand beside legends like Planck and Einstein in humanity's history books. Then the experiment began. Using the reactor system, Otto initiated thermal excitation on the tritium fuel. And somehow, fusion actually occurred. Drex stared at the reaction in disbelief. At this point, he was almost getting used to this universe, ignoring physics entirely. According to everything he knew about nuclear physics, helium-3 should have been the ideal fuel for practical fusion systems. He'd always suspected the original writers had simply confused tritium and helium isotopes. 2 protons and 1 neutron. 2 neutrons and 1 proton. Not exactly a minor difference. At least helium-3 fusion had theoretical papers supporting it. Tritium-only fusion like this? That belonged entirely to Marvel logic. Drex suppressed a violent urge to start criticizing the science out loud. This was basically just a miniature sun shoved into a laboratory. What part of this counted as controlled? That much tritium undergoing fusion directly should have vaporized the building instantly. And the radiation output alone should have killed everyone nearby. Not to mention the ridiculous solar flare effects erupting from something this small. The temperature should have been catastrophic. At that scale, standing this close should have roasted every person present alive through thermal radiation alone. Even Otto's equations had made Drex want to tear his hair out when he first read them. Yet none of that mattered, because somehow it worked. Otto and the other researchers stared at the reaction with absolute excitement. "Mr. Yes," Drex replied slowly. Emotionally, he felt like reality itself had punched him in the face. Then his expression changed. The gravitational and magnetic interactions inside the miniature solar reaction suddenly shifted. Objects around the laboratory began trembling subtly. Drex's eyes narrowed. "Dr. Octavius," he said immediately, "you need to leave." Otto hadn't even processed the warning before 2 war machines grabbed him and forcibly dragged him away. The mechanical arms attached to his spine attempted to resist automatically. Drex casually disrupted their magnetic systems mid-motion. Otto's wife looked terrified. "The experiment's destabilizing," Drex answered while staring at the miniature sun. By now, loose paper and lightweight objects throughout the laboratory were already drifting toward the reaction sphere. Then heavier equipment followed. Everyone realized something was very wrong. Otto shouted desperately. "No," Drex said calmly. After Otto and his wife were evacuated, Drex walked directly toward the unstable tritium reaction, toward the miniature sun itself. He murmured. Then he extended one hand into the reaction core. The scene looked insane, but between his bioelectric aura, magnetic field manipulation, and gravitational control, Drex's defensive capabilities had become monstrously powerful. Comic versions of Magneto could already survive inside nuclear blast zones using magnetic barriers. Drex's control was even more terrifying. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. The fusion core lacked the specific stellar components Kryptonian biology truly needed. The composition was close, very close, but almost meant worthless. One missing element ruined everything. Otto took the failure badly, completely badly. By the time Drex visited him in the hospital, the brilliant scientist looked spiritually crushed. "Pull yourself together, Doctor," Drex said. "That's how science advances. Blade technology industries won't cut your funding." Otto lay silently on the hospital bed. His eyes were dull, but when he heard the funding would continue, a faint spark returned. "I've already wasted so much of my life on this," Otto said quietly. Starting over now? He genuinely felt moved by Drex's continued support. At the same time, he didn't want Drex carrying unnecessary risk. Drex smiled slightly. Then he looked directly at Otto. "What?" Otto stared at him for several seconds. Then his old pride finally reignited. Drex nodded. The world itself was beginning to change because of Drex Valen's existence, especially in China. Probably nobody else on Earth fully understood what was happening there. Countless ultra-precision components that were either impossible or prohibitively expensive to manufacture mechanically were now being completed entirely by hand. Master craftsmen equipped with new tools forged from secondary Kryptonian alloy had started breaking through their own physical limits. One legendary technician, nicknamed Two Threads, had reportedly begun approaching near-zero manufacturing tolerance. Elsewhere, replacement cutting components forged from secondary Kryptonian alloy reduced precision deviation across critical systems by multiple levels. And every microscopic reduction in deviation translated into kilometers of improved accuracy after launch. Reducing error margins meant reducing wasted correction time. Strategically, the value was enormous. As research into secondary Kryptonian alloy deepened, more and more advanced industries began integrating it into production systems. The results were explosive. Over a dozen major aerospace projects accelerated dramatically, some saving at least 6 months of development time. Numerous research institutes, previously stalled by material limitations, resumed experiments that had been frozen for years. And deep inside a classified research facility, engineers finally succeeded in constructing a prototype engine that had sat abandoned in storage for decades because its design had simply been too advanced for existing manufacturing capabilities. Until now. Chapter 71. Deep inside a classified research facility, engineers were using components forged from secondary kryptonite alloy with almost reckless extravagance. Those components had finally allowed them to assemble a prototype engine that had spent years gathering dust in storage. The design had once been dismissed as too far ahead of modern manufacturing capabilities to ever become reality. Now, for the first time, it worked. Testing was proceeding methodically, and the results already looked astonishing. According to the current data, the engine's success had allowed their aerospace sector to leapfrog decades of development in a single stride, surpassing even the most advanced publicly known engines in the world. There was only one problem. The most critical materials required for several of the engine's core components came from overseas. Specifically, they came from the creation of the genius who had become a legend throughout the upper circles of global industry in just a few short months, Drex Valen. That meant the production and supply chain for this revolutionary metal remained firmly in someone else's hands. For any ambitious power with global aspirations, that was unacceptable. It was the kind of dependence nations would do almost anything to eliminate. The secondary kryptonite alloy is unbelievable, one man said with a weary sigh. You have no idea how many research institutes have been calling me lately. He rubbed his forehead. The fact that Drex Valen hasn't restricted exports already puts us ahead of the curve. Most of the supply still ends up in American hands. He turned toward the middle-aged man with glasses seated near the conference room window. So, Fifth Brother. The man called Fifth Brother twitched faintly at the corner of his mouth. Still, he didn't dare argue. Yes, Minister, he said quietly. By this point, most people within the upper levels of government and industry already understood that secondary kryptonite alloy could be used to manufacture extraordinary tools capable of massively increasing the efficiency of elite technicians. It was already being treated as a strategic national resource. What the public didn't know, however, was that its usefulness extended far beyond specialized tooling. Only a tiny handful of influential figures and top-tier scientists understood the truth. Secondary kryptonite alloy wasn't merely a superior industrial material. It exceeded the known limits of modern materials science altogether. For the first time in human history, technologies that had once existed only as theoretical concepts or impossible blueprints suddenly had a realistic path toward becoming real. That fact alone was enough to make every major nation in the world desperate to acquire it by any means necessary. As more and more organizations obtained samples of the alloy through various channels, research institutes and technology corporations across the globe fell into a frenzy. Some scientists even began making absurd claims that, given enough secondary kryptonite alloy, they could achieve practical nuclear fusion. That part was obviously exaggerated. Fusion had never been limited to materials science alone. Of course, people like Tony Stark, Drex Valen, and the nearly successful Otto Octavius were exceptions. Still, there was no denying the alloy dramatically raised the ceiling of modern technology. Beyond manufacturing tools, using the material in key structural components made it possible to bring next-generation designs into reality. Mass production remained impossible, naturally, but even a single functioning prototype represented an enormous leap in technological capability. That was why Drex Valen had begun to earn titles like the man who surpassed an era. If not for certain political complications, people might already have called him the father of modern material science. Drex himself understood perfectly well what secondary kryptonite alloy would do to humanity's technological future. That was precisely why he had never sold raw kryptonite or A-grade kryptonite to the public after creating them. New materials alone were enough to overturn entire industries and trigger a fourth industrial revolution. Humanity had once predicted artificial intelligence and robotics would define that revolution. Instead, advanced materials threatened to rewrite the entire equation before AI ever got the chance. And revolutions that happened too quickly rarely ended cleanly. The benefits would be immense. The chaos would be just as severe. That was why Drex had no intention of releasing everything at once. As for the possibility of America attempting to restrict exports, Drex almost laughed at the idea. Once nations had tasted the advantages of secondary kryptonite alloy, any attempt to monopolize it would unite the rest of the world overnight. Even the United States couldn't stand against global economic retaliation forever. War Machine Industries was experiencing the same explosive growth. Blade Tech Industries products had already entered markets across the world. The company hadn't quite reached the mythical scale of Umbrella Corporation yet, but in terms of sheer market dominance, almost no existing corporation could rival it anymore. Following Drex Valen's instructions, Black Queen quickly located the American Poseidon aircraft carrier project. Blade Tech Industries had already delivered roughly 10 tons of secondary kryptonite alloy, and Drex had been paying close attention to where the shipment ended up. Something about the Poseidon project felt wrong to him. Fortunately, Black Queen had no equal in cyberspace. Even if Ultron eventually came into existence, it still wouldn't surpass her. America's cybersecurity systems and intelligence specialists never noticed that Black Queen had already breached their networks and begun browsing through classified files like a ghost drifting through unlocked rooms. Drex leaned back in his chair. The files only contained broad summaries. Detailed information was likely stored physically, or perhaps never written down at all. Some projects were so sensitive that only select personnel were allowed to memorize key data. Still, the phrase alone was enough. Drex tapped his fingers lightly against the desk. If they intended to use secondary kryptonite alloy to construct a flying aircraft carrier, then everything suddenly made sense. The new millennium had already arrived. Project Insight would naturally be underway by now. 3 massive airborne fortresses. The amount of secondary kryptonite alloy required would be astronomical unless they planned to use it solely for outer armor plating. Hydra really was impressive. Not that Drex intended to stop them. On the contrary, the project would make him absurd amounts of money. And realistically, would a flying fortress pose any threat to a Kryptonian? Even without recklessly head-butting warships like some overconfident comic book bruiser, Drex's electromagnetic manipulation alone would be enough to twist all 3 carriers into spiraling masses of metal scrap. They weren't a threat. They were customers. Will announced that production capacity is limited. The previous price of $8,000 per gram suddenly felt far too cheap. We're footing the bill. Why not charge more? Ord nodded in agreement. Truthfully, she had been thinking the same thing. Lately, reports tied to secondary kryptonite alloy had been flooding in from every direction. Its influence was only beginning to emerge, subtle at first, like cracks spreading beneath the surface of the world. But compared to War Machine Industries, or even the AIDS treatment drug, the long-term impact of this alloy would be far greater. A technological tidal wave had already begun. Most of humanity simply hadn't realized it yet. Chapter 72. The price increase for secondary kryptonite alloy caused an immediate uproar, mostly in the United States. Russia and China barely reacted at all. At that level, money wasn't the issue anymore. The real problem was supply. As long as Drex Valen was still willing to sell, they would keep buying. After Urde sent the American representatives away with a polite explanation about limited production capacity and possible future shortages, Washington finally stopped pushing the issue. They had offered to assist with manufacturing, of course. Urde wasn't stupid enough to fall for that. The moment America obtained the production formula for secondary kryptonite alloy, Blade Tech Industries would become obsolete overnight. Meanwhile, Drex wasn't sitting idle. Once again, the Dark Knight armor appeared in public during an armored truck robbery in Los Angeles. The sight of Dark Knight Drex descending onto the scene immediately triggered cheers from nearby civilians. Several police officers visibly relaxed in relief. Their captain, on the other hand, looked like he was developing a stress fracture between his eyebrows. Because every time Dark Knight Drex solved a crisis before the LAPD could respond, it made them look as incompetent as the Washington Metropolitan Police during earlier incidents. Taxpayer-funded spectators. That was the reputation they were drifting toward. People also quickly noticed that the Dark Knight armor had changed again. The magnificent 8-bladed wing system mounted on the back was gone. In its place sat an unfamiliar device, crackling with arcs of electricity. Drex had upgraded the high-frequency blades and floating cannon system into a full electromagnetic generator array, allowing him to openly manipulate electromagnetism and gravity without needing to conceal the source of his abilities. At this point, there probably weren't many enemies left who could overpower the Dark Knight armor through brute force alone. The robbers barely had time to react. Drex spread his hand slightly. Every firearm in the street twisted violently into spirals of warped steel, tangling around the criminals' wrists and fingers like metal vines. Then, the electromagnetic currents invaded their nervous systems. Artificial signals hijacked their bodies. The robbers collapsed instantly, limbs twitching uncontrollably as their own muscles stopped obeying them. Terror flooded their faces, but even screaming became impossible. Then the explosion hit. A deafening blast erupted from the side of the street. Drex reacted instantly. Electromagnetic force compressed into a containment ring, while gravitational distortion twisted the fire and shockwave inward. The explosion that should have flattened the entire block vanished almost immediately, crushed into nothing before it could spread. Even so, one civilian had still been caught in the edge of the blast. A young woman. Beautiful. Late teens, maybe early 20s. Drex caught her before she hit the ground. The moment he touched her, he sensed something violently changing inside her body. A mutant? An inhuman? Random mutation? He couldn't tell. But the transformation fascinated him immediately. And the bombing itself was suspicious. The blast had been far too powerful to be accidental. Someone had clearly targeted him. Black Queen, Drex said calmly as he lifted into the air with the unconscious girl in his arms. Trace the origin of the explosive. During the flight back, Drex noticed the ends of the girl's hair beginning to crystallize. Blue, glowing. Translucent strands spread through her black hair like frozen neon veins. Without hesitation, Drex shielded himself with electromagnetic force and instantly teleported back to the base. The girl was placed carefully onto a medical platform while Black Queen began a full-body scan. There's nobody like this in the comics, Drex muttered thoughtfully. By then, the transformation had fully completed. The lower half of her long black hair had become luminous blue crystal-like strands. Strangely, the material emitted no radiation at all, and, despite its appearance, it remained as soft and flexible as normal hair. Then the girl opened her eyes. Even her irises had changed into a cold, crystalline blue. Where? She sat up slowly, pressing a hand against her forehead. This is a medical facility owned by Blade Tech Industries, Drex explained evenly. You were caught in the explosion during my confrontation with the robbers. The girl blinked. Then her eyes widened. Yes, he said with a nod. Recognition worked wonders. A moment earlier, she'd been tense and frightened. Now her anxiety evaporated into excitement so quickly it was almost amusing. To her, this probably felt like winning some impossible cosmic lottery. Someone like Drex Valen existed in an entirely different world from ordinary people. And unfortunately for her privacy, Drex could hear every thought running through her head. He's even more handsome in person. This can't be real. Drex didn't look remotely embarrassed. Instead, he picked up a data report from the nearby console. Well, he said, I have good news and bad news. The girl hesitated. Drex handed her a mirror. The girl stared at her reflection in shock. She had already been attractive before the transformation. Now she looked almost unreal. The glowing crystalline hair gave her an ethereal, dreamlike beauty. She turned the mirror slightly, examining herself from another angle. Drex paused. Fair enough. The good news, he continued, is that your body underwent an unknown mutation. During her unconscious state, Drex had already taken biological samples. Black Queen was still analyzing them in the background. She asked excitedly. If anyone else had said that, she probably would have laughed it off. But this was Drex Valen. The man practically redefined impossible on a weekly basis. Still, after the excitement faded slightly, uncertainty returned. Drex was genuinely curious himself. After a series of controlled examinations and stress tests, the girl's abilities finally awakened, and the results surprised even Drex. What she possessed didn't seem to be superpowers at all. It was magic. A strange energy hidden deep within her body had been activated by the explosion. Drex immediately suspected her lineage wasn't ordinary. Maybe something cosmic like Star-Lord and the Celestials. Or possibly something darker. Demons. Hellspawn. Dimensional influence. He made a mental note to ask Ancient One about it later. The girl's magical abilities were terrifyingly unique. The first was molecular disintegration lightning. She could release blue lightning-like energy that carried neither voltage nor electrical current. It only mimicked the appearance and speed of lightning. But anything struck by it began disintegrating at the molecular level. Even vibranium could theoretically be broken apart. Under different circumstances, that power would have been horrifying. Fortunately, Drex already possessed mastery over electromagnetism and gravity, making him far less vulnerable to such attacks. The second ability was barrier creation. She could surround herself with crystalline blue polygonal constructs possessing immense defensive power. Even Drex's psychic abilities failed to penetrate the shield completely. The third ability was the most disturbing. Soul Drain. Targets captured by her magic could have their strength, life force, memories, and even souls extracted directly from them. Drex stared at the test results for several seconds. Honestly, only the future Scarlet, which might be able to challenge her once her powers matured. Then reality rippled quietly beside him. A familiar figure stepped through space itself. The Ancient One had arrived. Apparently, she had once again sensed magic originating from beyond Earth's dimensional structure. Drex looked at her appearing out of thin air and resisted the urge to say the first thing that came to mind. Do you seriously have nothing better to do? Chapter 73-73. Fortunately, the Ancient One was able to shed some light on the girl's origins. According to her, Morgan was likely similar to the Juggernaut, a creation tied to an extra-dimensional entity, designed as a tool for invading Earth's dimension. Much like how the Dark God Thon had granted chaos magic to the future Scarlet Witch, every use of chaos magic subtly strengthened the connection between Thon's dimension and Earth, paving the way for eventual invasion. Morgan's powers worked on the same principle. The Ancient One also revealed the true nature of the magic she wielded. Soul magic, a deeply dangerous form of sorcery fueled entirely by souls. What concerned the Ancient One most was that she couldn't identify which dimensional entity the magic originated from. In simple terms, if Morgan burned hundreds of souls to empower a single spell, The strength of the attack would scale according to the quality of those souls. The more powerful the souls, the more malicious, the more corrupted, the stronger the magic became. Like chaos magic, soul magic could theoretically accomplish almost anything so long as enough souls were offered as fuel. Mind manipulation, memory extraction, spatial barriers, even temporal reversal. The possibilities made even Drex feel tempted. Then the Ancient One calmly explained the hidden cost. 90% of every soul consumed by the magic was taken directly by the dimensional entity behind it. Only the remaining fraction became usable magical power. Drex almost laughed. That's a 90% tax rate, he said flatly. According to the Ancient One, all souls eventually passed into higher dimensional afterlives after death, whether heavenly or infernal. But when a dimensional entity embedded its power into a living being from a mortal dimension, any souls harvested through that power became the property of that entity instead. Naturally, she avoided mentioning cosmic beings like death itself. There were some truths she clearly had no intention of explaining to either Drex or Morgan. Under normal circumstances, the Ancient One would eliminate beings connected to extra-dimensional corruption immediately. Drex found that a little inconsistent. Funny how she never showed up to erase the Juggernaut. Or Wanda. Now, suddenly she was taking initiative. Still, her conclusion was clear. Morgan's soul magic needed to be sealed. No objections here, Drex said calmly. He glanced toward Morgan. Unlike arrogant idiots who thought raw power solved everything, Drex understood exactly how dangerous dimensional entities could become. His own evolution had already granted him abilities like energy absorption and psychic powers, but those still belonged largely to the realm of physics. Mysticism was different, unknown, and unknown things deserve caution. Part of him feared what he didn't understand. Another part of him was irresistibly fascinated by it. The scientist inside him wanted answers no matter the risk. Fortunately, the rational side usually won. Morgan hesitated for several seconds. This was her first real taste of extraordinary power, and honestly, soul magic sounded undeniably cool. Besides, if stronger and more evil souls produced stronger magic, wouldn't killing criminals solve the problem? In the end, however, she still allowed the Ancient One to place a complete seal on her abilities. Afterward, the sorcerer left almost immediately, disappearing as abruptly as she had arrived. Drex had wanted to ask a few more questions, but apparently the Ancient One preferred vanishing dramatically over having normal conversations. He turned toward Morgan. Black Queen had already compiled her background information. Orphanage upbringing, still in high school, no remaining family. Even with the soul magic sealed away, the crystalline blue tips of her hair and her glowing eyes remained unchanged. She looked strikingly unusual now, impossible to mistake for ordinary. Morgan lowered her gaze slightly. Mr. Valen. Drex almost smiled. This girl's attraction to pretty faces is terminal. I don't mind, said. Actually, there are two people here I think you'd get along with. Morgan's cheeks immediately turned pink. Drex noticed, naturally, and fully intended to exploit the effect later if necessary. After all, once the Ancient One eventually died, there was a decent chance Morgan's soul magic seal would weaken or disappear entirely. Better to stay on good terms with walking apocalyptic weaponry. Soon afterward, Morgan met Wanda and Pietro. Pietro was visibly stunned the moment he saw her. At this point, none of them had awakened their powers yet, so Pietro's preferred method of impressing girls remained painfully normal. Street racing. Come on, Pietro said confidently. Morgan rejected the offer immediately. Her mother had died in a car accident caused by a rich kid street racing. The driver walked away untouched, while Morgan's family lost nearly everything during the legal aftermath. Since then, she'd hated street racers with a passion. By extension, Pietro instantly dropped several points in her estimation. Watching the interaction gave Drex another idea. He later instructed Ord to begin construction on a private academy. Eventually, he intended to handle young superhumans the same way Professor X handled mutants, gathering and protecting minors listed in the superhuman archives he'd been compiling. Adults, on the other hand, could go work for World Serpent. No free rides there. Strangely enough, Morgan's appearance and sealed magic seemed to trigger something in Jessica Campbell. The very next day, Jessica finally woke up. The unfamiliar environment terrified her instantly. She curled into the corner of the room, trembling. Then a screen activated nearby. A news report began playing automatically. It covered the car accident that had killed her family. Jessica stared at the date in disbelief. Several months had already passed. Drex stepped into the room. His presence alone calmed her almost immediately. No psychic influence required. Being ridiculously handsome and carrying yourself like absolute certainty apparently worked just fine. Under Drex's reassurance, Jessica slowly accepted reality. Her powers, however, still hadn't fully awakened. They seemed to require a specific trigger condition. Drex didn't particularly care. Jessica's abilities were useful by human standards, but compared to his own power set, they barely registered. After introducing Jessica to Wanda and Morgan, Drex shifted his attention toward another matter entirely. A news report flashed across multiple networks. The famous scientific genius Reed Richards was preparing to investigate an approaching cosmic storm. The mission was part of an aerospace research initiative funded by Doom Industries. Drex immediately recognized it. The Fantastic Four origin event. Judging by the details, this version seemed closer to the movie adaptation. Black Queen quickly dug up additional information. Apparently, Reed had previously contacted Blade Tech Industries seeking financial support for the mission, or it had ignored the request completely. At the time, Drex Valen had shown no real interest in aerospace expansion beyond Blade Tech's developing satellite launch program. Even those satellites were still years away from deployment. And despite the company's absurd daily cash flow, that didn't mean they were obligated to throw money at every ambitious science project that crossed their desks. With nowhere else to turn, Reed had ultimately accepted conditional backing from his former university rival, Dr. Victor Von Doom. Ironically, Doom trusted Reed's intellect more than Reed trusted himself. Otherwise, he never would have invested so heavily in the mission. Unfortunately for him, Reed Richards had a supernatural talent for dragging everyone around him into catastrophic disasters. Heroes, villains, friends, enemies, entire corporations. No wonder Doom eventually developed a lifelong obsession with destroying him. Drex leaned back thoughtfully as he reviewed the data. Cosmic radiation. The more he examined the projected storm patterns, the stranger they looked. And that raised an interesting question. Could the cosmic storm benefit him too? Chapter 74-74. Victor Von Doom still had no idea that his entire future was about to detonate in spectacular fashion. The man trusted Reed Richards' intellect even more than Reed trusted himself. And lately, every interview Doom gave radiated the same energy, absolute confidence. Every news channel seemed obsessed with him. Day after day, Doom appeared on television emphasizing the importance of the cosmic storm mission, speaking passionately about humanity's future in space and the breakthroughs waiting beyond Earth's atmosphere. Watching it all unfold, Drex almost felt bad for him. Almost. Meanwhile, Black Queen finally uncovered new leads related to the bombing. The trail pointed directly toward Western Europe. Drex frowned slightly. That hadn't even made his short list of possibilities. The region covered far too many nations. Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain. Half the developed world sat under that umbrella, which immediately complicated things. For a moment, Drex even wondered if he'd misunderstood the entire incident. Maybe the bomb hadn't targeted him at all. Maybe it had simply been a terrorist attack. Then again, the explosive yield had been absurdly excessive. The blast had possessed enough destructive force to flatten an entire city block. That wasn't normal terrorism. Drex instructed Black Queen to continue tracing every possible lead while dispatching B soldiers to assist the investigation. Some places remained difficult to penetrate digitally, and most of his B soldiers were former mercenaries who thrived in ugly situations like this. They were better suited for field work anyway. At the same time, Drex continued researching the symbiotes. He had already fully mapped the biological structures of Lash, Riot, and Phage. At this point, he could even reproduce them artificially if necessary. After some consideration, Drex used his psychic abilities to erase the self-awareness of all three symbiotes before forcibly merging them into a single composite organism. The result resembled the monstrous stacked symbiote forms Deadpool had once worn in the comics. Far stronger than any individual symbiote alone. Drex examined the black mass thoughtfully. "This is basically a Guyver unit now," he muttered. Among all alien organisms he had encountered so far, symbiotes came closest to the concept of Guyver bioarmor. If he possessed Kryptonian biotech engineering knowledge, creating true bio-boosted armor systems probably wouldn't have been difficult at all. Unfortunately, he'd arrived in this world with empty hands. That thought immediately made him resent Clark Kent all over again. The man was sitting on an entire civilization's worth of Kryptonian technology and barely used any of it. What a waste. Get to me instead, Drex thought sourly. Although symbiote reproduction was technically considered a biological disorder among their species, Drex didn't particularly care. Offspring tended to surpass their parents in almost every category. So he deliberately stimulated Phage's cellular structure until it began reproducing. Modified by electromagnetic manipulation at the microscopic level, the symbiote successfully produced an offspring. The newborn symbiote immediately sensed Drex's overwhelming power and lunged toward him without hesitation. Drex responded casually. Electromagnetic force accelerated molecular motion around the creature, generating intense localized heat. The symbiote recoiled instantly. Symbiotes could inherit and replicate aspects of their host's abilities. Drex had absolutely no intention of allowing anyone access to his own powers, which was precisely why he avoided bonding with him personally. Instead, he selected a bee soldier as the new host. The moment the symbiote bonded with the bee soldier, it attacked Drex. Drex flicked a finger. A subtle magnetic disturbance spread outward, altering the surrounding electromagnetic field. Atomic binding forces shifted microscopically. In reality, the result looked horrifying. The symbiote and its host twisted violently into a spiraling mass, like wet cloth being wrung apart by invisible hands. The creature struggled desperately, but couldn't escape the crushing force. Drex asked calmly. Using both electromagnetic perception and supervision, he studied the newborn symbiote in detail. Interesting. As expected, this offspring was superior to Phage in nearly every way. It had even begun developing resistance to fire and sonic attacks, though not enough to become immune. The symbiote clearly recognized Drex's power now. And since its host wasn't insane, unlike certain future hosts Drex could think of, the creature's thought processes remained relatively stable. After a brief silence, it finally answered. Drex nodded slowly. Good. Roar turned toward the fused symbiote mass formed from Lash, Riot, and Phage. The three mindless organisms drifted together in a sluggish, half-conscious state that made even another symbiote visibly uncomfortable. I erased their identities because they refused to cooperate, Drex said evenly. Roar remained silent for several seconds. Then it lowered its head slightly. Internally, the symbiote had already decided to obey temporarily and look for an opportunity to flee Earth later. This planet was insane. Nothing about it matched the harmless backwater world it had expected. You'll remain bonded to that host, Drex said. He paused. Of course, I'm not naive enough to expect unconditional loyalty, so I've already implanted psychic markers into your consciousness. Roar's expression darkened. Unfortunately, it also understood that resistance was pointless, so it complied. Drex seemed satisfied. Roar's raw combat capability already exceeded Spider-Man's in several areas. Properly utilized, symbiotes still had value. At minimum, they made excellent enforcers. As for the merged triple symbiote, Drex decided to leave it sealed inside the laboratory for future use. Throwing away valuable material would be wasteful. Right now, What he really wanted to know was whether Venom had produced Carnage yet. Carnage had enormous potential too. Letting a random psychopath become its host would be such a waste. Fortunately, Drex had anticipated the possibility early on. Black Queen had been monitoring Eddie Brock and Venom continuously, including every location they visited. So far, there were no signs of Venom reproducing. To improve surveillance coverage, Drex modified a batch of nanomachines through electromagnetic restructuring, equipping them with ultra-high-definition visual sensors and night vision capabilities. Black Queen now controlled the microscopic swarm directly. While all of this unfolded, Drex sat comfortably enjoying thick-cut grilled beef sourced from one of his private ranches. He idly wondered whether he should import Wagyu cattle next. He'd never actually tasted authentic Wagyu before. Then a breaking news report interrupted the broadcast. An escape had occurred at a private prison facility. The fugitive's name was Carl Lucas, African-American, born in Harlem, New York. Authorities believed there was a high probability he would return to New York City. Drex calmly finished his cola. The Marvel Universe really did generate world-changing incidents at industrial speed. Carl Lucas, better known as Luke Cage, originally a street kid who eventually tried to leave that life behind after losing family members, Lucas had later been framed by a former friend and sent to prison. While incarcerated, he volunteered for an experimental procedure intended to recreate the super soldier program in exchange for a reduced sentence. And now, another future superhuman had officially entered the board. Chapter 75-75. During the experiment, a prisoner named Billy Bob, who held a grudge against Carl, broke into the laboratory intending to sabotage him. Instead, he accidentally accelerated the chemical process inside Carl's body. The result was catastrophic. Every cell in Carl's body mutated violently, granting him immense physical strength and skin tough enough to resist bullets and blades. After escaping prison with his newfound abilities, Carl returned to New York and decided to use his powers to make money while helping people at the same time. That was when Carl Lucas became Luke Cage. Unfortunately for him, Drex Valen had already set his sights on him. Luke Cage's muscle tissue and bone density had both been dramatically enhanced, granting him enormous strength. Initially, he could lift around 25 tons, though further development would eventually push that number beyond 50. He could punch through 4-inch steel plating with his bare fists. Compared to Spider-Man, his raw strength wasn't especially outrageous. But Spider-Man was a monster by superhero standards. In a city overflowing with thousands of costumed vigilantes, Peter Parker still ranked near the top tier, which meant Luke Cage was already terrifyingly powerful by normal standards. His skin was nearly indestructible. Only specialized medical lasers could reliably cut through it. He could withstand impacts from one-ton objects, survive knives and blunt force trauma with ease, tank close-range handgun fire, and even endure explosions equivalent to 150 pounds of TNT. On top of that, his healing factor operated roughly 3 times faster than in normal humans. And now he was hiding in Hell's Kitchen. The neighborhood's reputation had become practically legendary. Poverty and violence defined the place. If Manhattan real estate weren't so absurdly valuable, the federal government probably would have abandoned the district entirely. People there survived however they could. And when survival became miserable enough, chaos started looking entertaining. Residents of Hell's Kitchen generally shared 3 traits: bold, broke, and addicted to trouble, which explained why people still wandered the streets late at night, despite the crime rate. Luke Cage himself had once been just another street thug. As he got older and lost family members, he tried to turn his life around. Then life rewarded him by throwing him into prison. Inside that prison, everything changed. In exchange for a chance at early release, Luke volunteered for an experimental recreation of the super soldier program. Through sheer accident, the process transformed him into a bulletproof powerhouse. After escaping confinement, he settled in Hell's Kitchen under a new identity, planning to make money while acting as a street-level hero. Unfortunately, reality had other plans. At that moment, Luke stared at the monstrous creatures surrounding him from all directions and genuinely wondered if he'd wandered into another dimension. 4B soldiers, Drex said with visible interest. Beside him stood Emil Blonsky, posture rigid and expression cold. Blonsky barely even acknowledged Luke's existence. Even after Drex mentioned the possibility of modifying Luke later, Blonsky remained indifferent. After all, he was Super Abomination. Why would he care about someone at Luke Cage's level? Still, Drex ended up mildly surprised. Luke actually defeated all 4B soldiers. Granted, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Luke Cage's abilities were practically designed for endurance combat. Beyond his immense strength, his enhanced muscles and reinforced skeleton granted extraordinary resistance to nearly every conventional form of damage. Blades barely mattered. Gunfire barely mattered. Blunt force trauma barely mattered. Combined with accelerated healing and impressive stamina, Luke could absorb punishment all day long. Breathing heavily after the fight, Luke prepared to leave. Then his body froze. A terrifying pressure flooded the alleyway. Pure killing intent. A man wearing a black leather coat stepped forward slowly, staring at Luke like he was already dead. Blonsky looked deeply dissatisfied with the B soldiers. 4 of them, each possessing physical abilities roughly comparable to Luke Cage, maybe even superior. And they still lost? Embarrassing, especially in front of the boss. What if Drex thought he wasn't training them properly? Clearly, they all needed harsher combat drills once this was over. Luke had never experienced anything like this before. He didn't even know if the sensation could truly be called killing intent. It felt heavier than that, more primal. Blonsky didn't waste words. He had studied countless recordings from underground death tournaments to refine his combat methods. Even without transforming, taking down Luke Cage wasn't particularly difficult for him. The fight ended in moments. Luke's durability impressed Blonsky slightly, but only enough to qualify as a warm-up. Soon afterward, Luke Cage was unconscious, restrained, and transported directly to Drex's laboratory. The first thing Drex did was implant a psychic suggestion deep into Luke's mind, along with a hidden mental trigger. Then the modifications began. Unlike Bucky Barnes or the future Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, Luke wasn't considered worthy of the Red Hulk serum or Abomination serum. Those formulas possessed terrifying upper limits. Drex reserved them for high-level executives only. Lately, he had also begun losing interest in B soldiers altogether. Their growth ceiling was simply too visible. The idea of creating Beast Lords had already been postponed indefinitely due to missing breakthroughs in biotechnology. Instead of mass-producing disposable soldiers, Drex preferred building elite monsters capable of crushing entire armies alone. One-man catastrophes. Luke sank into unconsciousness as Drex began transplanting mutant genes into his body. Recently, Drex had acquired several valuable genetic samples, and his increasingly refined control over electromagnetic manipulation allowed him to reduce rejection reactions to almost nothing. Besides, Luke Cage himself was already an anomaly by scientific standards. Someone with that level of physical enhancement should not have possessed perfectly ordinary human genetics. Yet somehow he did. With electromagnetic force guiding the process at the cellular level, the mutation completed rapidly. Luke Cage officially became a mutant. When he opened his eyes again, the psychic suggestion implanted earlier had already reshaped parts of his memory. He now believed he had been born into World Serpent, the child of 2 organization members, and that Drex Valen had personally selected him for enhancement after recognizing his potential. Luke sounded genuinely excited. The transformation had succeeded. Drex nodded calmly. It's complete. The modifications were impressive even by Drex's standards. The first mutant gene originally only allowed arm regeneration. After Drex's adjustments, however, it evolved into something much closer to Wolverine or Sabretooth level regeneration. Not true immortality. Luke would still age naturally, but short of dying from old age, even decapitation wouldn't stop him permanently. The second mutation was even more useful. By touching physical substances Luke could transform his own body into the same material composition. To complement that ability, Drex handed him a vibranium ring. With it, Luke could instantly transform himself into living vibranium whenever necessary. At that point, harming him would become extraordinarily difficult. There were limitations, however. Luke could only imitate solid matter. Energy-based transformations remained impossible. No turning into fire. No becoming lightning. Nothing like that. Still, for a frontline combatant, it was already absurd. Chapter 76. A healing factor combined with a vibranium body made Luke Cage absurdly durable. But durability alone wasn't enough. Being impossible to kill had limited value if you couldn't hit hard enough to matter. So Drex added one more mutant gene. Originally, the super strength gene had been fairly mediocre. Under normal circumstances, it would have granted its host maybe 10 tons of lifting power. After Drex modified it, however, the gene became vastly more potent. The downside was obvious. It offered no defensive enhancement whatsoever. Still, once the upgraded strength gene merged with Luke Cage's existing mutations, the results became monstrous. Luke's physical strength surpassed 100 tons. At that point, he could directly trade blows with Red Hulk, the Hulk, or even Super Abomination. More importantly, his body barely changed in size. Even after transforming into living vibranium, he remained agile because vibranium was significantly lighter than most metals at equivalent volume. Morgan quietly slipped into the laboratory while Drex was reviewing data. He glanced toward her. Morgan hesitated awkwardly. If I can never use soul magic again. Ever since the incident, she'd been painfully aware of one thing. The only reason she had ever gotten close to Drex Valen at all was because of the explosion and the dangerous magic inside her. Otherwise, someone like her never would have crossed paths with someone like him. There were countless beautiful women and brilliant girls trying to get close to Drex every day. Morgan didn't have Pietro's carefree confidence. And unlike Wanda, who worked tirelessly without overthinking things, Morgan constantly worried about becoming unnecessary. Drex studied her for a moment before answering. He spoke casually, like the answer was obvious. He shrugged lightly. Drex could see straight through her anxiety. Pietro was reckless and uncomplicated. Wanda was diligent and focused. Morgan, meanwhile, clearly wanted shortcuts. Jessica Campbell had reacted differently from all of them. After losing her family and suddenly finding herself alone in the world, she'd thrown herself into studying with almost desperate determination. She genuinely believed education could change her future, which was ironic, considering she was only a short distance away from becoming a heavily nerfed version of Supergirl. Morgan, on the other hand, felt a headache forming just listening to Drex list scientific disciplines she barely understood. The private academy he'd established offered virtually every subject imaginable for students willing to learn. Still, "I'll work hard," she said quickly. Then she fled the room like she was escaping a burning building. Drex watched her leave, fully aware of the thoughts spiraling through her head. Morgan wandered the streets, afterward feeling strangely miserable. Yes, she was hopelessly attracted to Drex Valen's appearance. That much was obvious even to herself. But Drex wasn't just handsome. He was a genius centuries ahead of the modern world. Someone like him probably needed people who could actually understand the things he talked about. "I'm way too stupid for someone like that." As she walked through a quieter section of the street, a voice suddenly echoed beside her. Morgan froze. Ever since the soul magic incident, she understood this world contained far more than science. Ghosts. Dimensions. Things far worse than ghosts. Slowly, she turned around. A shadow-like figure composed of dark blue and black light stood behind her. Its form remained blurry and unstable. Yet the moment Morgan looked at it, a clear image appeared instinctively in her mind. An enormous demon towering like a mountain. For crystal blue horns rose from its head. Its entire body was covered in massive scales, each one larger than Morgan herself. The creature's face looked exactly like the kind of devil people painted in religious nightmares. Morgan immediately tried to run. Her body refused to move. "Do not fear me, Morgan," the entity said gently. That only terrified her more. The Ancient One had already warned her that one of her parents likely wasn't human, and that her existence might be tied to an extra-dimensional entity seeking access to Earth. Morgan didn't fully understand what a dimensional god truly was, but she understood enough to know they were bad news. Then the shadows in front of her shifted. An image appeared. Drex, inside a gravity chamber. Sweat glistened across his bare chest and sharply defined abdominal muscles as he trained under crushing force. Morgan's eyes widened instantly. The dimensional god sounded almost fatherly, manipulative, gentle, careful. Morgan swallowed hard, desperately trying to look away. "No," the entity replied softly. "I am your father. I understand your thoughts better than anyone." Morgan shut her eyes tightly in refusal. The entity continued speaking anyway. "Did you notice the woman beside him? His secretary." The shadows shifted again. This time, Morgan saw Ord bathing. Morgan instantly suffered complete psychological defeat. From appearance to confidence to capability, she felt utterly outclassed. "There's another problem," the dimensional god continued calmly. Its voice became quieter. Then suddenly, the entity paused. Apparently, the Ancient One had begun noticing its presence. The dimensional god withdrew immediately. The shadows vanished. Morgan collapsed onto the pavement, breathing hard. Several minutes passed before she finally managed to stand again. She ran straight toward Blade Tech Industries. She needed to tell Drex what had happened, needed to warn him. But when she reached the upper floors, she saw him talking with Ord. Morgan couldn't hear the conversation, but the sight alone stopped her cold. Ord stood beside Drex naturally, effortlessly, beautiful, capable, confident. The two of them laughed together while discussing something Morgan couldn't begin to understand. Her feet refused to move. For the first time in her life, Morgan truly understood jealousy. Deep inside her heart, something quietly began to grow. Far away, the dimensional entity smiled in satisfaction as its connection to Earth's dimension strengthened slightly. Negative emotions were nourishment to beings like it. Fear, envy, desire, resentment. Humans without darkness simply didn't exist. In the end, Morgan never told Drex about the encounter. "If I don't have power, then I'll never be able to stay close to him." Later, Wanda noticed almost immediately that something felt wrong. Wanda asked gently. Morgan forced a smile. She could tell Wanda genuinely cared about her, which only made the guilt worse. Morgan didn't want to drag her into this. Wanda was too good for that. "If something's bothering you, tell me," Wanda said sincerely. Wanda treasured the peaceful life they'd found together. Morgan, Jessica, for the first time in a long while, she actually felt happy. Morgan laughed softly. "Don't worry." But behind the smile, she had already made a decision. Chapter 77. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye, and during that entire time, Morgan only grew more anxious. Then, one night, the familiar black and blue shadow finally returned. The dimensional entity had been forced to wait patiently. The Ancient One had remained vigilant for weeks, sealing off most opportunities for intrusion before the being finally managed to slip through a narrow opening. "Morgan," the entity said warmly, "my daughter." Morgan hesitated briefly before speaking. Father." The moment she called it father, the entity's tone softened further, almost as if genuinely moved, like a fisherman watching the hook finally sink. "It's simple," the dimensional god said gently. "I will awaken your bloodline." Morgan bit her lip nervously. If the Ancient One discovered everything and sealed her again, then all of this would be pointless. "Relax," the entity assured her. Morgan was technically native to Earth's dimension. The Ancient One rarely interfered directly in the affairs of ordinary mortal beings. As long as Morgan continued growing stronger, the dimensional entity could eventually use her existence as a stable bridge connecting Earth to the deep blue dimension. Then it could invade reality completely. Morgan was young, naive, poorly educated about the dangers of things beyond human understanding. And worst of all, the entity held a title she had subconsciously longed for her entire life: Father. Even if fear and resentment existed, they couldn't completely suppress a child's desire for familial affection. Morgan asked quietly. Nothing complicated, the entity replied. Dark blue energy flooded into Morgan's body. Instantly, she felt something inside her awaken. The demonic portion of her soul stirred violently as a blurred blue sigil appeared across her forehead. Then the transformation began. A massive tide of negative energy poured into her from the void itself. Her bones cracked loudly as her body convulsed in pain. Flesh twisted and reshaped beneath the corruption of infernal power. Her face changed. Her body changed. Everything changed. Her figure stretched upward proportionally, growing taller and more mature. Her limbs became longer and more elegant, while her nails hardened into razor-like claws. Curved spiral horns emerged from both sides of her forehead. The bones in her legs warped and extended backward into digitigrade joints, transforming her feet into slender predatory talons. Even her face became unnaturally beautiful. Her features sharpened into something almost elven in its seductive perfection, though her skin turned pale blue and her eyes glowed entirely with cold azure light. Her dark blue hair floated weightlessly around her. Power radiated from her in waves. Behind her, dense magic condensed into a massive pair of bat-like wings, complete with flexible clawed joints near the upper folds. Elegant collarbones, a perfectly sculpted waist, dangerously alluring curves. Every inch of her body projected a lethal kind of temptation, a demoness carved from desire itself. And the moment the transformation finished, Morgan immediately flew toward Blade Tech Industries. The dimensional entity paused. It sounded vaguely concerned. Hopefully the Ancient One doesn't notice too quickly. My precious daughter. Then the entity fled instantly instead of following her. The last thing it wanted was the Ancient One storming into its dimension personally. Meanwhile, Morgan crashed directly through the reinforced concrete wall of Drex's office. Boom! Fragments of cement exploded everywhere as dark blue magic flooded the room like smoke from a ruptured reactor. Drex looked up from his desk, then blinked. Honestly, he had no chance of recognizing her. Morgan's appearance had changed so drastically she looked like an entirely different person. Her height had jumped from around 5'3" to nearly 5'10". Her figure had matured to an absurd degree. Even Morgan's own mother probably wouldn't have recognized her anymore. More importantly, Drex immediately noticed something troubling. His psychic abilities couldn't penetrate her mind, not even slightly. Morgan's soul magic remained sealed, but the demonic awakening within her bloodline had granted her immense magical power anyway. The passive effects alone gave her super strength, super speed, enhanced durability, flight, mind control, soul manipulation, energy projection, magical corruption, defensive barriers, soul absorption, and numerous other abilities. At minimum, she could probably fight the Hulk head-on now, assuming the Hulk didn't continue escalating endlessly through rage. And if her soul magic seal ever broke completely, she'd become something terrifyingly close to Raven from DC Comics. Morgan asked anxiously, then she realized why. She moved closer toward Drex. Oddly enough, Drex sensed no hostility from her whatsoever. Then Morgan activated her psychic abilities. Drex's eyes twitched faintly. He deliberately offered no resistance. Instead, he pulled his own psychic power inward and allowed her mental influence to enter freely. There were several reasons for that. First, he didn't want to expose the fact that he possessed genuine psychic abilities himself. Second, if she believed he was controlled, then he could kill her instantly the moment she lowered her guard. Morgan saw the blankness enter his gaze and immediately assumed her powers had worked. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she stepped forward and pulled Drex against her chest. Drex instantly felt deeply conflicted. This random demon woman had somehow developed a physique where each hemisphere was roughly the size of his entire head. Worse, her superhuman strength pinned him there completely. Definitely passive strength enhancement. No question. Morgan whispered breathlessly. Her desires had spiraled completely out of control. At that moment, all she wanted was to merge her existence with his completely. Drex maintained a perfectly dazed expression while quietly gathering power in one hand. At this distance, one strike would be enough to critically injure or outright kill her. "I'm Morgan," she admitted softly. Drex's hand stopped instantly. Before he could respond, space distorted nearby. The Ancient One appeared, and immediately witnessed a scene that absolutely did not belong in an all-ages publication. Her expression didn't change in the slightest. Without hesitation, she dragged both Drex and Morgan directly into the mirror dimension. Morgan regained a fragment of clarity after seeing her. Then irritation and aggression surged up almost immediately afterward. The Ancient One merely glanced at her once before beginning to examine the surrounding dimensional traces. Clearly, Morgan herself wasn't the true target she was searching for. The magical presence around her was far too weak. The Ancient One quickly recognized the sealing spell she had personally placed within Morgan's soul and immediately understood what had happened. Another young girl seduced by an extra-dimensional entity. Nothing new. Morgan likely possessed demonic blood already, which explained why the corruption had transformed her into this form instead of reducing her into some grotesque, inhuman monster. Most ordinary humans exposed to concentrated negative energy ended up looking far worse. Chapter 78. Morgan stared at him in shock. He had broken through her psychic control far too easily, which meant, had she never controlled him at all? She was most likely awakened by the dimensional entity tied to her bloodline. The Ancient One replied calmly. One glance was enough for her to understand nearly everything about Morgan's condition. Honestly, she wasn't particularly surprised. Over the centuries, she had encountered many descendants of dimensional entities. Some extra-dimensional beings preferred methods like Sidorak, creating artifacts infused with their power and using mortals as anchors or pawns. Others simply reproduced directly. And children born from those unions often awakened frightening powers with very little stimulation, becoming parasitic footholds for outside dimensions within reality itself. The Ancient One had hoped she had closed every loophole years ago. Apparently not. Because Morgan had been born in Earth's dimension, she lacked the foreign extra-dimensional signature that normally triggered reality's rejection response. That meant the Ancient One couldn't simply banish her the way she would a true outsider. Morgan was technically native to Earth. The real danger was that excessive use of her power would gradually create stronger connections for the dimensional entity lurking behind her. The Ancient One sighed internally. Ever since Drex Valen appeared, her workload had increased dramatically, and Stephen Strange still needed several more years before he'd be ready to inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. The thought alone was exhausting. Suddenly, Morgan hurled a sphere of dark blue flame toward Drex. "Careful," the Ancient One warned immediately. "Her magic is highly corrosive." Then she watched Drex casually catch the magical fire with his bare hand. 3 overlapping defensive layers surrounded him simultaneously: electromagnetic fields, gravitational fields, and his own biological force field. The demonic fire failed to damage him in the slightest. Drex briefly considered testing whether his energy absorption abilities could consume magical energy directly, then decided against experimenting recklessly with demonic magic. The Ancient One gave him a genuinely surprised look. She understood enough science to recognize what he was doing. After living for centuries, she'd studied countless disciplines simply to pass the time. What shocked her wasn't the theory. It was how quickly Drex had approached something dangerously close to a unified field framework. At this rate, most conventional magic and curses would eventually become almost meaningless against him. Then Drex attacked. Boom! Twin beams of heat vision erupted from his eyes. But after learning to use gravity as a medium for energy transmission, the destructive force of his heat vision had become vastly more terrifying than before. Normally, The atmosphere was a terrible conductor for concentrated energy transfer. Gravity, however, was different. A gravitational medium could transmit energy tens of thousands of times more efficiently than air. If heat vision energy frequencies were carried through gravitational waves instead, the resulting output became monstrous. Photon energy followed the equation. E equals H backslash nu equals H nu. The higher the frequency, the greater the energy. Conventional laser frequencies were limited, but gravitational wave transmission could amplify that frequency by an entire order of magnitude. On the microscopic level, Drex simultaneously manipulated surrounding electromagnetic fields, forcing particles throughout the environment into extreme high-energy transitional states. The result was horrifying. The twin crimson beams distorted space itself as they crossed the mirror dimension. By the time someone saw the red light, it was already too late. Light speed wasn't something human reflexes could comprehend, react to, or counter. Where Drex looked, matter ceased to exist. Air detonated violently. Structures fragmented into loose particles within fractions of a second. Ash surged outward like tidal waves. Mass became irrelevant. Density became irrelevant. Hardness became irrelevant. Anything touched by the beams simply disintegrated. The Ancient One's expression tightened slightly. Within less than a 10,000th of a second, she twisted the mirror dimension itself, bending and refracting the heat vision away from Morgan. Even then, merely being within several meters of the redirected attack carbonized Morgan's entire body instantly. Her magical barriers lasted less than a second. The Ancient One turned toward Drex with visible disbelief. Those two beams alone, if left uninterrupted, possessed enough destructive energy to vaporize all of New York City. By combining gravitational wave transmission with large-scale electromagnetic particle excitation, Drex had transformed ordinary heat vision from building-level destructive force into something approaching apocalyptic weaponry. Morgan's charred body regenerated rapidly. Drex looked mildly awkward. Mystical combat still confused him. Compared to someone like the Hulk, Morgan looked infinitely more dangerous. The Hulk could be crushed through gravity manipulation alone if Drex truly wanted to. But Morgan radiated the kind of supernatural presence that practically screamed final boss energy. Of course, Drex had gone all out immediately. Morgan charged toward him furiously. The single word exploded outward. Drex transmitted the sound through gravitational waves. Ordinary sound instantly transformed into catastrophic destructive force. Morgan was blasted backward violently. Blood erupted from every orifice in her body as sonic vibrations tore through her internally. Cracks spread briefly even through the mirror dimension itself. Outside the dimensional barrier, the resulting shockwave would have rivaled the blast pressure of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Sound, after all, was fundamentally vibration, and every material possessed a resonant frequency. Hit that frequency correctly, and even vibranium or Kryptonian metal could theoretically be shattered apart. Drex suddenly realized he could probably moonlight as Black Bolt if he wanted to. That's enough, the Ancient One interrupted firmly. Mostly because the mirror dimension was starting to suffer structural damage from Drex's experiments. His two casual test attacks had already completely overwhelmed her. Still, despite her relative weakness against him, Drex found her transformed physiology extremely fascinating. Structurally elegant, a beautiful biological design. He genuinely wanted to study it further. I'm going to calm her mind, the Ancient One replied evenly. Internally, she was already considering dropping Morgan into a time loop for a few hundred cycles until the problem solved itself. Drex asked. Morgan lay unconscious nearby, her body already regenerating from the devastating sonic damage thanks to the passive regenerative properties granted by her demonic magic. Not fully immortal, but dangerously close. Chapter 79-79. Drex had never encountered a genuine demon before. From a scientific perspective alone, Morgan had become an unbelievably valuable specimen. Even unconscious, Morgan shivered faintly on the ground. "Don't worry," the Ancient One said calmly. "She won't be harmed." Drex relaxed slightly. The female version of the Ancient One wasn't nearly as fond of bizarre lessons and psychological games as the old man interpretation from certain universes, so he trusted her judgment enough not to interfere. He asked, "That depends on her," the Ancient One replied. Drex immediately caught the implication. That probably meant a very long time. Still, the Ancient One was the expert here. As a scientist himself, Drex hated when uninformed outsiders try to lecture specialists about their own fields. So he kept his opinions to himself. Soon afterward, the Ancient One departed with Morgan. The shattered walls inside Blade Tech Industries had already been restored, presumably by magic. Drex instructed Black Queen to fabricate nearby surveillance footage, while he personally altered the memories of every witness in the area. Drex muttered thoughtfully. The deeper he dug into this world, the stranger it became. Fortunately, there was still Wanda. Compared to Morgan, Wanda Maximoff's potential was on an entirely different level. A future version of Wanda could overpower Thanos alone. In universes where mutants existed openly, she had once erased nearly all mutants and superpowered beings from existence with a single sentence. Even Spider-Man's powers had vanished under her influence. Morgan's father was probably only around Skyfather level at best. Maybe single universe level, if being generous. Marvel's absurd cosmic hierarchy ran something like this: planetary, Skyfather, All-Father, single universe, multiversal, megaversal, omniversal. Then the truly ridiculous entities like OAA, OBA, the Beyonders, and TOA. Compared to that scale, Drex himself hadn't even reached planetary level yet. Still, he wasn't worried. His potential ceiling was terrifyingly high. Besides, the Ancient One still had many years left before her death. That gave Drex more than enough time to grow stronger. At his current pace, he might even reach Skyfather level before she was gone. After Morgan left for Camartage with the Ancient One, Wanda quickly came looking for answers. She asked worriedly. She went somewhere important for training, Drex explained. Technically, that wasn't even a lie. Camartage was absolutely a school dedicated to borrowing power from dimensional entities while simultaneously learning how to beat those same entities into submission when they came demanding repayment. If Morgan mastered that system properly, she might not need to fear her father anymore. Then another thought hit Drex suddenly. Wait. The Ancient One wasn't planning to raise Morgan as the next Sorcerer Supreme instead of Stephen Strange. Was she? Theoretically, a child born from a dimensional entity could absolutely become Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the Vishani themselves had once ascended into becoming higher dimensional beings. Still, after thinking about it for a moment, Drex decided it was unlikely. The Ancient One was too responsible for that. Morgan was still young enough to get manipulated into opening dimensional gates for free candy and emotional validation. Speaking of Stephen Strange, at this point in history, Strange was merely an extremely promising rising star in the medical world. Unlike his future self at the height of his fame, current Stephen accepted almost every high-risk surgery available without hesitation. He was still building his reputation and wasn't yet worried about failure rates damaging his ego. Later, once he became famous, he would begin rejecting dangerous procedures to preserve his flawless record. Drex paid attention to Stephen Strange almost as closely as he monitored Tony Stark and Reed Richards. Tony, meanwhile, wasn't particularly complicated at the moment. He had barely finished constructing his first Iron Man armor, before terrorists immediately demanded he build more. Tony had already expected betrayal from terrorists, so he wasn't especially shocked or emotionally devastated by the situation. Honestly, the fact they hadn't killed him outright was almost reassuring. Now he endured a daily existence that resembled a forge. Pain, pressure, exhaustion, mental torture. Tony Stark was being hammered repeatedly like molten steel. And when he finally emerged from the fire, he probably wouldn't develop the crippling anxiety problems that plagued him in another timeline. Compared to this, future panic attacks would feel laughably mild. Drex's carefully designed vegetarian nutrition plan, combined with constant physical labor forging armor components, had also transformed Tony physically. He had developed real muscle now. Lean, defined, athletic without becoming bulky. Exactly the kind of physique Tony had always dreamed of having. Muscles tightened beneath his skin as he hammered metal relentlessly. Every motion sharp and deliberate like forged machinery. Then there was Reed Richards. Reed had already begun final launch checks for the upcoming Cosmic Storm mission. The rocket launch was scheduled roughly 1 month away, which meant Victor Von Doom's bankruptcy countdown had officially begun. Honestly, Drex almost pitted him. According to Black Queen, Doom had liquidated enormous portions of his personal assets and borrowed staggering amounts of money from banks to support Reed's project. That was how much faith Doom placed in Reed's genius. More faith than Reed himself possessed. Unfortunately, Reed Richards had a supernatural talent for dragging everyone around him into catastrophic disasters. Doom had also sought investment partnerships from numerous organizations, including Blade Tech Industries. His proposal had been rejected outright. Victor Von Doom had apparently been furious that Drex Valen ignored him. Unfortunately for Doom, reality remained cruel. Today, Drex might not care about him. Tomorrow, Doom still wouldn't be remotely capable of standing on equal footing with him. The gap between their achievements was simply too large. Even Doom's ambitious aerospace project probably couldn't match a third of Blade Tech Industries' current influence. Meanwhile, Blade Academy for Advanced Science and Technology had become one of the most coveted educational institutions in the world. Blade Tech Industries had invested $100 million into constructing the academy, and graduates received hiring priority within the company itself. That alone made elite families desperate to secure admission for their children. After all, Blade Tech Industries was now widely considered the most powerful industrial corporation on Earth. Talented people from every nation wanted inside. Granted, Drex estimated that at least half of those applicants were probably spies, undercover agents, intelligence operatives, or corporate infiltrators. Still, talent was talent. Honestly, those people might work even harder than legitimate employees. Natasha Romanoff had practically evolved into an 8 days a week, 17 hours a day workaholic recently. Of course, she also received an absurd salary. According to rumors, Natasha had become a full-blown shopping addict. Years of staring longingly at luxury handbags and designer shoes she could never justify buying had apparently snapped all at once. Now she bought everything in sight. As a result, Blade Academy received overwhelming numbers of applications. Unfortunately, the entrance standards were brutally high. Very few students qualified. Jessica Campbell technically bypassed those requirements through special privileges, but even she was struggling badly. Not because she lacked intelligence. The problem was that Blade Academy's curriculum looked completely insane. Cellular engineering, genetic programming, high-energy physics, astrophysics, spatial mechanics, theoretical physics, energy systems. Jessica had barely even heard some of those subjects existed before arriving. Chapter 8080. Jessica had no choice but to ask Wanda for help with her studies. Unfortunately, Wanda wasn't exactly qualified to tutor anyone. She had grown up in the chaos of Sokovia and barely received a formal education herself. She was still struggling through the basics alongside everyone else. The two girls quickly bonded over shared academic suffering. After learning about the situation, Ord arranged private instructors for them and ordered the curriculum restarted from foundational subjects upward. One afternoon, Jessica carried a towering stack of textbooks back toward the dormitories. Then she walked straight into an armed robbery. Her first instinct was to avoid getting involved and leave as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, one of the robbers' guns discharged accidentally. The bullet tore through the body of an elderly man he'd been threatening before ricocheting wildly through the air. And suddenly, everything slowed down. Jessica stared in horror as the spinning bullet turned toward her. Most of its force had already been reduced by passing through the old man first, but Jessica had no intention of gambling her life on that fact. Panic exploded through her mind. Then something changed. She realized she could move. Inside that strangely slowed world, her own speed accelerated dramatically. Jessica stumbled sideways just as the bullet passed her face. A second later, reality snapped back to normal. The bullet slammed into the wall behind her, spraying debris outward and leaving behind a crater-like impact mark. The robber froze stupidly for a moment before his accomplice dragged him away. Nearby civilians rushed toward the wounded elderly man. Then a young man suddenly pushed through the crowd. Jessica only heard the old man call him Peter before the overwhelming strangeness of her own body stole her attention again. Everything felt wrong. Every step cracked concrete beneath her feet. When she instinctively grabbed a street lamp for balance, the entire pole bent and collapsed sideways. Fear consumed her instantly. Jessica fled all the way back to Blade Academy. Black Queen projected surveillance footage for Drex. The video showed Jessica unintentionally turning public infrastructure into a disaster zone during her sprint home. Drex asked calmly. He wasn't particularly surprised. Ever since Jessica woke from her coma, her powers had been expected to manifest eventually. When nothing happened for days, he had briefly wondered if something had gone wrong. Apparently, the timing had simply been delayed. Everything has already been cleaned up, Black Queen replied. D would already be monitoring Jessica closely. Drex nodded. She's probably panicking right now. Another video feed appeared. Jessica was frantically explaining her condition to Wanda. Super strength, bulletproof skin, flight. She had effectively become a scaled-down Superman. Well, metaphorically speaking, DC Comics in this world hadn't even fully launched Superman yet. Their major success line was still Batman-focused, unlike Drex's original reality. Still, the comparison fit. Wanda listened with obvious envy. Jessica might be terrified now, but someone with real superpowers could finally help Drex directly. And unlike Wanda herself, Jessica seemed to be a naturally empowered human rather than some unstable anomaly. Drex originally intended to go comfort Jessica personally. Then he watched Wanda calming her down far more effectively than he probably could. So he quietly lost interest in intervening. Some things worked better between friends. Under Wanda's reassurance, Jessica gradually realized her powers weren't a curse. They were an opportunity. Then she remembered the robbery. She had run away. Someone had died. If she'd acted differently, could she have saved him? The thought twisted painfully inside her chest. Eventually, following Wanda's advice, Jessica nervously contacted Drex. And Mr. Valen. The moment she noticed Ord nearby, she awkwardly changed her wording. A secret? Ord's eyes narrowed subtly. What kind of secret required? Private discussions with a minor? Because certain kinds of private conversations with minors were extremely illegal. Ord immediately snapped back into work mode. Drex stared at her. Even he found that absurd. Roxxon Energy Corporation, Ord replied helplessly. She continued explaining. Roxxon is currently the largest energy corporation on Earth. They also own Footbook, ITER, and over 100 major global social platforms. As she spoke, Drex searched through his enhanced memory. Then he remembered. Dalio Aga, one of Marvel's major corporate supervillains. In the comics, Adger survived a pirate attack and discovered the tomb of an ancient Greek mutant known as the Minotaur. Starving and desperate, he consumed the remains, then mutated into the new Minotaur himself. Of course, this universe technically lacked active mutants, so Adger's abilities leaned closer toward mystical transformation than mutant evolution. A genuine bullshit monster. Normally, Adger maintained a human appearance. During combat, he transformed into a full Minotaur form with immense physical power and durability. Still, if Roxxon wanted a legal war, Blade Tech Industries wasn't exactly defenseless. Its legal department contained elite attorneys poached from major corporations across the country, including several legendary figures within the legal world. After resolving the matter of Roxxon's lawsuit spam, Drex finally turned his attention back to Jessica. He personally brought her into a secured private room for the conversation. The gesture touched Jessica deeply. Too many adults treated teenagers like property instead of people, especially in America, where independence and personal freedom mattered so much. Jessica swallowed nervously. Today, I got caught in an accident, and while I was dodging a bullet, at first her voice trembled badly. Then she met Drex's eyes and finally forced herself to continue. Drex repeated the words seriously, not dismissively, not like she was delusional, not like she was a child inventing fantasies. He sounded genuinely interested, and for the first time since the incident, Jessica felt slightly less afraid. Chapter 81. Jessica knew that saying it like this out of nowhere would probably not convince Drex Valen, so she hurriedly added, "It's true, Mr. Hiss." Drex gave a small nod and led Jessica to the testing equipment hidden inside the secret room. This was where he usually trained, so it was the perfect place to test her abilities. After the assessment, Drex obtained Jessica's full data. Her strength reached 25 tons. That was still below Spider-Man's level, but it was already extremely impressive. Her top speed could reach 700 miles per hour, though her physical defense was weaker. She could not stop bullets, but her recovery ability was quite good. Jessica stared at the numbers in disbelief. Was she really this powerful now? "Congratulations," Drex said with a faint smile. Of course, Jessica probably could not even beat one of his beast soldiers. Compared to the first generation, the second-generation beast soldiers that had now been completely upgraded were superior across the board. Drex had not followed Kronos' multiform beast soldier path. The ones he developed were specialized for close combat. Their strength was usually stable at around 50 tons. Their bodies could withstand most physical attacks, and even a tank cannon would only leave light injuries. On top of that, they had the same absurd regenerative ability as Dr. Lizard. They could also use the extremist virus within their bodies to create liquid explosive charges, then pack those charges into launched fragmentation rounds mounted in the expanded sections on both shoulders. When they fired guided bombs, their brainwaves allowed a certain degree of remote control. The same payload could also be launched from the firing tubes in both arms. Their mouths were fitted with a biolaser heat beam, fired using the extremist virus and the heat generated inside their bodies. The temperature was terrifyingly high. In short, the extremist virus and the tardigrade genes had taken the bee soldier's combat power and thrown it straight into a higher dimension. If unleashed on Earth, those 1,000+ bee soldiers would be enough to sweep through almost anything. But for the kind of space warfare Drex needed, they were still far from enough. And that was before even considering Hulk. For the Green Giant, they were far too fragile. Even those superheroes who operated on roughly the same tier as Hulk would probably be able to deal with them. Not to mention Tony Stark, that unpredictable variable. Then, Mr. Superhero Black Knight Drex Valen had already become an idol to a great many young people and adults alike. Compared to Steve Rogers, who is still locked away in a museum, the stylish Black Knight Drex, with his high-tech armor, drew far more attention. His Dark Knight suit, which could take him anywhere and let him strike anywhere, had especially inspired countless people to apply for War Machine pilot qualifications in the United States, even though many of them might not get a turn for another 10 years. Jessica was no exception. She was the sort of teenager who loved fantasy and also happened to feel a deep distrust and dissatisfaction toward the American government. Becoming a superhero like Black Knight Drex, fighting crime and defending justice, was exactly the kind of dream that lit her eyes on fire. Of course, Drex said, he did not reject her outright, and he did not use the usual excuse that she should focus on school instead of fighting crime. At her age, that kind of answer would probably only stir up resentment. She would feel dismissed, as though no one trusted her ability or her resolve. It was better to start from training and let reality teach her a lesson. And if she actually made it through the training, that was fine too. With Drex watching over her, even if she died, as long as her brainwaves could be activated with electromagnetic force, he could bring her back. As the saying went, it was better to guide a flood than block it. Jessica left happily to begin the training plan Black Queen would arrange for her the next day. She would have to get up at 6 in the morning, run 100 kilometers on an empty stomach while carrying weights, and only eat after finishing. Then came a whole series of physical conditioning drills. Being a superhuman did not mean there was no room for growth. Jessica would definitely be thrilled tomorrow. After all, this was the superhero path she loved most. Drex planned to let her take a break from school for a while and undergo superhero training for 6 months. He just hoped that by then she would not be crying and begging to go back to class. Meanwhile, he had made a new breakthrough in the electromagnetic field. A twisted magnetic field formed in his palm, condensing matter out of the air. Hydrogen atoms were drawn together first, then oxygen atoms. A spark of electromagnetic fire flickered, and flames rose in Drex's hand. The blaze trapped inside the field and bent to his will. In his other hand, lightning danced between his fingers. As his hand flexed, the current shifted forms again and again, transforming from electrical state to photon state, from radiation state to electromagnetic wave state. His control over energy was effortless. The powerful magnetic field accelerated molecular motion in the surrounding air, and the superheated plasma shot from his fingertips, destroying the molecular structure of everything in its path. He had recreated the molecular accelerator cannon through the force of magnetism. It was an extremely effective method against both matter and energy. Whether for offense or defense, it was terrifyingly efficient. After all, everything in the universe was made of molecules, and molecules were made of smaller atoms and subatomic particles. Temperature is just a manifestation of molecular motion, he murmured. Use motion and heat, and you can destroy anything. Among atoms, magnetic force was unquestionably the strongest influence. Stronger even than the strong nuclear force by a factor of 10,000. Gravity was the weakest of all, weaker than the weak force by another factor of 10,000. Drex laughed aloud. The electromagnetic force unified the three fundamental forces, making it the absolute ruler of the microscopic world, with the strongest possible control over atoms. At this point, even Black Phoenix, who wielded the Phoenix Force, would be crushed without effort. That was the movie version, of course. If the comic version of Black Phoenix did not possess the complete Phoenix Force, Drex would still have a real chance against her. At the same time, brainwaves were also a kind of electromagnetic wave. Aside from mysterious psychic powers from the supernatural side, even telepaths on the level of Professor X would no longer be able to influence Drex. If anything, they might be the ones getting counterattacked. Knowledge only makes you realize how much you do not know, Drex said, not sounding arrogant in the slightest. He did not feel superior at all. Right now, he had merely grasped electromagnetic control at the atomic level. The deeper levels beneath that, the subatomic realm, the world of elementary particles, quarks, and Planck-scale structures, were still far beyond him. And then there were whatever lay beneath, even the Planck scale. The horizon only kept going. Chapter 82. Using his unrivaled command over atomic structure, Drex Valen forged a new supermetal. It was stronger than the absorptive Kryptonian alloy he had once created by combining raw kryptonite with vibranium, because this one was built from the atomic level up. Drex could assign it properties and performance far beyond any ordinary metal or alloy. Even a sheet only 1 millimeter thick was enough to hold Hulk in place, and Drex had already tested that theory on Blonsky. When Blonsky transformed into a super abomination and went berserk, no matter how hard he attacked, he could not break through that razor-thin layer of supermetal. Shouldn't break under Thanos' sword, either, Drex muttered dryly. He sounded casual, but he was confident. Unless Molecule Man himself showed up and accelerated molecular motion, that supermetal would not be broken by physical force, energy, or even alterations to space itself. Even another electromagnetic master would have a hard time tearing it apart so easily. He had also used electromagnetism to make his own body ageless and effectively immortal. He would stay forever young, and as long as even one fundamental atom remained, he could be restored. Once he delved deeper into the atomic domain, Controlling Earth's magnetic field became effortless. He could even reach out and affect the moon. A moonfall attack, right to the planet's face. In other words, he now possessed the power to erase all surface humanity and every species living on it. Blonsky only felt that Drex Valen had changed into something more dangerous. Her face wasn't exactly pleasant, and there was a simple reason for that. Blade Tech Industries and the American consortiums were not even in the same league. Blade Tech was not built on pure capital. It stood on technology, patents, industrial engineering, and production power that made it far smaller than the financial giants. If Drex were ever targeted, their only real option would be to abandon everything in the United States and leave for another country. As for imprisoning Drex, that was impossible. He had already developed a nanobot-powered armored suit. Who knew whether he might simply put it on and smash everything in sight? The Black Knight armor was being reevaluated every single day, and the researchers still could not fully understand what changes Drex had made to it. One thing, however, was clear. The Black Knight armor now had the combat power of at least 3 armor divisions. The man who wanted to see Drex was Stav, the controller of the American Stav Consortium. He was the textbook image of an upper-class old power broker. White, bald, fat, and aging, yet still full of authority. He looked to be in his 50s, but his social security records said he was already in his 70s. Which made sense. Men standing at the top of the world never needed to worry too much about things like maintenance. He was busier than a president, and in truth, he possessed presidential-level authority. That was America for you. A president was nothing special. Back when the current presidential titan was still a real estate tycoon, Chairman Stav hadn't bothered giving him even the slightest respect. What was some upstart new money capitalist compared to 300 years of the Stav family's accumulation? But now he had no choice but to request a meeting with Drex Valen. The reason was simple. During one of his routine medical examinations, he had been diagnosed with cancer. Luckily, it was still in the early stage, and there was a strong chance of curing it. To Stav, though, it felt like a thunderbolt splitting his skull. He had gone through countless checkups over the years without a single problem. Why now? After several rounds of testing, and after quietly arranging for the entire family of the private doctor responsible for his examination to be sent to the bottom of the sea, Stav had no choice but to accept the diagnosis. A lot of doctors said early-stage cancer had a good chance of recovery, but in Stav's mind, anything short of 100% was bullshit. That was when he noticed Drex Valen. Drex had a spectacular track record. He had conquered AIDS, something humanity had failed to defeat for decades. More than 2 million patients had already recovered through Drex's special AIDS treatment, with no recorded failures or deaths. Even inherited AIDS cases could be cured. After that, Drex seemed to vanish into silence. He did not maintain a public social life like Tony Stark, that notorious playboy who had been missing for a long time. Drex stayed in Blade Tech Industries day after day, while the whole world waited to see what earth-shaking invention he would unveil next. One man crushing the entire global scientific community by himself was the kind of spectacle that made people's blood run hot. Stav knew Drex existed. He had even considered swallowing him whole. But the secondary kryptonite Drex had brought enormous benefits to the entire world. Even the United States could not stand against the pressure of the entire planet. That meant very few people dared make a move on Drex. A lot of old monsters still had too much life left in them, and they were all hoping Drex would eventually develop something that could extend their own. So when Stav asked for a meeting, several of those old friends called to ask what was going on. Stav answered them with a cold laugh and complete familiarity, just as smoothly as he breathed. As for Drex, he had no intention of going to see some capitalist in person. He wasn't a top-tier scientist. He wasn't a fellow powerhouse. Why should he go out of his way to meet some man who merely controlled the currency system for billions of carbon-based lives? He had once commanded several planets as research bases and used 2 more as private backyards. In terms of resources alone, Drex was richer than Stav by a ridiculous margin. After Drex rejected the meeting request, he made his stance clear. If Stav had something to discuss, he could do it by video call. or he could come in person. Naturally, Stav was furious. He had lived his entire life in a position where even the President of the United States had to watch his mood. When had he ever been treated with this kind of disrespect? But the situation was stronger than the man. He was the one asking for something, not Drex. And there was no way to secretly move against Drex either. In the end, Stav had to send someone to negotiate with conditions. He offered an amount of capital equal to 20 times the value of Blade Tech Industries, in exchange for Drex conducting research on a special cure for cancer. These financial groups really do know how to throw money around, Drex said after hearing the offer. He sounded impressed, which was more than a little ironic. So this was how Krypton and the others had sat on a mountain of treasure and still chosen to become terrorists? Still, he did not actually need extremists to develop a cancer treatment anymore. He could do it on his own. But if he had extremists, things would just be easier. Stav also wanted shares in Blade Tech Industries, and for that, he claimed he was willing to invest a large sum of money. Drex refused, of course. Then he raised the price, 100 times the capital. Chapter 83. If he wanted to, Stav could have buried Drex Valen under money. Instead, he chose something else. Ord blurted it out, hardly believing the extra condition Stav had put on the table. As long as Drex developed an effective cancer treatment, Stav would hand over an oil field in Texas. That was real industry, real assets. For countless people, owning an oil field was the kind of dream that meant a lifetime of security for themselves and their descendants. New energy sources were rising fast and beginning to threaten the old order, but oil still mattered. A lot. Drex knew enough about the petroleum industry to understand exactly what Stav was offering. Texas in North America, the Middle East in Asia, the North Sea in Britain, the Caspian Sea in Central Asia, and Siberia. Those 5 major oil-producing regions accounted for roughly 70% of the world's total oil output and about a quarter of global energy supply. They were the lifeblood of the modern industrial world, the largest resource system on the planet, the system that fed the energy and chemical foundations of modern society, the system that let nations sit on mountains of wealth and burn through it. It controlled war, politics, economics, and industry. It had mattered in the past, and it still mattered now. OPEC, oil futures, the petroleum industry, and most of the petrochemical sector all rested on it. More than 1 billion people in the world lived directly on oil. Even more survived through ethylene and petrochemical production. Automobiles, plastics, aerospace. The world itself could practically be called an oil-based civilization. And that made it one of the greatest enemies of Drex's new energy technologies because he did not accept outside investment. He had his own monopoly in mind. Stav's offer was really an invitation for Drex, the most valuable and most monopolistic force in the new energy market, to join the oil empire. Drex's magnetic beam fusion reactor no longer depended on palladium. Compared to the newer element reactors, its power output might not have been as flashy, but it completely outclassed the old palladium cold fusion system in every other respect. Since Tony Stark had disappeared and been confirmed dead, and Obadiah had taken over Stark Industries, a lot of oil tycoons had tried to invest in fusion reactor research. They claimed to support the development of new energy. What they really wanted was to turn new energy into the next oil. After all, the most profitable business in the world was monopoly. Drex's magnetic beam fusion reactor wasn't nearly as universally welcomed as his earlier inventions. In the United States, where public education was atrociously low, most people believed the lies spread by capital interests that new energy caused cancer and all kinds of diseases. That made them hostile toward Drex's reactor. But at the same time, plenty of people came to him with what they called good intentions, carrying absurd sums of money. If Drex nodded even once, Blade Tech Industries would become a monster on the scale of Umbrella Corporation, maybe even standing above it and above the law itself. Unfortunately for them, Drex Valen was far too proud for that. The education he had received in his previous life only made him even more contemptuous of kneeling to capital. So what if they resisted new energy? If they did not want it, he would sell it to another country. Even if 99% of the world was capitalist, there was always one country that wasn't. Drex said with a quiet sigh. He could overturn the entire petroleum order if he wanted to, strip oil of its role as an energy source, and leave it only as a chemical feedstock. But even that wasn't irreplaceable. Seawater could be transformed through magnetized water materials. With enough energy behind it, it could be shaped into an ideal light industry material. Solidified plastified water could also replace plastics and ethylene, taking over the role of petrochemical materials. But as he had already recognized, doing that would be the same as challenging finance and capital head-on. He could withstand that. The system itself could not. If the financial world collapsed, tens of billions of people would be affected. That was the limit of the era. And the tragedy of genius that saw too far ahead was this. They could not force an age to change, and the age would not allow itself to be changed by them. Accept it, Drex said. After all, he had already planned to release a cancer treatment anyway. Staff finally let out a breath of relief. What worried him now was whether he would survive long enough to see the drug developed. For that reason, he had no choice but to submit to conventional treatment and buy himself more time. Drex had no intention of giving him an immediate answer either. He planned to drag things out a little longer. Kamartai. Morgan sat with her eyes closed, practicing the magic of Kamartaj, specifically the white magic of the Vishani. Everything else came with a price. As the child of a dimensional god, using any other kind of magic was basically an invitation to every other dimensional power in existence. It was the same as hanging a glowing sign in the void that said, "There's a delicious coordinate right here." If another dimensional being discovered her, it would never let go of a perfect vessel like Morgan, someone who could host its power at any moment. She would become a disposable tool. For the sake of her own life, once the Ancient One had explained the stakes, Morgan had no intention of touching any other magic. Unfortunately, she had underestimated just how tempting the child of a dimensional god really was. One day, while Morgan was doing her usual routine and holding the Book of Ishani to study white magic, she accidentally tripped over a book. Morgan blinked in surprise and got back to her feet. She had heard the Ancient One say that the books in Kamartaj's library all contained their own mysterious power. This book had actually tripped her. She picked it up and opened it without thinking. The pages were blank at first. Then lines of English appeared, revealing information on how to resist dimensional gods, along with knowledge about magic, symbols, and more. Morgan stared in shock. There was a book this powerful in Kamartaj's library? She read it with complete absorption. It was only when sharp shout rang in her ear that she snapped back to reality. Then she saw the Ancient One closing the book in her hands. "That is the Darkhold," the Ancient One said coldly. She had only stepped out briefly to speak with Odin, and when she returned, something felt wrong. The next thing she knew, Morgan was holding the Darkhold. Where had it come from? Tens of billions of years ago, one of the ancient gods had already fallen into demonic corruption. Thon, fleeing the devouring hunger of the God-eaters, was forced to flee into another dimension. Before escaping, he wrote down all of his crimes and spells on indestructible parchment. Those writings were later compiled into a volume known as the Darkhold. Before Cthon departed, he left the Darkhold on Earth as a conduit through which he could influence the world and release his power. The Darkhold had once been the origin of spellbooks like the Necronomicon. It could also ensure that any language it was written in could be fully understood by the reader. But the Darkhold's dark magic was deeply corruptive, and its little servants would actively tempt people into using the spells recorded within it. Many who used it found their souls claimed by Cthon in the end. Chapter 8484. Natalie said it while helping Ur deliver a stack of documents to Drex Valen's desk. Drex looked up. The moment he saw that it was Black Widow, his expression sharpened at once. "Quit?" he asked. "Not enough pay?" "Fine." He really did not want to lose her. Not because she was beautiful. Drex's taste still leaned more toward an Asian aesthetic. It was because Natalie was useful. Extremely useful. She could handle the work of several secretaries and assistants by herself. Even Eward had admitted that things had become much easier with Natalie around. Drex did not know why an agent had management skills this good, but there was no way he was letting such a perfect tool slip away. After all, a spy always worked with total focus. "Boss, it's not about the salary," Natalie said, her fingers tightening slightly. Since she had started working at Blade Tech Industries, she had been able to buy every handbag and cosmetics she once could not afford, and then some. She had even bought full sets of them. But she still had not been able to fully get her work going, and Nick Fury was growing impatient. On top of that, something had happened in Africa recently that required her attention. Drex held up 4 fingers. Natalie hesitated. She was no longer quite as certain. If she handled the African situation as fast as possible and came back, would she still make it in time? Nick Fury would definitely assign someone else to cover her work, so telling him she was basically holding 2 jobs at once was probably not realistic. "Fine," Drex said. He kept raising the stakes without even blinking. After just striking 100 times capital deal with Stav, Drex was in no mood to act stingy. Natalie took a deep breath and decided she needed to go back and have a serious talk with Nick Fury. The work at Blade Tech Industries could only be done by her. Watching her leave in a hurry, Drex read the memories in her mind and gave a satisfied nod. Looks like very few people in the world really could not be solved with money. Then he signed the documents at absurd speed and immediately teleported into space. Reed had detected an anomaly in the data and wanted to abort the probe. But Doom did not agree. If they stopped now, he would be ruined. Reed was only telling him there was a data error at this point. Before he could even start blaming Reed, the strange cosmic ray radiation storm was already sweeping in. Everyone on the station wore the same expression of despair. "Something feels off," Drex murmured. He was right beside the station and could see the cosmic ray storm's fluctuations clearly. They were wrong. Abnormal. And then the storm swept over him too. Inside the space station, the 5 people aboard all began to evolve. Yes, evolve. With Drex's vision sharpened all the way down to the atomic level, he could see that this was not mutation. In the middle of that radiation storm, their bodies were completing a process that should have taken humanity millions of years, maybe even hundreds of millions. As for Drex himself, he welcomed it all. Every last bit of the radiation storm was absorbed into his body without leaving a trace behind. Then his entire body began changing as well. "Not bad," he said, watching his cells transform. It was fascinating. If anything went wrong, he could always roll it back. But this time, the result surprised even him. No new ability appeared. It was almost as if the radiation storm had not affected him at all, and yet his cells had definitely changed. Drex thought for a moment. Maybe because of his interference, the space station had suffered an accident. The 5 people inside were about to suffocate to death after the station's hull ruptured. He had no choice but to take them out. Fortunately, with psychic transfer, it was not difficult. When he grabbed the invisible woman, Susan Storm, she woke from the pain of suffocation and saw Drex Valen. But since he always went out in the Black Knight armor, there was no risk of exposing himself. Her moment of awareness was brief. Soon, the suffocation dragged her under again. When she woke once more, she was in a hospital. Cease. You know what? Her younger brother, Jonathan Johnny Storm, rushed in the moment she woke, practically vibrating with excitement. Susan stared at him in confusion. Johnny gave her the look of someone deeply disappointed in an out-of-touch adult, then pulled out the news report. That was when Susan saw the familiar black armor. She remembered the figure she had seen while unconscious, and then she saw the face beneath the armor. Drex Valen. She had never paid much attention to Black Knight Drex himself, but as a scientist, Drex Valen was someone she knew very well. A genius. A once-in-a-century genius. Any one of his achievements would have been enough to become a textbook example for generations. He was the kind of person who left a mark on human history. The project her boyfriend Reed Richards had spent his entire life trying to develop still could not compare to the scientific achievements Drex had produced in barely 20 years. And Reed had not even succeeded yet. He had failed. Drex did not pay much attention to the Fantastic Four after that. He simply extracted their genes and moved on. As for Doom, Drex arranged for him to be discharged early and brought to the World Serpent Research Base. That base was his 3,000-plus acre ranch in Texas. Beneath the surface, nearly everything had been excavated and converted into a World Serpent facility. Doom was still unconscious. According to the film version of the story, he should be turning into a metal man. Dr. Doom, or just Doom, Drex murmured. It was rare to get the chance to study a villain who might eventually become a threat on the scale of a cosmic, all-powerful entity. Naturally, he was not going to be polite about it. After a careful round of checks, Drex confirmed it. This was the movie version of Doom. Good. That meant the Marvel universe he was in, even if it was not the film universe, probably was not too dangerous. At last, Doom woke from his sleep and immediately demanded answers after seeing the unfamiliar surroundings. Then he saw Drex Valen. Doom looked genuinely shocked. How is Drex Valen here? Hello, Doom, Drex said. I'm not really in the mood to chat. He twisted the magnetic field. The instant Doom tried to resist, Drex stopped his atomic motion. Doom froze in place, his consciousness slipping away. Blue light flared in Drex's eyes. A freeze beam struck Doom head-on. Chapter 85. Doom was frozen in place, then sealed inside a growth pod and lowered into the floor. Killian was stored beside him as well, waiting in the dark until the time came for Drex Valen to release them. Nick Fury's face grew even darker than usual. He had not expected Drex Valen's armor to already possess the ability to break free of Earth's gravity and operate in orbit. That changed everything. D would have to tear up every prior assessment of Drex and start over. The first thing that had to be revised was his threat level. If Drex could breach the atmosphere on his own and enter space, then it meant that whenever he wanted, he could destroy an entire nation's communications satellites in an instant. Humanity did not yet have space-based countermeasures or weapons. As for Drex's war machine armor, there was no need to flatter it. A Raptor could fly only so high, and War Machine could only go that high as well. Push it any further, and it would freeze up and fall out of the sky. Fury muttered. He believed Drex must have secretly developed some kind of space-capable battle armor and revealed it at this moment for a reason. D was not stupid. Drex's repeated rescues of civilians and his supposed defense of justice had always looked like a performance. Still, the genius had also taken a great deal of pressure off their hands by not bothering to personally intervene in every little thing. So Fury had mostly left him alone. The police had initially worried Drex would undermine their credibility, but in practice he only stepped in against criminals they could not handle. Most of the time, he was nowhere to be seen. That had made them breathe easier. A genius who knew how to stage himself was dangerous. That meant he was deliberately hiding his true nature. Fury asked himself. He fell into thought. It was not impossible. Lately, a few people had started getting ideas. Drex had probably noticed something, and that was why he chose to reveal his armor's new ability so brazenly now. Cross me, and I will cripple your entire communications network. Think about it. There are so many satellites in orbit. If Drex destroyed them all, humanity would not exactly be thrown back hundreds of years, but the economic damage would be catastrophic. Replacing satellites would not take long, of course. Every nation kept backups in case of accidents. But Drex could destroy the replacements too. Fuck, Fury muttered. That thought struck him hard enough that he almost felt he had finally grasped Drex's intention. If that was really his plan, then Drex Valen would become the sword of Damocles hanging over the entire planet. Researchers said grimly. Fury turned to him. The researcher continued. It has enough power to push an asteroid into a collision course. There are plenty of sci-fi stories about orbital kinetic weapons. It's the same principle. The American side had already begun studying the armor technology Drex had just revealed. Impossible, someone else said. Don't forget, Blade Tech Industries is still on Earth. Once someone has force no one in the world can do anything about, that person becomes the new king, Fury said coldly. And are you certain Drex only has one Blade Tech Industries? The Air Force general saw an opportunity there. And he was right. No one could guarantee that Drex only had Blade Tech Industries. No one could guarantee he only had one Black Knight armor either. The Black Knight armor outclassed the world's military technology across the board. Radar could not lock onto it or even reliably detect it. All anyone could do was watch Drex fly across American airspace again and again. And now he had appeared in outer space. In truth, there were plenty of things to worry about. Did Drex have a hidden steel army? War Machine, though still far inferior to the Black Knight armor, was already more than enough to crush most human weapons. But when other nation scientists tried every method they could think of to replicate the discarded War Machine design, they all failed. Even now, no one had managed to reproduce it. As for Stark Industries, the samples of Tony Stark's armor left behind before his death were laughable. Tony had not even finished designing the miniature arc reactor yet. Even if Drex had pushed him into building the suit early, Stark would still need time to invent the power source that, in the original timeline, would not have been completed for another 8 years. So those suits were nothing but shells. No matter how much Obadiah invested, it did not matter. Some things were just impossible. While the arguments about Drex's intentions and how to counter him raged on, none of them knew the truth. Drex was simply rattling the trees to scare the monkeys. Lately, he had indeed been annoyed. And the worst part was that the pests bothering him were all insignificant little things. The Hydra he was actually waiting for still had not made a move. He did not know whether they were holding back some big play. The other national-level intelligence organizations were also strangely quiet. So Drex, thoroughly irritated by the small fry, had decided to make a statement. I already have the ability to fly into outer space. I can threaten the whole human race whenever I feel like it. If you do not want to die, sit down and behave. As for weather that would push the entire world into frantic overreaction, Drex did not care in the slightest. If they jumped, he would shut them back down. If they did not, that was fine too. And then the nations of the world remained calm, as if Drex rescuing people were just another ordinary thing. Whether there were hidden currents beneath the surface, Drex did not know. He could have distorted every electromagnetic signal across the United States, used himself as a central hub to receive and filter all information, and pulled intelligence that way. But he was busy with research and with further developing electromagnetic and gravitational power. He had no interest in playing with a bunch of people he could beat without effort. Reed Richards found his former girlfriend. Doom had vanished. People assumed he had run away because he could not face the fact that he had lost everything. His Doom Industries had been declared bankrupt by the bank, and its assets were being auctioned off. Chapter 8686. Susan was worried about Doom because in the film version of events, he was her fiancé, and up until Reed had dragged him into financial ruin, Doom had actually been a fairly decent man. A little intense, maybe, but not remotely the monster people would later make him out to be. Susan asked, unable to stop herself from looking to her ex-boyfriend for answers. How would I know? All I know is that sooner or later, you're going to be mine again. I am sorry, Susan. This is my fault. I'm the reason Doom ended up like this, Reed said with a pained expression. Reed, this isn't your fault, Susan replied, her tone softening. No one can guarantee a dataset will be 100% correct. Sending a team into space was always a risk. She was already using Reed's first name more naturally now, and she didn't really think this was his fault. Going into space had always been a gamble. Doom had simply drawn the short straw. Just then, the hospital phone rang. Reed, it's Ben. Reed blinked. Gone. No. Something huge burst out of Ben's room. A monster. At that moment, Ben Grimm was running for home. He had snatched up some clothes on the way to cover his horrifying new appearance. But even so, he was causing chaos wherever he went. After all, humanity had never seen superhumans like this before. Drex Valen, by comparison, at least had high-tech armor to hide behind. A towering, heavily built man with skin that looked like living stone was never going to blend in. Not even close. Naturally, bystanders started calling the police. At first, the New York Police Department dismissed the reports as nonsense. But once more and more civilians called in, they were forced to take it seriously. Before long, they had traced the rock monster's position. When the officers arrived and saw Ben Grimm with their own eyes, every one of them froze in shock. The police gave him the standard warnings. If he did not obey, they would open fire. With that appearance, he looked like a monster, plain and simple. But Ben had already seen his fiancée. Unfortunately, she had run away in terror at the sight of him. He was trying to chase after her, desperate to explain that this was only temporary, that he would be back to normal soon. The police saw that he was not listening, and they fired immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets slammed into Ben's body. His hard stone shell took the hits, cracking and deforming the rounds before they could do any real damage. Ben had not expected the police to shoot so quickly. He had not been hurt. He had not even felt pain. But he was furious now. His roar sent the officers stumbling back in fear. One of them even drew a shotgun. At that critical moment, Drex arrived. Big guy. Drex landed in front of Ben Grimm. Ben stared at him, noting the obvious high-tech black armor and the strange device crackling with electrical arcs behind him. The crowd around them erupted when Black Knight Drex Valen appeared. Even the police looked relieved. None of them felt confident facing an unknown monster like this. Black Knight Drex said. I don't want any trouble. Move, Ben said. He had already seen his fiancée. He needed to catch up to her and explain that this was only temporary, that he would change back. I'm afraid I can't do that, Drex replied, sounding calm enough to be almost lazy. Ben stepped forward. A subtle but unmistakably powerful magnetic force shifted the local field around him. The bonds between atoms changed by a hair's breadth, and that microscopic shift manifested in reality as a crushing distortion. Ben's threat died instantly. His stony body started to crack. He shouted, panic flashing across his face. That, Drex said, is the power of a magnetic field. Mister, then he motioned to the police, signaling that they could come closer. No. The officers approached cautiously. Ben struggled with all his might, but he could not break free of the invisible pressure pinning him down. That made perfect sense. His strength was impressive, over 100 tons, but after Drex twisted the field around him, he had forced the weight of the entire street's magnetic pressure onto Ben's body. That was the equivalent of dozens of times Ben's own strength. Reed and Susan rushed over at that moment. When they saw Ben Grimm, both of them froze. Ben, Reed asked in shock. Ben said, nodding weakly. Sorry, Susan said quickly, turning to the police and Drex. This was just an accident. He's our friend. She had not expected to see Black Knight Drex again. Then again, neither had she expected to see him here in the first place. Drex looked at the police one last time. With that, he flew away. Susan watched him leave, a strange feeling settling in her chest. He didn't recognize me? Before leaving, Drex had already lifted the magnetic restraint from Ben's body. The moment the pressure vanished, Ben collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Too terrifying. It felt like he could have been killed at any moment. Where the hell did that Black Knight Drex come from? Meanwhile, Johnny Storm had discovered his own powers. Naturally, he was thrilled. This meant it would be easier to chase girls. It also meant he could become a superhero. And Johnny was not the only one feeling the rush. Reed and Susan had also discovered their powers by accident, and the four of them eventually gathered together to discuss what to do next. Unlike Johnny, who was practically itching to show off, Ben was in a foul mood. Why was it that everyone else got powers that did not change how they looked, while his had turned him into this? His abilities were not weak. In fact, Ben Grimm was probably the strongest among them now. But he looked horrible. He did not look human at all. If he could transform back and forth at will, that would be one thing. Then he would gladly accept it. After all, everyone wanted to be different somehow, and Johnny's idea of becoming a superhero actually sounded pretty good, especially since someone had already set the example for them. I need to run some checks and make sure this mutation isn't going to cause problems for our bodies, Reed said carefully. He had not let the power go to his head. From a biological standpoint, mutation was a risk factor on a very serious level. The kind of risk that could go catastrophically wrong if you touch the wrong thing. Chapter 8787. This was one of those weird Marvel realities where superhumans were actually a thing. In any normal world, 99% of people exposed to that kind of genetic upheaval would either die when their bodies collapsed or live on in a state worse than death. Drex Valen did not worry about the Fantastic Four failing to grow into their roles just because he had frozen doom in place. They could still tangle with small-time criminals. That was enough to sharpen them. As for Ben Grimm, well, Reed Richards really was a first-class friend ruiner. He was about on par with Constantine in that regard, except Reed did it passively, while Constantine did it both passively and on purpose. So Ben breaking away from them was completely understandable. And, as it turned out, he did eventually use Reed's machine to turn himself back into a human. Drex kept an eye on them for a while, but once the Fantastic Three started gaining more and more public attention, he stopped caring. Black Knight Drex's little act had always been about earning a bit of public approval anyway. He was not especially invested in superheroism as a career. Meanwhile, another superhero trainee was having a much harder time. Jessica Campbell's daily routine was brutal. She was dragged out of bed before 6 every morning, and then had to wash up, brush her teeth, and make breakfast herself. All of it had to be finished before 6, because training could not be delayed. Jessica had demanded at first, clearly annoyed. "This is a basic superhero requirement. Punctuality," Drex had replied. Jessica had absolutely nothing to say to that. She was just a high school student, and not even one from a strict private academy. She went to a public school built on the doctrine of freedom and self-expression. How was she supposed to argue with Drex Valen? Especially since he had only bent the meaning of the concept a little. Then came the training itself. Jessica had questioned why she still needed it when she was already this strong. "Training is there so you can understand and control your own power," Drex said. "And do you really think you are strong enough already? If you had to land a plane in a crash, could you bring it down safely?" Jessica was shut down completely. That actually did make her seem a little weak. So, grudgingly, she gritted her teeth and kept going for the sake of her dream of becoming a crime-fighting hero. That surprised Drex. He had honestly expected her to be crying and begging to go back to school after a few days. Instead, she showed real endurance, real stubbornness. He had underestimated her. After a month of training, Drex finally took her out for field practice. That was simply Drex's style. He never fought battles he could not control. He liked Batman's approach: lose the first encounter, then come back and crush the enemy the second time. Of course, Batman only did that because he rarely had complete information the first time around. Drex could not claim to know every single character in the Marvel Universe, but he knew most of them. He knew the comic versions, the movie versions, their weaknesses, flaws, personalities, abilities, all of it. They made first contact kills very easy. To everyone else, it looked like the power gap was absurd. Really, it was just information. Jessica asked in surprise. She had assumed the armored suit was Drex's exclusive gear. "This is a test," Drex said. He opened a nearby storage cabinet. Inside a cylindrical glass case was a skin-tight suit. "A vibranium fiber weave," Drex explained. "A full suit of armor would not suit Jessica. For her, a classic superhero-style bodysuit was better." After she changed, the suit outlined her figure neatly. Drex looked at her and muttered internally that, yes, this was definitely what you got with an American high school student. Then he took her to Hell's Kitchen in New York. There were plenty of thugs and lowlifes there. Even if they were not actively committing crimes, punching them did not cause any moral discomfort. If Drex's vitamins and fiber supplements had not already been cloned from human-derived material, a few of those guys might have ended up as raw ingredients too. "Don't be nervous," he said. A short while later, they ran into a robbery in progress. "Go on," Drex said. Jessica stepped forward uneasily. When she turned back, Drex was gone. Her stomach dropped. She had no idea he was floating directly above her. In truth, Drex had deliberately made her the bait to draw out the Purple Man Black Queen had not found him yet, and Drex still did not know where he was hiding. Since he already had Jessica in hand, it was the perfect chance to lure him out. But by then, the robber had noticed her too, and it was too late to back out. Jessica called. The robber sneered. This was still before the age where everyone and their cousin in a mask claimed to be a superhero. To him, Jessica's skin-tight outfit looked bizarre. She was even hiding her face. Was this some kind of weird costume fetish? Jessica took a deep breath. She did not waste any more words. From the best angle for force generation, and with perfect acceleration, she exploded forward. In an instant, she closed the distance. The robber's stunned expression barely had time to form before Jessica's fist smashed the gun out of his hand. Unfortunately, the move she had learned from movie was too much for her own strength and speed. The man's hand shattered, 4 fingers snapped outright, and his wrist bent at an ugly angle. There was a wet series of cracks as bone gave way. By the time Jessica stopped, his arm had twisted several times over. He stared at it in disbelief for a few seconds, his brain lagging behind the sudden disaster. Then the pain hit. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm, drenched in cold sweat, his lips gone white. Jessica froze. That was not supposed to happen. Her punch had also destroyed the gun completely, blasting it apart like a fragmentation grenade. A search from 300 meters away might still turn up pieces of the pistol. As for the robbery victim, he had already bolted. The scene was too bloody. He wanted nothing to do with it. Then Drex appeared. A nozzle opened in his arm and released a burst of freezing mist. The mist rolled out in a white plume, swallowing the injured man's arm and locking the spreading damage in place. Chapter 88. The spray froze the man's arm solid and stopped the bleeding, but the limb was ruined. "All right," Drex Valen said. Given how American ambulances worked, that thug was probably going to wish you were dead anyway. Jessica followed Drex home in a daze and sat on the sofa without saying a word. "Relax," Drex told her. "You did the right thing." Jessica swallowed hard. The bloody scene had shaken her badly. "Your strength is basically starting at 30 tons now," Drex said. "That is the impact force of a loaded truck. There is no way a guy could take a punch like that, fly back, and then just get up like nothing happened. Then he would not have been a thug anymore." "Drex?" Jessica asked quietly. Drex considered it for a moment. "If it is not intentional, stay where you are and call Ord. She will handle it." He shrugged. He had killed his share of people already, so he did not have a particularly clean or romantic view of good and evil. This world was not black and white. The gray between light and shadow was far bigger than either side. Jessica suddenly threw her arms around him. Drex felt the impact, but the biofield and magnetic field around him dispersed it cleanly. "I'm not your father," he asked flatly. Then he noticed Jessica trying to kiss him. He laughed, reached out, and tapped her on the forehead, pushing her back. "Try that again when you're 20, he said. Jessica clutched her forehead and glared at him as he turned to leave. Was I really that bad? Plenty of guys at school wanted me to go to their parties. Even that dumb giant on the football team wanted to ask me out. Of course, a lot of people also asked Wanda. Drex was not in any hurry to drag the purple man out into the open. Besides, today in Hell's Kitchen, he had sent someone else. Daredevil, also known as the Man Without Fear. Matthew Murdock. By day, he was a lawyer who fought for poor clients. By night, he was the vigilante known as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. In simpler terms, he was Daredevil. For the record, Daredevil was one of Black Widow's many ex-boyfriends, and he had a fair number of exes himself. Daredevil, according to his own logic, everyone knows I am blind, so the fact that I have a lot of girlfriends has nothing to do with their looks. As for why we broke up, it was only because we realized after a while that we were not right for each other, so we parted on good terms. After a childhood accident where he had stepped in to help someone and got splashed with radioactive material, Murdock lost his sight. But in return, he gained extraordinary abilities. Aside from vision, every one of his senses had reached superhuman levels. Through brutal training, Murdock had developed a radar-like power. Even sitting quietly at home, he could see any corner of New York City. That was a little exaggerated, but scanning Hell's Kitchen was easy enough. Objects and living beings appeared in his mind as blurred outlines, almost like a 3D projection. In the Marvel Universe, plenty of heroes had powerful senses. Spider-Man's spider sense warned him before danger struck. Wolverine's animal instincts did not exactly help him seek opportunities, but they were excellent for avoiding them. Murdoch's perception worked differently from either of them. It was more like electromagnetic energy emitted by an altered brain, sweeping a full 360 degrees around him and gathering information in a way that produced a visual impression. Unfortunately, Daredevil's ability was too ordinary for Drex to care about. Ord, his little secretary, pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Drex standing in front of a human model and doing something she could not quite make out. Drex asked. He noticed that she had not called him boss. Drex knew Ord very well, so he immediately understood that whatever she wanted to discuss was personal. More than personal, probably important. Otherwise, she would never bring it up at work during company hours. Ord said, looking at him. Oh. Drex pulled out a bank card. He was not Tony Stark, who needed Pepper to remember even his own bank card password. Besides, this card was from Drex's own bank. Yes, he had opened a bank himself. It made serving his own interests much more convenient. That said, being a banker was not nearly as exciting as people imagined. That's not what I meant, Ord said quickly, shaking her head. I mean, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the gesture revealing a delicate, attractive curve to her face. Drex understood the subtext immediately. Just the two of them, then? Sure, he said. He was already planning to buy the best restaurant in Los Angeles for the meal and prepare a proper birthday gift while he was at it. As for the gift itself, it was a little cliché, but Drex thought a gemstone would be nice. Ord left happily. Drex watched her go, then shook his head. A second later, the human model in front of him cracked apart. Damn, I was so close, he muttered. Just then, he had been attempting something forbidden. Human transmutation. Of course, that was the alchemist term for it. What Drex was really doing was using atoms like building blocks to assemble a human body. Still, it was already an act that trespassed into the realm that defied the gods. And without a soul, Drex's attempt at human transmutation was meant to trigger brainwaves and see whether he could create an actual person. If it worked, that would be human replica number 1. The forbidden act that defies the gods. Drex murmured as he began rebuilding the body from scratch. He bound the atoms with magnetic force and controlled them as they assembled, one piece at a time. Chapter 89-89. With Drex Valen's superbrain, shaping a human body was almost trivial. The real challenge was activating the brainwaves and waking the body up. The woman lying there with her eyes closed looked strikingly similar to Android 18. Drex had also copied a structure of mutant-like genetic cells into her design, giving her a foundation for abilities rather than leaving her as a hollow shell. If this worked, then the next step would probably be to create human-made versions of the White Queen, Mystique, and a whole roster of other artificial mutants. Electromagnetic waves mimicked brain waves as they slipped into the body, then simulated neural currents to bring every system online. The heart began to beat. Blood started to circulate. The lungs expanded and drew in breath. The stomach began secreting digestive fluid. Every organ in the body started working. Only the brain remained stubbornly silent. No matter how many times Drex stimulated it, there was still no brainwave response. Drex muttered. He placed both hands on the body's head and increased the output of his electromagnetic field. The woman's body began to tremble visibly. Her eyelids quivered. Beneath them, her eyes moved rapidly, just like someone dreaming. Then, all at once, a violent surge of electricity erupted from her body. The surrounding instruments remained perfectly intact. They had all been built from Drex's atomic alloy, so even he would have had trouble smashing them by hand. Her eyes opened. Blue-white arcs flickered within them. She had the blank innocence of a newborn, with no self-awareness and no sense of right or wrong. She lunged at Drex and reached for him. He did not move. An invisible magnetic field caught her in midair and held her there, suspended and helpless. An infant mind, no thought, no will, but she really is a blank slate, Drex said. He turned her over and inspected her from every angle with his magnetic control. Then she started crying, loudly. Drex ignored it. His lab was well insulated. There was no chance of anyone outside, misunderstanding what was happening in here. After confirming that her body had no major flaws, he moved her in front of him and used psychic force to invade her brain. He freely reshaped her memories, then gave her consciousness and thought. I am. She looked at the man standing before her. He was her creator, and incredibly strong. Drex watched her, thinking ahead. That meant he could create other characters he had seen before. Their appearance, at least, was possible to reproduce. But only the shape. Their soul, their abilities, and the core of what made them themselves would all be different. He released the magnetic restraint around her, and Android 18 dropped neatly to the floor. The version he had created, of course, did not possess the overwhelming strength needed to crush a super scion. Drex himself might not even be able to take one in a straight fight, so there was no reason to expect his creation to do it. Still, that could change. He still had the Book of Life, the Kryptonian genetic archive containing every recorded gene of the Kryptonian race. In theory, he could use that database to create people as well. If that happened, he would have a Kryptonian army. What would the three great empires of the universe matter then? What would Thanos' Black Order matter? They would all be nothing but a fart in the wind. Still, Drex said quietly, I'll need to watch out for things like the Mind Stone and Soul Stone. He had never dared create a Kryptonian army for that very reason. And, of course, because he lacked proper incubation chambers. Back on Krypton, he had been a researcher in weapons and materials, not in genetics or biology. Drex asked. She was still standing there without a stitch on, but with a wave of his hand, atoms rearranged themselves across her body and formed a suit woven from vibranium fibers. I feel good, she said after a brief pause. She did not refuse her creator's question. From Drex's observation, her strength had likely already surpassed 100 tons and was approaching 200. Her body was impervious to blades and bullets, had excellent resistance to physical and energy attacks, and could fire energy waves as well. By raw combat power, she was probably on par with Blonsky's super abomination. After telling her to stay here and not wander off, Drex left to attend Ord's birthday dinner. At the most luxurious restaurant in New York, Ord had gone out of her way to wear something completely unlike her usual style. She had noticed that the entire restaurant was empty except for the staff. She had originally intended to reserve the whole place, but when she asked the manager, she learned that the restaurant had already been bought by her boss, Drex Valen, and was now used strictly as a private dining room. It was a well-known restaurant in very selective circles, one of those places that regular people never even thought about entering. Ord had never dreamed of stepping inside before she became Drex Valen's secretary and assistant at Blade Tech Industries. A lot of rich people had tried to book tables here, and the restaurant had turned them away without blinking. The owner behind it all was an extremely capable man. Plenty of people had tried to buy the restaurant from him, and all had failed. Until Drex asked. The man had given it to him outright. Drex had bought it because he liked the view over the New York skyline and wanted, at least once in a while, to sit above the city like one of the great men of the world. Normally, he would never waste money on something so useless. Even now, with more money than he could reasonably spend, he still did not make a habit of throwing it away. What surprised Ord most was the restaurant manager. He cleared the entire room, politely escorted the other guests out, and then changed into waiter's attire, so he could personally serve her. The departing socialites did not look angry at all. In fact, they sent Ord meaningful, almost amused looks and handed her their business cards with surprising warmth. Drex lifted his glass and clinked it against hers. You look beautiful tonight, he said, like you walked straight out of a painting. Thank you, Ord said, clearly delighted. Drex placed a small box in front of her. Having you here is already the best gift I could ask for, Ord said, though she still accepted it and opened the lid. Inside was a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg. Clear and flawless, it caught the restaurant lights and turned them into something dazzling. Ord found her eyes fixed on it almost instantly. I thought cold tones suited you, Drex said with a faint smile. He liked cool colors too, though his preferences ran mostly to blue and black. Ord asked, utterly captivated. The Azure Queen, Drex said. I love it. She closed the box gently. That's all that matters, Drex replied with a nod. Chapter 9090. Ord opened her eyes to an empty bed. Drex Valen was already gone. Of course he was. He was always up on time. Ord felt a little disappointed. In her mind, mornings were supposed to be for lying against his chest, warm and lazy and unhurried. But even after everything that had happened last night, Drex still kept the kind of iron discipline that had him up at 8 sharp. As for last night, Ord still could not tell whether it had been love or something else. She only knew that when she kissed him, Drex had not pushed her away. That was enough for now. Drex, for his part, did not dwell on it. He had worried about pregnancy before, but that was no longer an issue. He could simply erase that problem with electromagnetic force. Android 18 had spent the entire night waiting quietly in the laboratory. The moment Drex returned, she stood up at once and looked at him without saying a word. He had no particular interest in women like Android 18. Choosing that body type had simply been a matter of habit. Now that he knew artificial humans were possible, he was already itching to start making figures of his own. He considered it for a moment, chose a design in his mind, and began shaping it. Atoms gathered in his hands. The thought brought Molecule Man to mind, the only superhuman he knew of who had ever gone toe-to-toe with the Beyonder and lived to tell the tale. And even that man only controlled molecules. So why did Drex still only count as planetary level? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. A father-class being was supposed to be able to blow up stars. A planetary-class being was supposed to be unable to do that. Drex could dig down into atomic nuclei and pull out world-ending power through chain reactions if he wanted, but even then the result would still be limited. At most, he could obliterate a continental plate. He shaped the new body carefully. Ice blue hair. Tall, elegant build. Even with her eyes closed, she gave off a chill that seemed to bite right through the skin. Drex touched her cheek and wondered, not for the first time, if this counted as making dolls by hand. After what he had learned from activating Android 18, he already understood the key. He only needed to tap her between the brows. A thread of electromagnetic force drilled straight into her mind, awakening the brainwaves inside her and opening her eyes. At the same moment, Drex poured everything he knew into her. I am. The artificial human looked around in confusion. Drex had given her a mutant-like gene structure modeled after Iceman, and then layered and weakened Kryptonian genes on top of that. Not the high-end kind, of course, just the soldier-class template. He was not reckless enough to give her anything stronger at this stage. Within moments, Isdeth absorbed the memories he had given her. Her personality settled into something very close to the sadistic Ice Queen he remembered. Making figures really is satisfying, Drex said with clear approval. Isdeth turned to look at him. Her creator, the being who had made her. At that instant, her feelings toward Drex were not unlike Akafil's feelings toward the Descenders. A loyalty laced with worship. Akafil's greatest dream had been to ride a spaceship and go find his father, one of the Descenders. Drex had shaped Isdeth with roughly the same emotional blueprint. He had also been willing to use Kryptonian genes on her, because he genuinely liked the character. After all, he had once called her his wife in another life. Back then, he had wanted her and could never have her. Now he had her. Granted, he had called a lot of women his wife over the years. If he really created all of them, he would be planting Kryptonians all over the Marvel Universe. Isdeth, from today onward, you're part of World Serpent, Drex told her. Isdeth nodded without hesitation. As he looked at her graceful figure, Drex deliberately shifted his gaze away. He was not impatient. There was no rush. The appearance of Android 18 and Isdeth killed almost all of his interest in his earlier subordinates. He could make people now. That meant he could make armies too. Beast soldiers and the like were no longer that important. Drex was quick to replace the old with the new. That was not how he saw it, of course. In his mind, it was just survival of the fittest, the same principle that applied to old energy and new energy, which was exactly why he did not think he was suited to ruling a nation. He had no hesitation when it came to discarding obsolete products. That was a common flaw among scientists. If it were not for people like that, the world would still be ruled by those who were less intelligent than the ones who built it. But all of that was irrelevant to Drex now. The only thing that mattered was that he could shorten the project timeline. Blade Tech Industries' satellite launch site. Using atomic assembly, Drex created 3 satellites perfectly. He did not even bother with a conventional launch. One hand on each, he teleported them straight into orbit and placed them there himself. Each satellite carried Drex's own signal-scrambling technology. In this era, aside from absurdly advanced black tech systems, Earth had no way to detect them. He had also shaped them from indestructible atomic alloy, just in case something slammed into them and caused a failure. Inside each one was a magnetic beam fusion reactor. Solar concentrator panels were installed as well, letting the satellites alternate between the 2 power sources. Their service life was far beyond that of ordinary satellites. When Drex returned to the company, a lot of employees were startled to realize the signal coverage had become dramatically better. Ord looked radiant. She really did seem even more beautiful than usual, and a few employees wondered whether she had gone in for a beauty treatment somewhere. Back in her work mode, Ord set a stack of files on Drex's desk. Drex muttered, "Boss, every single one of these is something you asked for," Ord replied. "For example, the magnetic beam fusion power station. We need to negotiate with more than a dozen countries." She pulled out one file after another. "That's the first step toward rolling out new energy," Drex said, not bothering to hide his satisfaction. "There's also the lunar mining plan." Ord handed him another document. This was the file she would need to discuss with the American military. In truth, Drex wanted to build a so-called mining site on the moon. In reality, it would be a base, maybe even a weapons platform aimed at Earth. No need to misunderstand. Drex was simply preparing for the Chitauri invasion. When the time came, a laser cannon would descend from the sky, a ribbon of death light erasing the Chitauri forces in one strike. He could practically already hear the terrified silence that would follow. Yeah, after that, nobody would be stupid enough to provoke Black Knight Drex. Chapter 9191. Peter Parker was an ordinary high school student. Well, ordinary, except for one thing. He knew a superhero. Gwen Stacy was the Queen's superhero everyone had been talking about lately, the one people called Silk. With the appearances of the Dark Knight, Drex Valen, and the Fantastic Three, ordinary people had slowly begun to realize that the world around them was changing. Heroes like Silk and Queens, and Daredevil and Supergirl in Hell's Kitchen were no longer just the stuff of rumor. They were becoming part of daily life. Silk got her name from the white, skin-tight suit she wore, a design that resembled a web and carried a spider emblem. Gwen herself actually liked the name Silk quite a bit. She felt like she was helping her father clean up the mess around him, so she had thrown herself into hero work with relentless energy. As for Peter discovering her identity, that had been pure accident. Her schedule had been completely inverted. She had been sleep-deprived and half out of her mind, and Peter, worried about her, had tried to check on her. Instead, he had stumbled straight into her secret. At first, Gwen had been terrified, but after realizing that Peter Parker was the kind of friend who could keep a secret, she relaxed and stopped worrying about it. That was also why, when Peter told her that his Uncle Ben had died from a gun accidentally going off in the hands of a thug, and asked her to help track the man down, Gwen had thought it over and agreed. "Still, I only have a sketch," Gwen muttered with a small frown. She had already spent several days searching. Aside from dealing with a few minor problems, she had found nothing. What she did not know was that Flint Marko had already been arrested and sent to prison. A voice suddenly sounded beside Gwen's ear. She jumped so violently that Drex Valen saw her practically spring away like a cat that had just seen a cucumber. Gwen looked up and saw Drex Valen hovering silently in midair, clad in black armor. She let out a breath of relief. Wait, why didn't my spider sense react? Gwen blinked in confusion. What she did not know was that Drex Valen was even more puzzled than she was. If not for Black Queen informing him, he would never have known that a female Spider-Man had turned up in Queens. A white spider suit. So this was Silk? Could this universe be Earth 65? No, that did not quite fit. Most of what he had seen here matched movie plots and movie characters. While Drex Valen was thinking about Gwen's origin, Gwen was thinking about why her spider sense had not gone off. "Sullivan, I didn't mean to scare you," Drex said with an easy smile. "Oh, it's fine. I just didn't notice you," Gwen replied, shaking her head. She had a good impression of the Dark Knight. Her father, on the other hand, had plenty of bad things to say about him. According to him, Drex Valen was just putting on a show and wasn't a real hero. If Drex Valen had heard that, he would probably have been speechless. The reason he did not rush around constantly was because he did not want to steal the police's work and damage their credibility. Otherwise, he could have left the armor to Black Queen, had it handle rescue operations, and moved far faster than any police force ever could. Besides, Drex Valen was not only the Dark Knight. He was also a super genius, so far beyond the world's standards that the rest of humanity barely counted as competition. "Hello, Dark Knight. I'm Silk," Gwen said, extending her hand first. Drex Valen took it. After they shook hands, Gwen answered his question. "Yes, I'm looking for the criminal who shot an old man on the street." Her voice was a little restrained, like she was standing in front of Teacher. For a lot of people, or at least in their minds, Dark Knight Drex Valen was the first superhero. He had opened the door to a new era, much like Captain America had once done. The difference was that Captain America belonged to the past, while Drex Valen was the symbol of the present. All the other superheroes were only his juniors. What if Drex Valen doesn't approve of me? That was what Gwen was thinking. Drex asked. For a moment, he did not realize she was looking for the man who killed Ben. He assumed it was just a routine case. "I also have a sketch," Gwen said. After thinking it over, she figured that if Drex was willing to help, he might find the criminal faster, so she took out the drawing Peter had given her. Drex scanned it once. Black Queen identified the target almost immediately. Drex Valen lifted his hand, and a projection appeared from his arm. It showed the video of Flint Marko being arrested and sent to prison. Gwen was left with a look that said she had absolutely nothing to say. Of course, since she was wearing a mask, Drex could not actually see her expression. He was not the kind of person who kept his X-ray vision running all the time, staring through people out of habit. "My sleep," Gwen almost whimpered. She had spent several nights losing sleep over this, and the irregular schedule had already started wrecking her skin. She was even getting breakouts, and all that sacrifice had led to this. The person she had been hunting was already behind bars. "Next time, you can keep an eye on the news," Drex said. "And if you do not have time for that, you can download Spiderweb." It was a quick bit of advertising, but Spiderweb's user base had already climbed to 2 billion. It had completely crushed Twitter and YouTube, and it was now closing in on Facebook's monthly active users. And those 2 billion users were not just in the United States. They were spread all over the world. In the regions with heavier internet restrictions, though, it was unavailable. Spiderweb also supported Hindi, and with its advanced, convenient features, its growth had been explosive. Drex had copied a TX-style model and launched Blade accounts. One account worked across every Blade Technology industrial network product, including Spiderweb payments, which connected directly to Blade Bank and made mobile payments possible before anyone else had really pulled it off. That was a big reason Spiderweb's user numbers had risen so fast. Registering a Blade account cost $10, which also kept the bots and sock puppets under control. Of course, if someone really wanted to, they could probably still get plenty of accounts through under the table. "How do you use Spiderweb?" Gwen said awkwardly. Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube had all tried countermeasures, but they were missing far too many features compared to Spiderweb. Even when they tried poaching people from Blade Technology Industrial, nobody wanted to leave, which was obvious. One look was enough to tell that Blade Technology Industrial had a future full of limitless potential. Why would anyone jump ship to join a bunch of fading relics headed for the grave? Drex nodded and did not think much of it. After all, Spiderweb was mainly a communication platform. News and the like were not usually something young people paid close attention to unless it was a major story. "Oh, right, Mr. Hiss. I actually have a lot of questions about superheroes." Now that she knew the criminal was already in prison, Gwen felt a weight lift from her chest. She let out a slow breath, then started thinking about something else entirely. Chapter 9292. Gwen went home and flopped onto her bed. She had not expected Drex Valen to be so gentle in person, and honestly, he was really handsome. Of course, Gwen was not the kind of hopeless face-obsessed girl Morgan was. After that brief thought, she began turning over the things Drex had said. For a high school girl like Gwen, that idea felt a little too heavy. She was not Jessica, after all. She had not watched her whole world fall apart. The reason Gwen had become a superhero was simpler than that. She wanted to show her dad that she had grown up, help him where she could, and prove that she was capable. Beyond that, she had never really thought much about it. Outside Gwen's window, Drex hovered in the air and watched the girl wrestle with the whole burden of heroism. That line really was the standard motto of every superhero. If you have the power to do something and you choose not to, then the consequences of your inaction are on you. Drex, naturally, did not carry that kind of mental weight. He was already a mature adult. Gwen was different. The pressure on her was still enormous, heavy enough that she was starting to think about giving up the whole superhero thing. Too young, Drex thought, and then he vanished. Once Gwen had more experience, she would probably understand. Meanwhile, Johnny Storm had been enjoying his recent streak of attention. He was very satisfied with how good he looked. Then he heard screams from a nearby street. Johnny did not hesitate. He immediately transformed into the Human Torch and flew toward the sound. What he found made his stomach drop. The creature had a human-like face and wore an ancient crown. A red cape hung from its back, and its body was built like a slab of living muscle. Its skin was blue, and fin-like ridges protruded from behind it. It looked like some kind of sea-dwelling organism, except it stood upright like a man, with arms and legs shaped like a human's. It was over 3 meters tall. Right in front of Johnny, it was grinning as it stuffed a man into its mouth. Boom! A fireball exploded across its face. Johnny yanked the man free, but the upper half of the poor bastard was already gone. Johnny cursed, then nearly retched at the sight of the mutilated corpse. That was when a monster turned its attention to him and slammed a fist into his body, sending him flying. How strange, the creature said with a click of its tongue. Johnny blurted out, "It is only the language of land dwellers." The monster grinned, all teeth and malice. "Fine," Johnny said, trying to keep him talking. "Land dwellers are land dwellers." The creature lunged. Its speed was so fast that Johnny barely had time to react. He only had ordinary human reflexes. His fire powers did the real work in a fight like this. Crash! The two of them smashed straight through a house, and Johnny was knocked right back into his normal human form. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? It is strong as hell. When he saw the burns on the monster's skin healing at once, dead flesh sloughing away, and new tissue already replacing it, cold sweat broke out across Johnny's back. He quickly transformed into the Human Torch again. Johnny unleashed a torrent of flame. The monster did not even turn around. It simply grabbed a heavy object nearby and hurled it back at him. Thud! Johnny was blasted away again. He slammed into a wall, grunted in pain, and collapsed to the ground, struggling to move. It hurt. It hurt like hell. The monster walked up to Johnny and reached down. A transparent force field suddenly blocked its arm. The Invisible Woman, Susan Storm, arrived. First, she wrapped Johnny in a protective force field, then used an invisible pressure wave to launch a sonic attack from range. The monster flinched in obvious pain, but it was incredibly fast and agile. It slipped out of the way before the full force could land. Then a hand suddenly wrapped around its right leg and began winding upward, coiling around it several times. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, had tried to restrain the monster, but the creature was stronger than he had expected. With a violent tear, it ripped straight through Reed's stretched body. "You land dwellers really are stranger and stranger," the monster said, still clutching Reed in its hand. Susan stared at the scene in disbelief, then slammed the creature with another force field and knocked it backward. She called urgently. Johnny clenched his teeth. Since becoming the Human Torch, he had never taken a beating this bad. He pushed his flame output to maximum. Susan used her force field to keep the fire from spreading through the area. The monster was swallowed in flames, but it quickly smashed through the wall behind it and fled outside. "It's outside now," Johnny shouted, panicking, and raced after it. That only earned him a vicious counterpunch. His face warped under the impact, and the monster seemed to decide he was the biggest threat. Before Johnny could fly away, it snapped out a hand like lightning, caught him by the leg, and slammed him into the ground again and again. Susan's eyes shrank. She tightened both hands, and the monster suddenly felt an invisible force detonating inside its body. Its legs gave out, and it collapsed to its knees, vomiting chunks of viscera and green blood all over Johnny. At this point, nobody cared about being clean. Reed hurried forward and pulled Johnny out of the way. Susan manipulated the invisible force field around the monster and hurled it hard into a wall. The masonry exploded outward, and then she slammed it again and again. But halfway through the barrage, Susan felt something was wrong. The next second, the monster broke through the restraints of her invisible force field and charged her. At the critical moment, Reed stretched out a hand and yanked Susan away just in time, making the monster's attack miss completely. "This thing is too fast, too strong, and its defense is no joke," Reed said rapidly. "Johnny just told me it can heal itself too. We cannot beat it on our own." Most importantly, the monster was intelligent, and its combat instincts were frighteningly sharp. It was far more experienced than the four of them. When it faced Johnny's flames, it chose to smash through the wall and escape. Then it immediately followed with a surprise counterattack. They had not even had time to react. For this thing, battle and slaughter were probably pure instinct. The Fantastic Three did not have what it took to finish this monster off. It was a shame. If Ben had not insisted on staying in human form, his strength would have been enough for a straight-up brawl against this thing. Chapter 93-93. Drex Valen hovered unseen above the battlefield, hidden by a warped magnetic field that made him invisible to both machines and human eyes. The monster rampaging below was one he had created himself. The Deep Sea King, a demon-level monster from One Punch Man. The person it had devoured was also a manufactured life form. Drex had built this entire scenario for two reasons. First, he wanted to test the Fantastic Three's combat ability. Second, he wanted to give them a hard lesson and remind them not to get too full of themselves. At the same time, he wanted to see exactly how strong the Deep Sea King would be in practice. He could not guarantee that he had reproduced the original creature with perfect accuracy, but given the monster's destructive output, it was not difficult to reconstruct its basic parameters by working backward from the results. And the performance was impressive. Its battlefield instincts were terrifying. Its reactions were fast. Its survival sense was even better. Against the Fantastic Three fighting together, it completely dominated them. The only thing missing was Ben Grimm. Without Doom stirring up trouble, Ben had never transformed back into the thing after he returned to normal. If Ben had been there, the Fantastic Four probably would not be in such a desperate mess right now. D analyzed the fight and came to the obvious conclusion. The Fantastic Three were not enough. Military. The military already had war machines, which were a very nice toy to have, but a creature like the Deep Sea King was also extremely tempting. If they got lucky, maybe they could even glean something useful from it, something that might bring them closer to the results of the Super Soldier Serum. D did not rely entirely on the military either. They also contacted Drex Valen, but Old informed them that Drex was currently researching something. Unless Drex came out on his own, nobody would be allowed in to notify him. So Nick Fury could only stare at the screen and pray that the military would be enough to handle the monster. The armed forces moved quickly. Over the past year and a half, Blade Technology Industrial had delivered 100 war machines to the military. Production had finally stabilized, and Old had successfully poached members of Stark Industries' weapons division, which had significantly accelerated output. So no, there was not a full sky-blackening swarm of 100 war machines arriving all at once. They were not one branch of the military, after all, but more than 10 more machines still thundered into the area, all painted with the stars and stripes. Every one of them had been modified by the military, or more accurately, sent to Stark Industries for illegal customization. They were loaded with heavy weapons, turning each unit into a flying arsenal. War machines, Reed said, and for the first time that day, he sounded relieved. The Deep Sea King stared at the incoming machines with confusion. Its memories were simple. Kill every land dweller. Let the sea folk rule the surface. It had no concept of war machines. No missiles, the Air Force colonel shouted, his voice tight with excitement. The war machines immediately retracted their missile bays and exposed the machine guns mounted on their shoulders instead. Tot. A storm of metal tore through the battlefield. The Deep Sea King was caught off guard. The rounds moved too fast to evade. It was hit again and again until its body was riddled with holes. But its muscles were dense, and Drex had simulated the crushing pressure of the deep sea. The creature's body density was far greater than a human's. The bullets punched into flesh, but for the Deep Sea King, they were not fatal. It had never seen weapons like this before, but it learned quickly. Fast. Extremely fast. The problem was that the bullets could only travel in straight lines. They could not turn, and they all came from the strange thing mounted on the shoulder. The Deep Sea King reacted instantly. Its body blurred into a streak of afterimages. Before one war machine could even process what was happening, the creature had smashed a fist into it. The armored steel alloy twisted violently under the impact, then spun away and crashed through the side of an office building. Then the Deep Sea King plunged into the center of the war machines. The massacre began. Steel alloy meant nothing to it. One war machine after another was torn apart, crushed, or hurled aside. The losses mounted so quickly that the Air Force colonel in charge of the operation looked ready to explode. Use missiles. The damage was already catastrophic. Whether the units could even be repaired was unclear. Several war machines had already been ruined, which meant a loss of more than $1 billion. And Drex Valen did not provide after-sales service. If the issue was a manufacturing defect, Blade Technology Industrial would handle the warranty. If the military misused the hardware, that was their problem. Missiles were much more destructive. Unfortunately, the Deep Sea King was a cold-blooded creature, and many of the targeting systems could not lock on properly. That was when they finally realized something important. The palm energy cannons Drex had originally equipped on the war machines were more practical. Those cannons could penetrate standard steel plate 20 millimeters thick. Once they opened fire, the Deep Sea King would not be able to handle them alone, especially with the Fantastic Three still assisting. The monster was on the brink of collapse under the pressure of the palm cannons when rain suddenly began to fall. Drex was surprised. He had not deliberately created the rain. If the Deep Sea King died, the whole thing could still end cleanly. But the water washed over the creature, and its body began to swell. It absorbed the moisture and grew stronger, larger, harder. Its face stretched, deforming fully into something fish-like. Then the slaughter truly began. The war machines were destroyed almost instantly. Not one of them could evade the creature's movements. The AI systems Drex had installed were highly advanced. But even when they tracked the Deep Sea King, the war machines themselves could not move fast enough to keep up. It was over. The Air Force colonel stared in stunned silence. The Fantastic Three did too. I'm the Deep Sea King of the Sea Folk, the monster said with a savage grin. Sea Folk. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed at the name. That meant the Deep Sea King was not just a mutated creature. It was a member of an entire species. How many more monsters like this were out there? Before anyone could answer that question, the Deep Sea King tore through the Fantastic Three with brutal ease. It seized Susan Storm by the throat and lifted her up, preparing to bite off the upper half of her body and use it to strengthen itself. Then someone appeared, a man in black armor, with a deep blue energy core glowing in his chest. The Dark Knight, Drex Valen. Finally, Fury thought with visible relief. He was not sure how strong that Dark Knight armor was, but if Drex Valen had designed it, it should be enough to handle this monster. Everyone watched as the Dark Knight held out one hand in midair. The Deep Sea King threw Susan aside and lunged toward him. Where was his weapon? Drex Valen's extended hand curled into a fist, and the Deep Sea King, still mid-leap, exploded in the air. What just happened? Nick Fury shot to his feet, staring hard at the screen. It's fine, Drex said calmly to the Fantastic Three. Chapter 94-94. Nick Fury and the Fantastic Three were all stunned by the question. The difference was that Fury had a team of scientists monitoring the battlefield in real time. One of our instruments detected a subtle change between the device on his back and the surrounding magnetic field, one of them reported. The most likely explanation is that the creature called the Deep Sea King was crushed by a force of millions of tons for a split second and simply overloaded. Fury had noticed that strange mechanism the moment he saw it, the thing crackling with electricity behind Drex Valen's Dark Knight armor. We believe it was an electromagnetic generator, the scientist said with clear admiration. Fury was interested now. Yes. Fury's one eye widened. He did not sound pleased. Director, we are not Drex Valen, the scientist said, spreading his hands. There will probably only ever be one Drex Valen in this century. That is what genius looks like. He sounded half resigned, half reverent. No one knew whether war had accelerated science, or whether the scientists of that era truly had been the most brilliant minds humanity had ever produced. Their blueprints and theories had been left behind for decades, and even now the world's best researchers had not fully absorbed them. Humanity was still living in the shadow of Einstein's relativity and the quantum framework established by a parade of legends. Planck, Bohr, Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Pauli, de Broglie, Born, Fermi, Dirac, Einstein, Compton. The list went on and on. Had the world really failed to produce anyone smarter since then? Of course not. That would be insulting to the size of the human race itself. Drex Valen simply believed the real problem was fragmentation, duplication, and the waste created by too many separate research efforts. Without shared technology, every country had to repeat the same experiments from scratch that burned through time and resources on a planetary scale. Only if humanity ever managed to unify its efforts and concentrate its power might it have a real chance of surpassing the generation of physicists that had practically been elevated into gods. Fury opened his mouth, then closed it again. Damn it. He hated how reasonable that sounded. The Fantastic Three were still trying to process what they had seen. Drex had destroyed the Deep Sea King with a single handshake. More specifically, with whatever happened inside that handshake. Reed was the first to speak, his eyes bright with feverish curiosity. The question came from a man with no hope of being saved from his own research obsession. Reed could ignore his girlfriend's feelings if a scientific mystery was in front of him. Susan was not doing much better, either. Doom had been her fiancé, and yet after only a few days of his disappearance, she had already fallen back into Reed's orbit. No wonder Doom had gone dark. He had lost everything, and then his fiancé got stolen from him too. Anyone would resent that. I built the device on my back as an electromagnetic generator, Drex said simply. Reed's expression shifted instantly into understanding, like a puzzle piece clicking neatly into place. Drex did not care if anyone copied the idea and tried to design a countermeasure, like a degausser. The generator on his back was not especially high-powered to begin with. It existed partly to misdirect attention, and partly to let the Fantastic Three spread the explanation for why he was so strong. He did not want people assuming the armor itself was responsible for everything, or worse, that Drex Valen had somehow mutated into a superhuman. You really are a genius, Reed said, clearly sincere. He looked like he wanted to keep talking, probably for hours. I have other things to handle, Drex said, cutting that idea off cleanly. He nodded once to them, then turned and flew away without a sound. Once magnetic force and field control were under his command, there was no need to rely on energy jets like Tony Stark did. His flight was faster, smoother, and immune to the shock waves, sonic barriers, and heat barriers that would normally interfere with high-speed travel. The next day, as expected, the military showed up. They came to strike first, filing complaints about the war machine's quality and questioning their combat performance. Major General Old said coolly, facing down the silver-haired Air Force officer across the table. You need to understand something. War machines were never designed for fighting monsters. They were built to counter the majority of human military hardware. In fact, since their introduction, most tanks and fighter jets have been on the road to obsolescence. War machines have already fulfilled their purpose. The general stared at her for a moment and quickly understood that this woman was not some easy-to-bully young executive. No wonder Drex Valen trusted her with a company this size. Still, losing 12 war machines hurt badly. It meant the Air Force had seen its practical strength shrink, and that did not sit well with the men in charge. As for the Deep Sea King's remains, Drex Valen had completely disintegrated them at the molecular level. Add in the fact that it had been raining at the time, and the entire evidence team spent all night searching without finding a single trace of DNA. A total loss. No body, no samples, no payoff. The military had ended up with nothing but frustration and a bruised ego. We already made the terms clear in the contract, the Blade Technology Industrial Legal Team said flatly. The company is not responsible for compensation when a war machine is destroyed or damaged in combat. The lawyers were not wasting their paychecks. The general drummed his pen against the table, irritated enough to grind his teeth. Contracts were the kind of thing nobody bothered to read carefully, especially when the other side was the United States military. Nobody expected anyone to tamper with the fine print. And Blade Technology Industrial's clause was perfectly standard. Not a trap, just a shield. Then Old's earpiece chimed with an incoming message. She looked across the table at the Air Force General. Our boss, Drex Valen, says he has a new product, she said. The man straightened immediately. Drex Valen had a new product? Well, of course he wanted to see it. And then they did. The new machine looked a lot like a war machine, except it had 4 metal arms mounted on its back. I designed this as War Machine Mark II specifically for the monster called the Deep Sea King, Drex said. It has a secondary Krypton alloy coating on the exterior, which gives it significantly better defense than War Machine Mark I. I also increased the output and startup speed of the palm energy cannons. The power core has been replaced with a magnetic flux fusion reactor, abandoning palladium entirely. Chapter 9595. War Machine Mark II. A total upgrade over War Machine Mark I. The 4 metal arms mounted on its back were inspired by Dr. Octopus and the 8-limb design of the Iron Spider suit. Its secondary Krypton alloy coating let it withstand hundreds of tons of pressure without deforming, and the internal shock absorption system had been improved as well. The palm energy cannons had higher output and faster startup. Its main weapons were the 4 mechanical arms. Flexible, precise, and assisted by a built-in AI system. Each arm carried 20 tons of force and was also coated in secondary Krypton alloy. If the Chinese saw it, they would probably cry out that it was a waste of a precious resource. After all, secondary Krypton alloy had already proven its worth. It was not something to be thrown onto so-called weapons. Each mechanical arm has 20 tons of force, Drex said. It can simulate a human punch, and at full speed it can throw 5 punches per second. The mechanical arms were already absurdly powerful, though for Marvel's upper end, where heroes and villains regularly started at dozens of tons of strength, that was hardly shocking. This machine was built for a different level of combat entirely. The arms also have cameras, Drex continued. They can collect information from different angles. To demonstrate, the giant claw-like arm fired a red beam of laser light. It sliced cleanly through a standard steel plate 30 millimeters thick, then struck a metal sphere 500 meters away and melted a perfect hole through its center. The current generation of tank armor can't stop that kind of high-energy laser, Drex said. That, too, was simply physics. Energy loss in the atmosphere was severe, so reaching 300 meters was already impressive. The Air Force Major General stared at War Machine Mark II with burning eyes. As expected of Drex Valen, in just one night, he had built a weapon capable of tearing a monster like the Deep Sea King apart. The purpose of the 4 mechanical arms was to make up for the weakness of human hand-to-hand combat. Arms and legs were short compared to a creature like the Deep Sea King, whose agility was almost unnatural, but these mechanical limbs could perform all kinds of difficult maneuvers at high speed. Drex even demonstrated the arms blocking machine gun bullets at close range. That worked because War Machine Mark II's arms were controlled by a more advanced AI. It could multitask across several threads at once, processing combat from multiple angles simultaneously. The Air Force Major to General asked at once. $2 billion, Drex replied. The general stared. You've lost your mind. A light aircraft carrier under 30,000 tons costs $500 million. Its carrier group runs $700 million. The aircraft at another $500 million. Drex looked at him with a tired expression. Major General, I'm only the manufacturer. He spread one hand slightly. I make weapons. I develop them. He led the group over to the second machine. Its silhouette was similar to the Hulkbuster armor, but the entire thing was a solemn black. The Major General asked, startled. It's called the Iron Overlord, Drex said. Its armor thickness is twice that of War Machine Mark I, though it does not use secondary Krypton alloy. Its strength reaches 50 tons, and its defense is astonishing. The drawback is that it is slower than War Machine Mark I and Mark II because it's so heavy. The right arm has a 20mm Gatling cannon, with the ammo box mounted on the back. The left arm carries a triple-launch missile system with 10 rounds total. Drex gestured toward it as he spoke. It was designed specifically for close combat. Big strength, heavy defense. The Air Force Major General stared at the Iron Overlord, at the raw sense of force packed into its massive frame, and felt a chill of awe run through him. It was easy to imagine it toppling tanks, charging through gunfire, and becoming an unstoppable wall of metal. He asked the general, without a long breath, I'll have to take this back and discuss it, he said to Drex Valen. He clearly could not make a decision on the spot, whether about price or purchase. You're welcome anytime, Drex replied. After the general returned to the United States, the military immediately learned that Drex Valen had put new war machines up for sale, and the prices were terrifying. Soon after, they also received news that Drex Valen had begun recommending his war machines to other countries. China was not much of concern. Or, if a monster like that showed up there, it would probably not make it 10 meters down the street before getting put down. So China was not especially interested in the new machines. But while the rest of the world was still reeling from the cost, the oil families of the Middle East moved first. They cared deeply about their own safety, and they were also absurdly rich. $20 billion for one machine did not strike them as particularly expensive. Drex Valen did not care much about how many new war machines sold, either. If he kept causing trouble, the sales would rise eventually. Besides, he did not want the superheroes getting too comfortable. After the Deep Sea King incident, the Fantastic Three were not as confident as before. Johnny Storm had always thought he was invincible. In his mind, even Dark Knight Drex Valen only won because of the armor. Then he got completely flattened by a sea creature. So Reed went looking for Ben Grimm, who had returned to being a normal man. Ben Grimm said with a sigh. He had seen the news after the fact and learned how everything had unfolded. He understood that if he had been there, the Deep Sea King would never have caused such a massive loss of life. But he did not want to become that thing again. He could not become human afterward. That was the part that haunted him. Ben, we're in this together, Reed said, not giving up. We were all hit by that cosmic radiation storm. We all got powers. Doom may be missing, but he probably changed too. This is the power given to us by the Lord. Reed knew Ben was the kind of man who could still be persuaded. Ben's expression darkened. Then he suddenly roared at Reed. Chapter 96-96. Ben was furious. You're all different from me, he snapped at Reed. Your powers are cool. Reed Richards was famous for being brilliant to the point of absurdity and equally terrible at reading the room. Ben, there's no such thing as cool powers and scary powers, he said earnestly. We were given these abilities for a reason. He truly believed Ben would understand. Instead, Ben punched him, and that settled that. At World Serpent's headquarters, Bronsky and the others were gathered together. From today onward, I am World Serpent's White Queen, Isteth declared with a wild, confident smile. She wore the real Isteth's military uniform, tailored perfectly to her figure. Drex had decided she should not be treated like Akame Ga Kill's version of her. He wanted the original temperament restored. Survival of the fittest. A love of torture. Absolute loyalty. Nobody objected. Nobody except Bronsky. To Bronsky, a woman that beautiful rising to power was no different from climbing on her looks alone, and he was not having it. He had been there first. He had done the grunt work first. He had handled the dirty jobs first. Black Queen was one thing. She was a powerful artificial intelligence, and even if she had her own emotions, her role was irreplaceable. But a newcomer becoming White Queen? And not just that, but becoming White Queen while he was still just an ordinary mid-level officer? Bronsky did not dare openly defy Drex Valen. But if Drex had not issued the order himself, maybe he could push back a little. After all, Drex had already made the hierarchy clear. At the highest level, besides him as ruler, there were the Black King, White King, Black Queen, and White Queen. And Bronsky had remained just another officer. Isdeth asked, visibly delighted. She liked hotheads. Everyone else was far too obedient. By comparison, Android 18 had no objection at all to being assigned as an ordinary member of World Serpent. She was not interested in titles. Yes, Bronsky said, stepping forward. Good, Isdeth replied, her eyes shining. Then I'll fight you. She looked genuinely eager. She had Kryptonian genes, though only soldier-class genes. Still, because they were the genes best suited for combat, they let her grow rapidly stronger after exposure to sunlight, much like General Zod and the other military-bred Kryptonians. On top of that, Drex had incorporated mutant genes similar to Iceman's into her body. In other words, Isdeth was very, very dangerous. Bronsky frowned. He half wondered whether he would accidentally kill her. But after everything he had seen from Drex's human modification work, he decided to trust the setup. Maybe this woman had received some kind of terrifying enhancement of her own. Isdeth opened the headquarters dueling chamber. It was modeled after the arena from One Punch Man, the one where Azura Kabuto fought Saitama. The room was enormous, and every surface was made of atomic alloy. Even Drex at full power would not have been able to deform it. Bronsky hesitated and did not immediately transform. The rest of World Serpent decided to watch. The roaring symbiote stared at them with hungry anticipation. Both of them were radiating extremely strong auras. Luke Cage looked worriedly at Isdeth, wondering whether he should notify Drex about the situation. If Isdeth got hurt, would the boss blame them? Android 18 stood with her arms folded, watching coldly. Drex Valen had plans to bring out Android 17 and Android 16 next, rounding out a manufactured trio. A little nostalgia. A little tribute. Bronsky was preparing to test her out when Isdeth opened with a massive ice spear, 2 meters across, thrusting straight at him. His pupils contracted. The spear hit him head-on and drove him into the wall. He was badly injured, but only for a moment. Then Bronsky's rage flared, and his body rapidly expanded. He transformed into Super Abomination. Isdeth remained calm. Before coming here, she had already reviewed everyone's files through Black Queen, so she knew exactly what Super Abomination could do. Its mouth-mounted heat beam, the spike-covered body, the molten blade-like protrusions all over him. Bronsky smashed the ice spear apart and charged. Isdeth leapt straight up, dozens of meters into the air. Bronsky skidded to a stop and jumped after her. Isdeth snapped her fingers. A giant ice meteor appeared behind her. Bronsky's eyes widened. The thing was unimaginably huge. It came crashing down and pinned him flat. Boom! The ice meteor slammed Bronsky into the floor with crushing force. Isdeth landed on top of it. Then the meteor began to glow red. Bronsky roared in fury and fired his mouth beam, melting a hole straight through the ice meteor and punching through it completely. Isdeth sensed the danger in time and dodged the attack. Bronsky then punched his way out through the shattered hole with his bare hands. At close range, he threw a fist at her. To his surprise, Isdeth did not dodge. She met his punch head-on, laughing like a woman who had been waiting for exactly this. Boom! The air detonated between them and slapped against the walls. A brief vacuum formed at the point of impact. And then Bronski's expression changed. He had been crushed. Isteth's punch shattered Bronski's arm on impact. The force ripped across his torso and tore open his outer flesh. Worse, the molten blade spikes on his fist were smashed to pieces by her bare hand. Then Isteth brought up a long, white leg and kicked him away. Bronski flew backward, hit the wall, bounced off it several times, and finally collapsed to the floor. He coughed blood, but his horrifying regeneration kicked in almost immediately, restoring him. Still, by then, Bronski already understood. He was no match for Isteth. He had thought she only controlled ice, only created it. He had not expected her own body to be this strong. "Looks like you have no objections anymore," Isteth said, walking toward him in her white military boots. "But I'm not done yet." She smiled. Bronski shuddered. What followed was a merciless beating. The spectators outside all winced through the entire thing, unable to watch without cringing. But inside, they were all secretly cheering. Bronski was arrogant to the point of being unbearable. He was not liked at all. Normally nobody could do anything about him, so everyone had to swallow their frustration. Now, finally, someone was beating him to a pulp, and that was deeply satisfying. Chapter 97-97. After Isteth beat Bronski senseless, he recovered almost immediately. Of course he did. Between the extremist virus, mutant regeneration, and the Red Hulk serum, his body was a grotesque pile of recovery factors. Wolverine would probably have looked at him and muttered something about overkill. Isteth announced herself with a grin, then went off in search of Drex Valen, full of energy. Drex was in the middle of grilling meat. As a severely undersocialized nerd in his previous life and on Krypton, Drex had never really had much of a hobby. He had not been the type to care about weapon models, cars, figurines, computer parts, or any of the usual collector obsessions. Gaming had never been more than a middling skill for him, either. After reincarnating as a Kryptonian, he might have finally found the one thing that counted as a true everyday pleasure: studying weapons and materials. Krypton had benefited enormously from that. Now, in the Marvel Universe, after regaining emotions, Drex found himself uncertain about how to relax. Games? Winning too easily did not exactly scratch an itch. Collecting cars or building PCs? Not his thing. So his possible hobbies had narrowed down to two things: research and food. And when it came to food, he had a real weakness. In his previous life, he had been the sort of person who wore a shirt for 5 years without thinking twice, but he would happily spend an extra 1,000 yuan a month on eating. And that was on top of regular meals. A massive slab of beef had been brought in from his ranch. It sizzled over the fire, a bead of hot oil sliding slowly down the grain of the meat like liquid amber. The smell alone was almost unfair. The charcoal had already worked its magic, sealing the beef in a rich, smoky aroma, and the pepper, salt, and spicy sauce only made it more addictive. Even Isteth, who had been approaching with her usual predatory confidence, was forced to focus on the grill instead. Drex cut off a small piece with a knife. The inside was still a vivid red. Isteth took it and bit down. Heat exploded across her tongue. Tender, crisp, juicy, salty, spicy, everything hit at once, dancing through her mouth in a savage little festival of flavor. It was the kind of taste that went straight to the tip of the tongue and refused to leave. Drex could tell from her face that she loved it. He, however, could not accept meat that was still that underdone. That was where high-energy electromagnetic waves came in handy. He used them to act directly on the dense interior of the beef, and the red flesh quickly darkened toward brown. Drex tore off a piece with his bare hand and tossed it into his mouth. Explosive texture. His sense of taste was far too sharp by default, and the seasoning made the entire thing a bit noisy on the palate. So he simply turned down the sensitivity and left himself with an ordinary human level of taste. That made it much better. He and Isteth shared the grilled meat without any concern for image. By the end, Isteth's hands were slick with oil, while Drex's were still clean, not a trace of grease on them. Isteth asked, staring at her own hands. "To me, grease is just a molecular structure," Drex said. "It worked better than dish soap, hand wash, body wash, or even strong tea. It also left no smell behind." He He took Isteth's hands in his own. The oil and sauces, the bright streaks of seasoning and grease, faded visibly until her skin was once again pale and clean. But after the cleaning was done, Isteth did not let go. Instead, she kissed him. Drex was not surprised. Her attack speed was slow by his standards. He could have gone off, drunk a can of cola, and come back before she finished moving. Isteth's smile turned shameless. Drex did not refuse. A little recreation was good for the body and the mind. After what felt like 2 million words later, Isteth lay collapsed on the bed, too exhausted to move a muscle. Drex sat at the bedside, drinking an ice-cold cola. For someone with a steel body, a fight with Isteth could only count as a warm-up. She was a Kryptonian too, after all. As for old, that had barely counted as warm-up at all. More like a taste test. Isteth rested her head on Drex's leg. He stroked her hair and brushed his fingers over her cheek, and for some reason, it felt strangely intimate. He had made her himself, after all. He understood perfectly well that she was not the real Isteth, and that the process of giving her form had introduced all kinds of deviations from the original. But even so, looking at her sleeping with her head in his lap, Drex felt genuine satisfaction. Isteth could feel his fingers tracing her cheek, her eyelids, and the corner of her mouth, but she could not be bothered to open her eyes. Every part of her body felt like it belonged to someone else. She had wanted to conquer Drex in this brand new field, only to discover that he was stronger than her and had worn her down completely. Strong people really were strong in every sense. She shifted into a more comfortable position and found, to her own surprise, a kind of safety she had never really felt before. That quiet transition from girl to woman had also changed some of her unconscious instincts. Drex did not think about it that deeply. Once Isteth had settled into a more comfortable position, he stopped moving too. It was 2001 now. 9 years remained before Thor descended. 15 years remained before Stephen Strange traveled to Kamartaj to begin his training. And the Ancient One would not die until 2017. That meant there were still 16 years before she followed eternity. The wait felt long. Could he use that time to expand into space? Drex shook his head. No, right now, I'm only touching father-level territory. That was the simple truth. Leaving aside everything else, one of the Shi'ar Empire's top enforcers alone, Gladiator, was ridiculous enough to make any sane strategist pause. The real problem was that Drex still had not figured out whether this world was following the movie continuity or the comic continuity. At first, he had been certain it was the movie universe. Then Gwen Stacy showed up as Spider-Woman, and that assumption went straight out the window. That was why he had gone in person to verify things. It had been a bit of a headache. What universe did Gwen's Spider-Woman belong to again? And if Deadpool was female too, that would become a real disaster. For that reason, even though Drex had already seen Wade in the underground fighting circuit before he became Deadpool, he still kept Black Queen watching him closely. Venom and Eddie were also drawing a lot of attention lately. They looked terrifying, sure, but unexpectedly, that had won them a massive fan base of people who apparently adored brutal appearances and violent behavior. Black Queen had been monitoring them for some time, but so far, she had not detected any sign that Venom was preparing to spawn. Chapter 9898. Black Queen's alert rang out suddenly. Drex Valen blinked in mild surprise. Black Queen was, without exaggeration, the most powerful hacker in the world. Someone had actually managed to break into one of his systems. The attacker does not behave like a normal hacker, Black Queen said, already fending off the assault. Drex asked, in a situation like this, his electromagnetic control could be useful. Extremely useful. Black Queen answered with cool confidence. A moment later, she had already beaten the intruder back so hard that she nearly tracked the source. Somewhere in a dim, hidden base, a screen flickered to life with a face. It's terrifying, the voice said. Should I say that Drex Valen really is something else? The speaker was Arnim Zola, a key figure in Hydra, Hitler's trusted operative, a Swiss geneticist, and, in a sense, the first human gene engineer in history. He had overseen the creation of cloned life forms and monsters. The facility in New Jersey. In other words, Zola was a slap in the face to every theory about artificial intelligence. With the technology available at the time, consciousness storage should have been impossible. Yet Zola had done it anyway, and from that point on, he had become one of the deadliest hackers on the network. Marvel, of course. Anything was possible. About Drex Valen and his string of inventions, Zola had become very interested. He decided to break into Blade Technology Industrial's database and take everything he could get on Drex's designs. He had barely broken through the difficult firewall before he was met with a violent counterattack unlike anything he had ever seen. And he recognized the thing fighting back. Not a human super hacker. Aside from the Rising Tide Sky and a few absurdly unfair supervillains and superheroes, Zola had no real rivals online. But a true artificial intelligence was a different story. An AI had its own intelligence, its own emotions, and the ability to learn and evolve. After Drex Valen gained control over electromagnetic fields at the atomic level, he had built Kryptonian hardware to host Black Queen that allowed her learning and evolution to accelerate at a terrifying rate. Zola had actually been able to overwhelm her at first. Then, in just a few seconds, Black Queen had learned enough to surpass him. If he had not reacted quickly, she would have tracked him down completely. True artificial intelligence is far too dangerous, Zola muttered. His first escape tactic had been to use a botnet shield, and at first that had confused Black Queen just enough to buy him time. Then she adapted. She figured out the same botnet tactics he was using, ignored more than 1,000 decoy machines, and went straight after him. Drex asked, looking at Black Queen with curiosity. He reacted very quickly, Black Queen replied. And I suspect he is also an AI of some kind. Drex thought about it for a moment. This was not the time of Ultron's birth yet. He searched through his memories and quickly guessed who it was. Zola. If it was him, then this level of performance made sense. Part of Drex wanted to laugh at how a thing operating on such outdated hardware had managed to hold out against Black Queen at all. But at least this was one-sided in the long run. Zola could not evolve. Black Queen, after this attack and defense exchange, had already evolved and surpassed him. If Zola came back next time, Black Queen would lock onto his location in a second. Of course, Zola had already realized how terrifying a true AI was. He would not be coming back. Soon after that came the news that Thunderbolt Ross had abandoned the military and entered politics, successfully becoming Secretary of State. At the press conference, Ross looked vigorous and sharp. The power of the Red Hulk had left him in excellent health. He looked like a man who could live another 100 years without breaking a sweat. That image alone gave the public a big boost in confidence. So he really became Secretary of State, Drex said. He suspected Ross's family had pulled strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, there was no way he would have reached that position in just over a year. Drex watched Ross ramble on the screen for a moment, then shut it off. Boss, a sudden emergency transmission interrupted him. Drex answered immediately. The fact that it was routed as urgent meant it was important. The Beastman on the other end was sweating profusely. None of them had expected Tony Stark to get away under their noses with so many Beastmen watching him. Drex was genuinely curious about the entire sequence. Tony Stark had built his suit with crude hammering and manual forging. He had escaped from Beastmen? Come on. That's not exactly what happened. The Beastman said carefully. The 10 rings attacked us out of nowhere. Drex listened quietly. That made more sense. The whole operation was supposed to be theatrical. After all, he had sent them to Afghanistan to play the part. Getting attacked by the 10 rings was unexpected, but not unbelievable. The 10 rings had wanted to strike first from the very beginning. After getting taught a lesson, they had started watching these outsiders closely in order to protect their own position in Afghanistan. Then they watched for nearly a year and a half, and the so-called terrorists still did nothing. Aside from the occasional monthly rotation of personnel, with new faces replacing the old ones, they just stayed put. The 10 rings began to suspect that the group was scouting Afghanistan and waiting for the right moment to move. So, in the end, they chose to strike first. This time, Learning from the last mistake, the Ten Rings came out in full force. They brought high-grade Stark Industries weapons and even war machines purchased on the side from Blade Technology Industrial. They intended to wipe out the suspicious outsiders in one clean blow. What they had not expected was that the outsiders would be stunned at first, then, after being killed, come back as monsters. The Ten Rings leader had even seen one of those monsters tear open the steel alloy armor of a war machine with its bare hands. The attack lasted less than 10 minutes before the Beastmen adapted, tore the Ten Rings apart, and slaughtered them completely. Not a single one got away. Then, while cleaning up the battlefield, the Beastmen realized Tony Stark was gone. Along with him, the crude Iron Man suit that had been waiting for a timed pickup was also missing. He had not even taken Insan with him. That meant the Beastmen had lost the only way they could have tracked him. With no other choice, they had to report back to Drex. Chapter 9999. Someone as smart as him was never going to miss that Insan was off. You just left too many openings. Drex Valen's voice came through flatly. The Beastmen on the other end had been assigned to keep Tony Stark under constant surveillance. Hundreds of them had been watching one man all day and all night, and their cover story had been that they were terrorists. Terrorists did not go around looting. Terrorists did not spend their time picking fights with everyone in sight. On top of that, the Beastmen treated firearms with a kind of casual contempt that bordered on absurd. Sometimes they even loaded empty magazines into the guns like they were fooling around. Tony Stark had not been stupid. There was no way he would not notice something that's sloppy. Insan's acting had been full of holes too. By the time the second Insan showed up, the language had changed, and someone might have assumed Tony would take time to learn it. Instead, the man was a freakishly fast study once he got serious. Even a few offhand phrases Insan dropped had been enough for Tony to piece together the truth. Forget it. If he ran, that's fine. Drex thought for a moment. That made the Beastmen on the line relax a little. Then he added, but being spared from death does not mean you get to avoid punishment. Every single one of you is going to Africa to look for the Antarctic bear. He hung up. One of the Beastmen asked, scratching his head with a stupid look on his face. Damn it, another snapped. Did becoming a bug hybrid rot your brain too? The first Beastman blinked. The others exchanged looks. Setting aside the fact that they had never even heard of an Antarctic bear, what exactly were they supposed to do? Catch a polar bear in the Arctic, drag it to Antarctica so it could live there for a while, and then take it to Africa? In the end, they had no choice but to head for Africa. Drex's psionic control meant they could not betray him even if they wanted to. Of course, he was not actually angry. He was not the sort to lose his temper over this kind of thing. Sending the Beastmen to Africa was just an excuse. What he really wanted was to use them to flush out Wakanda's Black Panther. At the very least, he was not going to let Wakanda keep playing dead for another decade and change. Either way, the Beastmen were all obsolete stock now. A new hierarchy had begun taking shape inside World Serpent. At the very top was Drex, of course. Below him were the four emperors: Black Queen, White Queen, Black King, and White King. Below that came the fixed command structure: 3 generals, 7 senior generals, and 16 lieutenant generals. After that came the lower ranks, all the way down through Major General, Brigadier General, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, Major, and finally the ordinary World Serpent soldiers. For most of World Serpent's members, who were soldiers by background anyway, the hierarchy was easy to accept. Only Bronski found it strange that he had been assigned the rank of Lieutenant General, but since it was Drex's direct order, there was nothing he could do but swallow it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had escaped. Military base there. The officer in charge stared at him in complete confusion. Hadn't Tony Stark been missing for more than a year? Hadn't he even been confirmed dead? Tony said, then immediately passed out. When he woke up again, he was lying in a hospital bed. Standing right beside him was his best friend since childhood, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes, one of the military's current war machine pilots. You've been gone for over a year, Rhodes asked, worry all over his face. Tony murmured, sounding almost emotional. A year and a half apart had made it feel like a lifetime. He had changed. He had grown up. He was different now. After talking with Rhodey and learning that Stark Industries had effectively become Obadiah's company in his absence, Tony did not seem especially bothered. In his eyes, Obadiah was still the good uncle. When Obadiah heard that Tony was back, his face darkened for a moment. He quickly composed himself, though, and instructed his secretary to prepare a car so he could visit Tony at the hospital. Obadiah pushed open the hospital room door, ready to deliver a carefully prepared, emotional reunion. But the expression froze on his face. Tony Stark did not look weak. Not all. He looked healthy, strong. His bare upper body showed clear muscle definition across his chest, abs, and arms. Nobody would have believed he had been kidnapped and held for a year and a half. That was because Drex had designed his confinement as a kind of brutal fitness camp. Every day, Tony had to forge steel and hammer metal. His meals were 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, plus a hard fiber meal every 2 days. Extremely healthy. To prevent caffeine and alcohol dependency, he had not been allowed coffee or liquor at all. Only juice and vegetable drinks. Detox, skincare, and apparently a better complexion too. And because he slept plenty, with no nightlife to distract him, Tony's mind was clear and his eyes were bright. Tony saw family and immediately leapt off the hospital bed with real excitement. He moved so fast that Rhodey just stood there for a second, stunned. He knew Tony was healthy now, but he had not expected him to be that agile. That was partly because Tony had spent 12 hours a day doing physical labor. The Beast Men did not even feed him properly. He had to fight for meals in the cafeteria himself, and if he was a second too slow, those monsters would strip the food clean. Drex had told them this was good for him. Skip a meal or 2, and he would not eat people. As long as he got breakfast, he would be fine. The point was just to keep him from getting gallstones. Under those conditions, Tony Stark had developed an impressive talent for vaulting over obstacles and making sure he got to the food before anyone else. Since Obadiah was in a wheelchair, Tony could only give him a quick half hug. "You're back. That's what matters. You're back," Obadiah said, patting Tony on the back. His palm stung. Tony was solid. "By the way, Tony," Obadiah said carefully, trying to prepare him, "while you were gone, the police said you might be dead." He was worried Tony might misunderstand. For someone like Obadiah, it was easy to assume Tony cared deeply about the company and would take the whole situation personally. Tony just waved it off. "Don't worry about it. Stark Industries can belong to whoever. Anyway, I want a cheeseburger." He looked around casually. Obadiah coughed awkwardly. Tony blinked. He did not seem surprised for long. Chapter 100. Tony Stark soon learned that Pepper Potts had moved to Blade Technology Industrial. It had not been hard to piece together why. Pepper was too capable, too sharp, and far too difficult to keep in the dark. Obadiah had been smuggling Stark Industries weapons behind the scenes, and of course he did not want Pepper Potts sniffing around where she did not belong. So he had quietly encouraged other people to push her out. Pepper had finally lost patience. Then Blade Technology Industrial came along with an open hand, and she took the offer. After Pepper left, Obadiah had hired another management prodigy from the same school she had attended. She was gorgeous, competent enough, and much easier to handle. Not quite as capable as Pepper, but she knew how to work a room and how to behave. That was enough. Stark Industries had already been squeezed down by Blade Technology Industrial anyway. It was no longer the industry leader it once had been. It did not need someone as relentlessly effective as Pepper Potts anymore. "I'm going to get Pepper and Happy back," Tony said after hearing the news. He went quiet for a moment, then added, "Wait, Tony, I want to return Stark Industries to you." Obadiah had not even finished speaking. He had already had his secretary prepare the contract. Tony Stark opened the door and walked out. That was all he said, over his shoulder. He left Obadiah standing there, unsure whether Tony truly did not care or was only pretending not to care, his mind twisting itself into knots. Tony Stark's return could not be hidden from the media, and he had no intention of hiding it. At the press conference, he went straight to the point and publicly announced that Stark Industries' weapons division was being shut down. Of course, since he was no longer the company's president, the announcement had no legal effect. Tony demanded, Obadiah, why aren't you supporting me on this? Tony knew that the second ensign had not really been a helper at all, but rather one of the terrorists assigned to monitor him closely. The first ensign, though, had been real, and the weapons Stark Industries sold were far too dangerous for ordinary civilians. Tony wanted the weapons division closed. He also wanted to find the man responsible for the smuggling operation. Tony, calm down, Obadiah said with a helpless look. The company isn't controlled by me alone. If we shut down the weapons division, a lot of shareholders will take a hit. What he was really thinking was that it was a very good thing he had not handed Stark Industries back to Tony. Who on earth could have guessed that Tony Stark would come back and immediately start causing this kind of chaos? Stark Industries had military shareholders. Shutting down the weapons division? Not a chance. And Tony could not control the company's day-to-day operations anyway. Tony, right now your energy should be focused on developing the armor, Obadiah said. That was one of the reasons Obadiah was being so accommodating. Yes, Tony Stark's return had caused Stark Industries' stock to rise. But more importantly, Tony was still the only genius in the world who might be able to catch up to Drex Valen. Nobody else could even mimic War Machine properly. Tony, though, had left behind a functioning prototype. He was only missing the miniature cold fusion reactor. Search for Blade Technology Industrial's latest release. Then he saw it, the Iron Overlord. As for War Machine Mark II, Drex Valen had discontinued production. He had realized it was actually too effective, which would interfere with his superhero training plan. Tony stared at the machine in silence. The Iron Overlord completely outclassed War Machine Mark I in every measurable way. Its armor alone was more than twice as thick, making it far harder to knock down. At the same time, the frame was not so oversized that it sacrificed agility. Tony opened the file on the Deep Sea King and studied the monster's profile. Then he went quiet again. Drex Valen had seen the Deep Sea King only once, and in response he had already designed a War Machine variant tailored to defeat it. The Iron Overlord had clearly been built for brutal close-quarters combat. Its internal AI understood every major human fighting style. Even if the pilot could not react in time, the AI could attack and defend on its own. Its loadout was built for heavy firepower first, and everything else second. Tony understood exactly what Obadiah wanted. He wanted Tony to create the armor so he could compete with Drex Valen. But Tony no longer wanted to sell the armor. He had once considered it. Not anymore. Tony Stark should have a cold fusion reactor ready in a few months, Drex said with a smile. By then, we'll finally get our Iron Man. That was true. Drex had already sold so many war machines that Iron Men were practically everywhere now. Even the Iron Overlord had already received orders, though not many. It was expensive, and manufacturing it was a pain. Drex was lying with his head in his Isthetha's lap. She fed him a spoonful of ice cream. Then, using the same spoon, she took a bite for herself and found the taste surprisingly good. I should mention that I did not leave behind any saliva, Drex said. To prevent anyone from stealing his DNA, he had already wrapped himself in electromagnetic force and a biological field. There meant no skin flakes, no shed hair, no saliva, no sweat, not even a smell. I know, Steth said, not at all bothered. She hugged his face and lowered her head again. After a fierce battle of tongues and breath, Isteth finally let go, looking dazed and flushed as she stared at Drex. But he did not give her the expression she wanted to see. Disappointed, she went back to eating her ice cream. For Drex, controlling the production of hormones inside his own body was easy. Desire was simply another variable to manage. Anger, lust, greed, none of it could become a weakness unless he allowed it to. I need to go study the solar radiation storm, he said. He slapped Isteth lightly on the back of her thigh, then rose and walked away. The solar radiation storm was, of course, the cosmic radiation storm that had transformed the Fantastic Four. Drex had fully absorbed and reorganized it. Now he kept it sealed inside a special atomic alloy container so that not a single trace would leak out. He had already spent a long time studying it. The beastmen he had used in experiments had been butchered time and again. If he had not been able to restore them using atomic-level electromagnetic control, nobody would have dared continue. He had also experimented on ordinary gangsters who had not undergone any modifications. They, too, had collapsed from genetic failure and died. There's definitely a secret in here, Drex muttered as he stared at the seething mass of cosmic radiation